A new beginning unfolds. Life is but a dream, life is but a play to start anew. Better. The chaotic ability. For now I can only turn chaos into fire. But it's fortunate to have awakened without prior refinement. He opened his palm, and a flame leaped into existence above his fingertips. Liao was reborn from the apocalypse back to this moment. August 11th, 2033. It was the exact point when the law radiation reshaped Blue Star, and the end of the world began. He got up from bed, casually put on a t-shirt, and opened the curtains. The afternoon in Gai City was stuffy as a steamer. Outside, the streets bustled with people, punctuated by sporadic car horns. He glanced at his phone. 1547. Only 13 minutes left. Good enough to warn his family and friends. He dialed his father while walking quickly to the living room, locking the door with a click. Xiao Yao, aren't you at work? Why call at this hour? His father Li Shujuan's voice came through. That familiar voice which had echoed countless times in the blood-soaked apocalypse, and in midnight dreams now sounded real. Li Yao's throat tightened, and his eyes instantly moistened. Dad or mom and little sister at home? He suppressed the surging emotions, though his voice carried a slight tremor. Yes, they are. What's wrong? What happened? Li Shujuan sensed something unusual in his son's tone and grew anxious. Nothing. Listen to me, this is important. Our boss Huo Su and I have a good relationship, you know. She just got some insider news. The world is about to change drastically. Lock the doors immediately and stay inside. If you feel hot, don't worry. If you feel cold, drink the Huoxiang Jingqi liquid. I remember we still have plenty at home. Call Aunt Little, Aunt Uncle Hai, and Uncle Guang right now and have them do the same. I'll call you back later. Remember, it's crucial. He hung up before his father could ask further. Not hearing his mother or sister's voice left a pang of regret. Shaking his head, time was tight. 1550. He quickly dialed another number. Sister Su, listen to me. Time is short. It's the weekend, so there are few people in the company. Send everyone to another floor immediately, and make sure the 16th floor is empty by 4 o'clock. Lock the fire doors. If you feel cold, go to my office and drink Huoxiang Jingqi liquid from the desk. If you feel hot, ignore it. And tell your family. I'll come pick you up. Li Yao urged hurriedly. Though Huo Su hadn't turned into a beast in his previous life, he wanted to be safe. A gentle, yet puzzled voice came through like a spring breeze. Li Yao. How did you know I was in the company? What's going on? I'll arrange it right away. Be careful yourself. No need for lengthy explanations. The trust between them stemmed from a life-saving debt. Huo Su, president of Suyi Company, one of the top 3 companies in Gai City. At 23, she took over the family business at a critical time and turned it from near collapse to top 3 in just 2 years. Her capability was undeniable. Yet compared to her breathtaking beauty, gentle, yet decisive character and flawless figure, her talent was merely an embellishment. She was gentle, yet strong, neither flattering superiors nor humiliating subordinates, like an elegant violet. Once during a company outdoor gathering, she looked up at the moon just as drifting clouds veiled it. That fleeting moment earned her the nickname Huo Biyue. Whether Diaochan truly eclipsed the moon is unverifiable, but Huo Su's beauty had indeed outshone the moonlight. Alas, perhaps even heaven envied such loveliness. On the day of calamity in her previous life, she returned to the company for important items and was attacked by a beast-transformed colleague. That flawless face was torn by claws, and her proud figure was savagely destroyed. In the past life, after Li Yao rescued her from the company, that gentle, confident, proud Huo Su disappeared. In her place was a figure forever wrapped in layers of bandages, like a mummy, always rushing through slaughter and cultivation. The Kill Marshal Huo Sha. Until Li Yao's rebirth, no one knew that the dreaded Kill Marshal was once a woman of transcendent beauty. This life, he would never let that radiant violet be buried in blood-stained bandages again. He hung up. Time was 1553, 7 minutes left. Li Yao thought briefly and decided not to call his brothers. In the previous life, they all survived the initial chaos and later developed well. His parents should still be contacting relatives, no need to distract them further. He went to the kitchen to search for knives. Though he was only a mediocre cook, he had plenty of utensils. A cleaver, a meat knife, a slicing knife, a fruit knife. All ready for use. As for food, it would be easier to gather at the outbreak. After tidying up, he sat cross-legged on the sofa, composed his mind, and slowly entered meditation. He waited for the global baptism to descend again. The moment the minute hand on the quartz clock reached 12, without warning, the entire blue star space was filled with an omnipresent multicolored light. No matter where, 10,000 meters underground or above the clouds, all was completely shrouded in the eerie light. The light was not warm, but rather cool. Li Yao focused his mind and guided his breath with a specific pattern of 9 inhales and 9 exhales. The light seemed summoned, surging towards him madly, and soon coalesced into a multicolored cocoon that enveloped him. Time passed. The cocoon grew denser, even filling the entire room. The external light gradually thinned and dissipated, leaving only the slowly shrinking multicolored cocoon inside. An hour later, with a soft shout, the cocoon was completely absorbed into Li Yao's body. He slowly opened his eyes. Body like steel, vast energy surging through his meridians, continuously tempering every inch of flesh and blood. Directly reached the third rank. And I can manifest chaos into space. Good, first establish the primal space. With a thought, a gray hemispherical space of a full cubic kilometer expanded violently in his consciousness. This is 1,000,000 times larger than in the previous life. Even with rebirth experience, I couldn't have opened this big. Did my soul undergo space-time reshaping? Facing the vast space, even Li Yao could not hide his astonishment. When he first mastered chaos into space in his previous life, the open space was only 1,000 cubic meters. Impressive at the time, but now it was like a firefly compared to the full moon. What about teleportation? Spatial perception, activate. A spherical three-dimensional space with a radius of about 620 meters instantly appeared clearly in his mind. Everything within was as clear as a pattern in his palm. The maximum perception distance was about 620 meters. Enough. The plan immediately crystallized: teleport from the rooftop multiple times to the company's rooftop, then teleport into the 16th floor. This was 100 times stronger than the previous life, where at the beginning, he could only teleport 6 meters, used only for close combat. While Li Yao tested his abilities, the world outside had already turned into a hellish inferno. Monster, stay away. Help, don't bite me. Mom, save me, it hurts. Shrill cries, desperate screams, pleas for help, and the mad roars of beast-transformed humans mixed with the bone-chilling sounds of gnawing flesh, declaring the cruel arrival of the apocalypse. Looking down from the third-floor window at the back pedestrian street, the entire street had turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. Scarlet liquid splashed across the pavement. A still-breathing man struggled futilely under beastly claws. The thick stench of blood hit the nose. Those monsters had gray or red fur, nails 7 to 8 centimeters long, scarlet pupils burning with pure bloodlust, and jagged teeth bearing fresh shreds of flesh. The hideous faces of the beast transformed were as nauseating as ever to Li Yao. Hordes of beast-transformed humans were madly hunting down survivors. Their speed, strength, endurance, and agility far exceeded the terrified fleeing prey. This was the bloody reward for sacrificing reason and retaining only the hunting instinct. About 70% of humanity failed the baptism and became beast-transformed. The military also suffered massive casualties and could barely look after itself. Most humans needed at least 72 hours of adaptation before their physical fitness could barely catch up to the beast-transformed, plus some would later awaken abilities allowing them to barely hold their ground in the cruel hunt. Because human flesh contained abundant spiritual energy, the perfect catalyst for beast-transformed evolution, and the beast cores slowly forming in the hearts of the beast-transformed were also vital resources for humans to grow stronger. This destined them to an endless war of mutual destruction. Li Yao withdrew his gaze, picked up his phone, and saw several missed calls on the screen. His parents, Huo Su, and a few close friends. He immediately called his father back. Dad, is everything okay at home? His voice carried a tension he hadn't known. In his previous life, returning home, he had found only 2 pools of blood and scattered bones inferring from the shredded clothes that they belonged to his parents, while his younger sister had vanished without a trace. A nightmare that had always haunted him. Everyone is fine. At first, your sister felt terribly cold, but she recovered after gulping down several bottles of Huoxiang Jingqi liquid. This time it was his mother Li Shumi on the phone, her voice slightly choked. Be careful out there. I hear beasts roaring next door and screams. I don't know what's happening. Mom, stay home for at least 4 days. Don't go out. Don't even look next door. Lock all doors and windows. After 4 days, check if your body has any special changes, then try to go out for food supplies. I may not be able to contact you often, and I estimate the power and internet will go down in about an hour. You must be careful. If it gets too bad, just stay home and wait for me. Hearing his mother's voice again, Li Yao felt a heavy weight quietly lift from his heart. Reliving the brutal apocalypse seemed to have let in a sliver of light called hope. Not bad. He hung up and immediately dialed Huo Su's number. As soon as the call connected, suppressed sobs came through. Li Yao, I'm scared. Upstairs and downstairs are full of screams, and outside the street, everywhere, man-eating monsters. The company fire door is being banged loudly. Huo Su's voice was broken with panic. Sister Su, don't be afraid. They can't smash the fire door with that much force yet. I'll be there soon, wait for me. Li Yao softened his voice, calming her. President Huo, this is nothing. You can do it. Breathe in, out. The sound of deep breathing came over the phone. Hearing your voice, I feel much better. With things like this outside, it's too dangerous for you to come. Wait for military rescue. Stay home, don't take the risk. True to Huo Su, even in such dire straits after the initial panic, she quickly regained some composure. Don't worry, Sister Su, I have a way to get there. Just wait peacefully. Li Yao's tone was assured. He ended the call and quickly sent safety messages to a few of his brothers. He gathered all the knives and food from the kitchen into the primal space, keeping only a sharp watermelon knife in hand. Spatial perception instantly spread out. When did someone get on the rooftop? Pity, already a wandering beast transformed. Li Yao's figure appeared silently behind the beast-transformed man. The blade of the watermelon knife in his hand was coiled with hair-thin spatial fissures, and with a casual stroke he slashed. The beast-transformed man's head, as if pulled by an invisible thread, rolled along the smooth-cut surface. Blue blood gushed like a fountain, and the headless corpse twitched on the ground, displaying astonishing vitality. Indeed, the beast core hasn't condensed yet. He crouched down, swiftly cut open the chest, and poked at the heart with the tip of the knife. He looked up at the iconic central building 2 kilometers away, a flash of light flickering in his eyes. In an instant, he calculated the teleportation landing point, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Central building, 16th floor. Huo Su stood alone in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, staring absently at the city, gradually being enveloped in chaos outside. A light yellow dress outlined her graceful figure. Her long straight black hair was loose, with a few strands of airy bangs dampened by sweat sticking to her smooth forehead. Her face was pale, but it did not diminish her peerless beauty. Instead, it added a heart-wrenching fragility. Li Yao. She murmured to her own reflection on the glass, her fingertips unconsciously scratching the window frame. I haven't repaid your life-saving grace from last time, and now my whole family owes you your kindness. In the past, I could ensure you had food and clothing and protect you. But now, Huo Su smirked bitterly. I've become the source of disaster. Heh. Thinking of Li Yao, an extremely faint blush involuntarily crept onto her cheeks. In the bitterly cold water, on the verge of losing consciousness and death, it was that powerful hand that forcibly dragged her back to the world of the living. Such an experience was enough to make anyone develop an indescribably strong affection for the rescuer. What's more, Li Yao was naturally handsome and heroic. Thick eyebrows, big eyes, a well-defined square face, exuding a reassuring honesty and righteousness. His nearly 2-meter tall and robust stature gave her an unparalleled sense of security. Huo Su herself didn't believe she wasn't at all attracted to him. However, in this world where the strong prey on the weak and power reigns supreme, a beautiful woman is often a curse. As a former strong one herself, she knew this better than anyone. Her original plan was to let Li Yao enter her company, accumulate connections under her covert support, and pave a way upward for him. Perhaps there might be a faint hope between them. Fortunately, Li Yao's extraordinary talent once gave Huo Su great motivation. But in a blink of an eye, the apocalypse descended, and all plans turned to bubbles. I only hope that now he can be as gifted as before the apocalypse. Otherwise, Huo Su's eyes flickered with a hint of struggle, murmuring softly, I'm afraid. Only that method can be used. What method? Susujia. Oh. The sudden familiar voice exploded like thunder in her ears. Huo Su's hair stood on end, her heart nearly leaping out of her chest, letting out a short scream. She spun around, saw the figure who had appeared soundlessly, and despite her lingering fear, a surge of anger welled up. Stinky Li Yao, don't you know scaring people to death is bad? She scolded angrily while patting her heaving chest. This fright soaked her thin dress with cold sweat, making her delicate curves more distinct. Kid, what are you looking at? Huo Su followed his gaze down, blushing furiously, and pinched his arm lightly. Bushy brows and big eyes look honest, but your mind is impure. Susujia is naturally peerless, especially now. Li Yao shrugged helplessly, his tone frank and innocent. Using this to test me, isn't it a bit too much? Youth adores beauty. Huo Su's extraordinary allure made admiration natural. Coupled with the deep bond of fighting side by side and sharing life and death in his past life, Li Yao had long determined in his heart, this woman could only be his. You haven't told me yet what exactly is the method. My Susujia. He pressed again, a faint guess forming in his. Perhaps her ruined face in the past life was not an accident. Huo Su rolled her eyes at him, not minding the affectionate dominance in his words, feeling a rare moment of relaxation. What else can I do? Her tone carried a barely perceptible melancholy, disfigurement. In this world, looking like this would only make life worse than death. Li Yao's body jolted violently. So that's it. The pitiable state in his past life was actually her own doing. How much determination and courage did it take to be so ruthless toward her own proud beauty? He stepped forward and gently embraced Huo Su from behind. Susujia, don't be afraid, don't hesitate anymore. His voice was low and firm. From now on, no one dares to covet your beauty. Because I stand before you. Come, let me show you a magic trick. As he spoke, Li Yao lightly touched his fingertips, and a rose made of pure flame bloomed in the air, beautiful and brilliant, radiating warm light. Leaning against his solid and broad chest, watching the flame rose born out of thin air, Huo Su's tense heartstrings finally relaxed slowly. A long-lost sense of tranquility enveloped her. So beautiful. She murmured, her gaze mesmerized, breathing a quiet sigh of relief. Hey, completely relaxed, reason regained the upper hand. Huo Su immediately spotted the key issue. How did you get in? She looked at Li Yao suspiciously. The doors and windows on this floor were all intact. Teleportation. Another ability, I awakened. Li Yao said with a smile, half joking, half serious. Maybe you'll awaken an ability soon too. Really? Huo Su looked up in surprise. You're not lying to me, are you? He'll take it seriously. And you able to create fire and teleport? How many tricks do you have up your sleeve? There's even stronger, but I need your cooperation. Li Yao tightened his embrace, feeling the soft and voluptuous touch in his arms. A certain part of his body honestly responded, lowering his voice. Wanna try? In his arms, Huo Su immediately noticed his Bodis reaction, blushing, even her delicate earlobes red. She gently twisted her body, broke free from his embrace, her face flushed, scolding, stinky little brother, only thinking about filthy things. Ahem. Li Yao coughed awkwardly, subconsciously arching his back to hide his embarrassment. His cheeks were also slightly hot, so he quickly changed the subject. Su Jia, anything to pack? It's time to go. By the way, why did you come to the company on the weekend? When I was inspecting yesterday, I accidentally left the jade pendant my mother gave me in the company. I had things to do at home in the morning and didn't have time to get it, so I came in the afternoon. Huo Su took off a thin silver chain from her fair neck. On the chain hung a dark black heart-shaped jade pendant the size of half a palm. She shook it in front of Li Yao's eyes. Here, this is it. Huh. Li Yao's gaze was instantly locked onto the jade pendant, an expression of disbelief on his face. Legacy, ink, jade. Su Jia, where did Annie get this? A legacy jade was extremely rare, even in the apocalypse 10 years later, and this piece, warm and lustrous, was clearly the legendary natural legacy ink jade. Mom got it from an old antique dealer. What's wrong? What legacy ink jade? Do you need it? Huo Su, seeing his big reaction, turned around without hesitation and hung it around Li Yao's neck. If you need it, take it. Su Jia. Li Yao felt a surge of emotion, an indescribable feeling welling up, and he pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly. Stinky little brother, taking advantage again. Huo Su mumbled softly, but didn't break free. Let's see what the legacy is before going back. Natural legacy ink jade. He had never heard of anyone seeing one in his past life. He wondered how Huo Su lost it in that life. Probably lost in the early chaos of the apocalypse. He picked up the ink jade on his chest, and a stream of chaotic energy slowly infused into it. The surface of the pendant gradually emitted a soft multicolored glow. In the unseen, a profound cultivation method directly imprinted into the depths of his consciousness. Dual cultivation method, yin yang. Dual cultivation transforms chaos. Yin and yang derive myriad paths. Yin and yang are the root of heaven and earth, the pivot of creation. Solitary yin does not grow, solitary yang does not give birth. Dual cultivation is not mere physical desire, but the union of spirit and chi, the intersection of life and destiny. Use one's own yin and yang to sense the yin and yang of heaven and earth. Use the chaos of two to trace back to the primordial beginning. When yin extreme, yang rises. When yang extreme, yin hides. Circling repeatedly, chaos is achieved. Chaos is not nothing, it holds the potential of Wuji. Once yin and yang are distinguished, the gates of myriad paths open. Yin chapter. Yang chapter. Mom. Su Jia. Su Jia. We hit the jackpot. Even Li Yao, whose mind had been tempered to stone through bloody battles in his past life, could hardly contain his excitement at this moment. This cultivation method seemed tailor-made for him. This is a cultivation method inheritance. He'll pass it to you. Li Yao couldn't wait, raised his hand and gently touched Huo Su's smooth forehead, transmitting the complete content of the yin and yang chapters of dual cultivation method to her. Huo Su closed her eyes to feel the suddenly appearing cultivation method in her mind. After a moment, she opened her eyes, her face flushed with the intoxicating blush, her eyes dodging. The profound abyss guizong method. Such a strange name. This. The second cultivation method. Too obscene. What profound abyss guizong method? Li Yao was taken aback. Isn't it dual cultivation method? The name is profound abyss guizong method. It is indeed a dual cultivation method, and the second cultivation method is the method of dual cultivation. Huo Su's voice grew softer, her cheeks burning hot. How about trying tonight? Li Yao asked with a teasing smile. He suppressed the surging thoughts in his mind, constantly pondering. Why are the names different? Could it be that dual cultivation method is the source method? The way I transmitted was just the Tao rhyme, and it automatically derived specific methods based on each individual's physique. Indeed worthy of being a natural legacy ink jade. Alright, let's try tonight. Huo Su seemed not to catch his teasing, suddenly looking up, a hint of smile in her eyes. Li Yao also went along with the conversation. Let's try? Huh. As soon as the words left his mouth, he reacted looking at Huo Su, who had suddenly turned around with a lingering blush on her face. His heart involuntarily skipped a beat. He glanced at the clock on the company wall. The hands pointed to 5:35 in the afternoon. Time flew when he was with Su Jia. They hadn't even said a few words. We need to go back. Li Yao's face turned serious. There was still about half an hour before most man-made objects would be destroyed by the baptism. At that time, water, electricity, communications, and networks would all be cut off. Guns and ammunition would fail, casting another shadow over the already struggling human survival. He looked up at the radiant young woman before him. Su Jia, nothing else to pack. Let's go. Let's go. Huo Su nodded, the initial bewilderment gone from her eyes. Li Yao stepped forward and naturally put his arm around her slender yet resilient waist. Space rippled slightly, and their figures instantly vanished from the 16th floor. The next moment, they stood on the top of the central building. Inside the rented room, the clock hands barely crept past 5:36. Huo Su was dazed. Within a minute, they had traversed 3 or 4 kilometers and arrived. How could such an ability be so utterly unreasonable? Li Yao released her hand and strode straight into the kitchen. He turned on the tap, willed his mind slightly, and the clear water flowed into the origin space. He repeated the same with the bathroom faucet, gathering enough water to last the night with ease. After being purified, the water would gradually become crystalline, exuding an indescribable spiritual essence. Water would never be a worry from now on. Sister Su, go take a shower first, Li Yao turned to remind her. The water and electricity will be cut off soon, and you won't be able to bathe then. You're sweating and feeling sticky, aren't you? Take advantage while there's water. You're right. I feel so uncomfortable. Huo Su instinctively tugged at her collar, then suddenly remembered something. But I don't have a change of clothes. It's fine. Just give me your clothes, and I'll clean and dry them for you. When we go out to stock up on supplies later, we can get some new ones. Li Yao had obviously already planned ahead. Okay, but no peeking, you naughty little brother. Huo Su shot him a playful glare and turned into. After a short while, a fair snow-white arm emerged from the crack in the door, handing out her dress, underwear, and shorts. Li Yao took the pile of clothes that still held her body warmth, walked to the washing sink by the window, poured in detergent, soaked them, and scrubbed them in a few quick strokes. A man's efficiency in laundry was perfectly demonstrated. Then, with a slight movement of his palm, a wisp of formless wind wrapped around them, instantly wicking away all moisture. A light touch of his fingertip and an imperceptible warmth swept over the clothes, leaving them smooth as new. Body wash and hair oil. Why is there only shampoo? Huo Su's voice drifted out from the bathroom. Ahem. Sister Su, do 2 naturally gorgeous people like us really need those? Li Yao scratched his nose, a little embarrassed. There's soap by the sink. You'll have to make do for now. Your clothes are ready. Oh, all right. Huo Su's voice carried a hint of disappointment. Soon the sound of splashing water. About 15 minutes later, the water stopped. Li Yao, I'm done. Give me the towel and the clothes. The door cracked open again, and that pale arm stretched out once more. Here. Li Yao handed over the folded clothes. Unintentionally glancing through the crack, he caught a glimpse of her graceful silhouette through the misty steam. His heart suddenly raced, and he quickly looked away. Soon Huo Su emerged, fully dressed, her wet hair wrapped in a towel. Where's the hairdryer? I need to blow dry. Let me do it. Li Yao picked up the hairdryer, gently unwound the towel from her head, cupped her thick hair in one hand, and held the dryer with the other, sending out a stream of cool air. When her hair was half dry, the hairdryer suddenly emitted a low groan and slowly stopped spinning. He put it down and checked his phone. The screen had gone completely dark. The appliances had already started failing. Power outage. My hair's not even dry yet. Huo Su frowned and ran her fingers through the damp ends. Don't move. Li Yao pointed his sword-like fingers at her hair tips. Wind rise. A warm, gentle current swirled around his fingertips, softly caressing her long hair as the remaining moisture rapidly evaporated. All done. Amazing. Your ability has maxed out life skills. Huo Su's eyes lit up with sincere admiration, but she didn't press for details. Trump cards were the most guarded secret in a chaotic world. So is it enough to protect Sister Su? Li Yao lowered his head and whispered by her ear, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. My Li Yao is the best. Huo Su turned and quickly pecked him on the cheek. Satisfied? Show off. What about this side? It strongly protests. Li Yao grinned and turned his other cheek toward her. Smack. Huo Su lightly slapped the cheek he offered. Protest denied. I've suppressed it by force as the goddess. Li Yao straightened up, rubbing his suppressed cheek with a look of grievance. Huo Su couldn't hold back a laugh. Enough. Let's get down to business. Didn't you say we need to stock up? It's past 6. The sky's getting dark. Go early and return early. You're not coming with me, eh? Li Yao was a little surprised. Can I? Huo Su's eyes brightened, then she hesitated. Will I hold you back? Those monsters outside. They're beast transformers, Sister Su. Li Yao sighed helplessly. Are you underestimating my strength? I haven't cleaned up that trash simply because they're worthless now. Those beasts in my eyes. He paused, his tone dripping with absolute contempt. Are but clay chickens and pottery dogs. Then, go, go, go. 0 yuan shopping engage. Huo Su immediately became excited, her earlier worries swept away. First, the cold chain center. Liao put his arm around her waist. The power is out in summer. Meat and vegetables won't last long. If we don't collect them early, they'll spoil soon. The space twisted slightly, and the two vanished instantly. The Gai Cold Chain Center, as a national-level distribution hub spanning 3 provinces, had a storage capacity in the tens of thousands of tons as the norm. Now this massive complex was shrouded in deathly silence and blood. Everywhere were dried dark red stains and wandering, grotesquely twisted beast transformers. A spatial ripple fluttered, and Li Yao and Huo Su appeared on the roof of a cold storage unit. Li Yao concentrated his perception. In the vast area, only the auras of about a dozen living humans huddled deep inside a cold storage room, shivering. Whether from fear or the cold, he couldn't tell. Holding Huo Su, he teleported into the refrigeration area. Dazzling shelves greeted them, fresh fruits and vegetables, neatly stacked beef, lamb, pork, and even some venison. With a thought, everything was swept into the origin space. Cases of milk, goat milk, camel milk. Taken. The shelves of infant formula. Taken, most leaving only a small amount. The medicine area, similarly left a little, took the rest. Piles of freshly cut flowers in the corner. Also taken. They moved like an invisible wind between the huge sub-warehouses. They left a small amount of easily stored food and made everything else vanish without a trace. In just a few moments, only one sub-warehouse in the refrigeration area still had supplies. Then came the freezer zone. Mountains of frozen meat, whole cases of frozen fish, all kinds of frozen fast foods, piles of ice cream. Under Li Yao's spatial power, they were continuously peeled away from reality, filling a corner of the vast origin space. Soon the freezer zone also became empty. Over 80,000 tons of food reserves. Li Yao felt a bit more settled. The material foundation for establishing a preliminary base was there, but far from enough. He needed to keep collecting. He took Huo Su back to the refrigeration area and stopped in front of the only sub-warehouse that still held supplies. After a moment's deliberation, he refrained from disturbing the people inside. With a flick of his finger, spatial power silently carved a few lines into the ground. When that was done, the two of them faded back into invisibility. Inside the icy cold storage, the dozen survivors huddled together for warmth, their teeth chattering. Brother Zhou. Zhou, did you hear a noise outside just now? A skinny young man with glasses pricked up his ears, his voice uncertain. Noise? I didn't hear anything. What about you all? Zhou, tall and wearing a security uniform, was the group's de facto leader. He looked at the others. Not really. I didn't hear anything either. Maybe there was something. Low murmurs rose from the crowd. Zhou frowned deeply. 200+ workers in the cold chain center, and now only these dozen or so left. They couldn't afford any more accidents. Yedong Yaoqiang, come with me to check it out. Stay careful and keep close. Zhou said in a low voice, signaling to 2 relatively calm young men beside him. The 3 of them had just mustered the courage to pull open the heavy storage door when, hey, ugly freaks down there. Look here. A clear, loud shout laced with provocation inexplicably came from above the storage room, piercing the cold air and echoing through the dead silent cold chain center. Holy shit. Who the hell is that idiot? Trying to die, but don't drag us along. Zhou's face turned ashen. He had practiced martial arts for years and could barely handle 1 or 2 of those monsters. And outside, no less than 200 bloodthirsty beast transformers roamed. That shout was a death sentence. On the cold storage roof, Li Yao watched the scene below that erupted into chaos because of Huo Su's single clear cry. Countless pairs of crimson eyes snapped up and hideous mouths let out greedy roars. They surged in from all directions at terrifying speed, converging at the base of the building in a heart-numbing tide of beasts clawing maniacally toward the 2 on the roof. Targets attracted. Huo Su stood by Li Yao, her tone light and even playful. Now it's your show, Masterly. Li Yao smiled slightly, his eyes full of tenderness and confidence. Sister Su, wait a moment. He extended his hand palm, facing the surging pack below his fingertips, seeming to flicker with starlight. In a calm voice, he said, let me show you a trick. Consider it. Our first little wedding gift tonight. Space imprisonment. The beast transformer that had been snarling ferociously moments ago was abruptly frozen in place. Like an insect trapped in amber, even the slightest movement of its eyeballs became a luxury, its petrified posture still retaining the menacing claws and teeth. Then, phase transfer. As Li Yao's words fell, the 200 over beast transformers on the ground were instantly and neatly relocated to midair. Finally, space compression. Space rotation. The space before them began to warp and spin. Invisible walls curled layer upon layer, gradually coalescing into a transparent rosebud about to bloom. A deep blue-black hue spread at the heart of the flower like ink seeping into water. The rose slowly unfurled its petals, the blue blackness expanding until the entire spatial flower radiated an eerie, profound sapphire glow. Liao lowered his gaze and turned to the one beside him, Sister Su. Is it beautiful? Beautiful. Huo Su stared at the magnificent spectacle slowly rotating, a breathtaking scene tinged with blood and unspeakable awe. The show is over. Let's gather some ice and visit the gourmet supermarket. Liao turned, and before his words died away, both figures vanished from the rooftop. Inside the cold storage, from the moment that clear female voice resounded, accompanied by the sudden eruption of chaotic roars outside, the survivors instinctively shrank their shoulders. Is that woman insane? How dare she make a sound at a time like this? Someone gritted their teeth and cursed their teeth, chattering uncontrollably from fear. Exactly. If she's crazy, at least don't bring disaster to us. Another person clenched a fist and pounded the cold metal shelf, their voice brimming with despair. Now the door must be surrounded by those monsters. We're doomed. Complaints rose and fell like waves in the cold storage. Everyone's face was pale, their eyes filled only with the fear of death. Hey, wait. The sound seems to have stopped. Outside. Why is it suddenly so quiet? The previously chaotic roars vanished without warning, leaving a dead silence that chilled the heart. No, we still need to check the situation outside. Zhou Yi pondered for a moment. Yedong Yaoqiang, come with me. The three cautiously pushed open the heavy door of the sub-storage and peered out vigilantly. The cold air carried a faint scent of blood, but there were no expected roars. He looked around. The refrigerated area was deathly still, and the outer door remained firmly locked as before. The three relaxed slightly. Brother Zhou, there's writing on the floor. Su Yedong exclaimed in a low voice, tugging at Zhou Yi's arm and pointing downward. Zhou Yi looked down and saw 4 lines of powerful hook-like characters deeply engraved on the ground. Water and electricity communication cut off. Perishable items like fresh meat have been taken. Sufficient long-lasting supplies have been left. All beast transformers in the cold chain center have been eliminated. Survive well. In 4 days, try to adapt to the surging power. Hunt beast transformers. Best to behead them. Then take the beast jade from their hearts, press it against your own heart to strengthen yourself. Finally, comrades, may we meet again someday. May our Yinxiao endure forever. The remaining dozen or so people in the cold storage also came out one after another. Staring at the words on the ground, they were all stunned. You've all seen it. Zhou Yi broke the silence, first, his voice complex. This Lord has cleared the threat here for us. Survive. There will be a day when we meet again. Such an existence won't remain obscure. He took a deep breath and led the way toward the refrigerated area's main door. The moment the door opened, Zhou Yi's gaze was seized by the sight in the sky. A sapphire space rose slowly, spun in the sunset's afterglow, magnificent and deadly, stunning the heart. Gourmet supermarket rooftop. Space rippled gently, and the figures of Liao and Huo Su materialized silently. The setting sun blazed like fire, stretching their silhouettes long, dreamlike and ethereal, like a perfect couple. Master Li is increasingly showing the demeanor of a true powerhouse. Huo Su glanced sideways at the person beside her, a trace of admiration and reverence flickering in her eyes. You even remembered to warn and encourage those survivors. I would rather the future of this land be a war of unification among the people of Yinxia. Li Yao's gaze dropped to the streets below, deep as an abyss, than see Yinxia people fighting these beasts or other alien creatures for survival. The supermarket plaza had already become a paradise for beast transformers. Groups of monsters roamed and howled in the twilight. His perception silently spread inside the supermarket. No living humans remained. Only beast transformers filled every corner. The two flashed down to the second floor. Before the beast transformers could howl at the sight of living humans, Liao waved his hand and space imprisonment expanded soundlessly. In an instant, every beast transformer in the supermarket was petrified. The dual-cultivation art resonated astonishingly well with his own nature. The technique was engraved in his consciousness, allowing him to circulate chaotic energy through his meridians purely by instinct. Now, imprisoning this space of over 1,000 square meters didn't feel the slightest strain. His strength had multiplied several times over. The two strolled leisurely on the second floor. All uncontaminated clothing, bedding, pillows, and other daily necessities were gathered into the spatial storage. Soon the second floor was emptied. They walked down to the first floor. Gold, silver, platinum, jade, and jewelry, all swept into the storage. Is any of this still useful in the apocalypse? Huo Su frowned, puzzled. Women always love beauty. You can wear them in leisure time. Gold and silver might serve as materials for forging weapons. Jade can gather energy and will have its uses later. Liao explained briefly. Drink section, cigarette section, liquor section. The two walked past, and wherever they went the shelves were left bare. When they reached the fruit and vegetable fresh area, they found it in chaos. Fruits and vegetables were stained with dried dark bloodstains, and were no longer edible. The meat section was completely empty, long devoured by beast transformers. In the snack area they left 2 tenths, in the rice flour and oil area 3 tenths, the rest was taken. The seasoning area was thoroughly packed up. In the aquatic area live fish, turtles and crabs had been devoured, only oysters and shellfish remained, their sizes having swollen 2 or 3 times larger than just a few hours ago. Without hesitation they took them all. After looting the first floor they headed to the warehouse. 1/5 of the non-perishable supplies were left, the rest, especially perishable goods, were taken entirely. By the time they teleported back to the rooftop the sun had sunk below the horizon, leaving only a trace of dark red. Sister Huo Su, Liao turned his head, his voice carrying a note of solemnity. Tonight, let's have a simple wedding. Let's go to the wedding shop to pick up some candles and double happiness characters, then the bridal shop. I remember they have a treasured Hanfu wedding gown there. You'll look stunning in it. Let's take it and go home to decorate the bridal chamber. He looked at her inquiringly. As you wish. Huo Su's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied softly. By the time they returned home dusk was falling. Liao took out the large red double happiness characters from his spatial storage and let Huo Su arrange them in the living room while he headed straight to the bedroom. Ice blocks were taken out and spread on the floor. Their crystalline chill dispelled the room's heat. A red carpet was laid over them, slightly insulating the cold. Petals from fresh-cut flowers were carefully plucked and spread thickly, 5 or 6 centimeters deep, over the carpet like a soft cloud of sunset. The old bedding was stored away, a new mattress put in place, and then covered with dazzlingly red sheets, pillowcases, and quilt. At the foot of the bed, red dates, peanuts, longans, and melon seeds were artfully arranged into a pattern symbolizing early birth of a precious child. Once everything was arranged, he walked into the other bedroom and gently placed a gorgeous red Hanfu wedding gown and a red bridal veil on the bed. Back in the living room, the dining table was moved out of the kitchen and covered with a bright red cloth. Seasonal fruits were offered on it, and a pair of red candles carved with dragon and phoenix patterns stood on either side, their flames flickering. Sister Huo Su, the wedding gown is in the spare bedroom. Can you put it on yourself? Liao called out while busy. I can. He'll go change. But, can you wear a Hanfu? Huo Su's voice came from the living room. Yes. You go change, we'll change my outfit too. Liao glanced out the window. The sky was completely dark. He drew the curtains tight and lit the red candles. Their flickering light bathed the room in a warm orange glow. Finally, he turned and walked toward the carefully prepared bridal chamber. The sun sank below the horizon and a crescent moon quietly emerged. The beastified humans on the ground had already grown restless, and the distant piercing screams and savage roars added a bloody hue to the impending nightfall. On the 3rd floor of Huayuan residential complex, a soft candlelight filtered through the curtains, casting a warm orange glow in the room. Downstairs, drawn by the light, more and more beastified humans gathered, but they could only claw and howl futilely 3 meters away from the building, as if blocked by an invisible wall. Inside the living room, the sofa and tea table had long been stored away. In the center of the floor, a huge heart shape was meticulously arranged with candles. In front of the candle formation stood an altar with a pair of dragon and phoenix candles flickering on it. 3 incense sticks burned slowly in the middle, their curling smoke spiraling upward. Sister Su, shall we bow to heaven and earth? Liao swallowed hard, his palms sweating as they dampened the red silk he held. Having lived 2 lives, this was his first time formally performing the wedding ceremony, forging a covenant for life. All right. Sure. Don't be nervous. You're making me nervous too. Huo Su's reply was equally hesitant, her cheeks flushing slightly. Liao's mind stirred, and the space recorder quietly activated. This extraordinary wedding had to be preserved forever. First bow to heaven and earth. Bow. Liao's clear voice echoed in the candlelight. The two stood side by side, slowly knelt, and devoutly kowtowed. Second bow to parents. Bow. They turned around, facing the direction of their home, and bowed deeply again. Third bow between husband and wife. Bow. Face to face they knelt and kowtowed for the 3rd time, as if invisible threads were tightly binding their fates together. The moment the 3rd kowtow landed, the beastified humans outside the window suddenly wailed collectively, as if intimidated by an invisible force. The ceremony is complete. Escort the bride to the bridal chamber. Liao carefully assisted Huo Su, and the two slowly entered the elaborately decorated wedding chamber. In the depths of the unseen, certain intangible things seemed to quietly merge into their bodies. Sitting down on the edge of the bed draped in red satin, Liao held his breath and gently lifted the red veil. A face of unparalleled beauty met his eyes. An oval face as smooth as congealed cream, cheeks flushed with the light blush of dawn, like a peach blossom glistening with dew, delicate eyebrows slanting like distant misty peaks, autumn-like eyes sparkling with affectionate radiance, a straight, exquisite nose as if carved from jade, and slightly parted cherry-red lips that captivated the soul. Liao was momentarily entranced. My husband. Huo Su's eyes shimmered as she called softly. Oh, it's time for the nuptial wine. Li Yao snapped back to reality, causing Huo Su to let out a light giggle. Husband, bring a piece of white silk. Her eyes sparkled with maidenly shyness as she spoke. Ice cubes exuded a faint chill, barely dispelling the heat in the air. On the wedding chamber table, the candle flames intertwined and danced. After a long time, the candles had long burned out. Li Yao lifted Huo Su in his arms, sat in a profound posture, and silently activated the dual-cultivation technique. Wispy glimmers of light emerged from their bodies, converged, and finally formed a hazy cocoon that gently enveloped them. The morning sunlight streamed through the window lattice, and Li Yao slowly opened his eyes. The chaotic energy within his body surged and flowed along profound routes, its intensity having multiplied tens of times over. With a mere thought, a condensed wind blade instantly formed in his palm. He made a light cut, but before any blood could flow, the wound had already healed. Fourth rank. Li Yao's heart surged with excitement. In his past life, he had only reached this level 6 years later. He submerged his consciousness into the origin space. Its volume had expanded to an astonishing nearly 100 cubic kilometers. Half of the origin space could now be used to transform it into a chaotic world. His spatial perception spread out like a tide, effortlessly covering a radius of several kilometers. This meant that the maximum distance for teleportation had also exceeded 1,000 meters. He looked down at Huo Su, who was still fast asleep beside him. On her exquisite face, the lingering flush of last night's ecstasy had not yet fully faded, and the sunlight cast a light golden halo upon her. The arm revealed outside the silk quilt seemed to have a warm radiance flowing beneath her skin. Li Yao gently grasped her wrist and infused a strand of energy for a careful probe. A fairly strong energy was circulating within her body in a regular rhythm, tempering her physique. Awakened on the second day, and jumped directly to the second rank. Li Yao was astonished. In his past life, Huo Su had awakened on the 4th day of the apocalypse. Though her talent was top tier this time, she had completed her awakening in less than 24 hours. Could it be that a special physique was activated by the dual cultivation method? He pondered, his eyes narrowing. I must go deal with that scoundrel tomorrow and seize his ability. He's also in Gai. That guy is violent and extreme, finding pleasure in killing and torturing people. Awakening on the 3rd day of the apocalypse with terrifying potential. His system, condensed from fantasy power, can appraise and generate awakening seeds of enormous value. Li Yao slipped on his slippers, took a nightgown from his space, and walked toward the kitchen. Having not eaten all night, and after intense activity, he was ravenous. He took a bowl, drew water from his space, and soaked vermicelli to soften it. He dismantled some simple furniture, dividing the wood into 2 piles. Opening the window, he ignited the wood with a flame from his fingertip, set up an iron pot. While simmering a rice porridge mixed with crushed green shrimp meat, he quickly stir-fried shredded potatoes with vinegar, made a refreshing cucumber salad, braised tender tofu, and finally shucked oysters to meticulously roast 9 garlic vermicelli oysters. Back in the living room, he repositioned the sofa and tea table, arranged the dishes, then turned to the bedroom. He gently pinched Huo Su's nose, leaned down, and whispered in her ear, "Sister Su, time to get up and eat. If you don't, I'll eat it all myself. Leave some for me. Just one more minute." Huo Su mumbled drowsily, clearly exhausted. Li Yao smiled, helped her sit up, slipped a silk sleeping gown over her to conceal her delightful figure, then scooped her into his arms and carried her to the living room. "Husband, that's enough, put me down. I'm awake. Huo Su finally came to, gently struggling to get down. "Sister Su, feel your body and see what ability you've awakened." Li Yao sat on the sofa and pulled her onto his lap. Huo Su's drowsiness was instantly replaced by excitement. She concentrated, carefully sensing. A chair in front of her suddenly floated into the air, and then a deep blue frost rapidly spread, covering the entire chair. With a thought, the frozen chair crashed into the wall with a bang, shattering into countless ice shards. Ice ability. And this ice power is much more fierce and pure than in the past life. Wait, there's also psychokinesis. A flicker of astonishment crossed Li Yao's eyes. A dual-element awakener. In his past life, Huo Su had only possessed ice. How about that? Impressive, right? Huo Su raised her face, brimming with the exhilaration of her newfound power and a hint of pride. Absolutely amazing. Later I'll teach you how to use them more effectively. For now, let's fill our stomachs. Li Yao affectionately ruffled her hair. In this life, she already stood at the pinnacle of talent. The two quickly finished breakfast. The last garlic vermicelli oyster, under Li Yao's watchful gaze, and Huo Su's playful protest, ended up in her stomach. After clearing up, Huo Su walked lightly to Li Yao and naturally sat sideways on his lap. "Husband," she nestled against him, her voice soft. "What are our plans from now on?" "There are still plenty of opportunities and resources in Gai City," Li Yao said, holding her. "I plan to stay here a few more days, search for some important treasures, see if there are any usable talents, and eliminate a menace." Then we'll go to Shindu, pick up your parents, and return to Shidi to establish our base. Shidi, Huo Su frowned slightly. It's surrounded by mountains on all sides. Although the Zhang River flows through it, the arable land isn't large, and it's at the intersection of 3 provinces. It's okay as an initial stronghold, but a single county is ultimately constrained. Later development will be limited and will likely need to relocate again. Also, have you thought about the core management model for the base? And our current material reserves are far from enough to support a base, right? She earnestly analyzed the difficulties in the plan. In the early stage, we need to implement authoritarian management to concentrate power and deal with crises. Once the world is stabilized and order is restored, we can gradually transition to broader democratic governance. Li Yao explained, then pulled open the curtain and pointed to the pedestrian street below. As for the limited territory, that's not an issue. Look at that street. Hasn't it become noticeably wider? His gaze deepened as he looked into the distance. This apocalyptic baptism is the evolution of all things. Not just us, but this planet itself, Blue Star, is also rapidly evolving and expanding. Susu, you must shatter the previous paradigm. This baptism will accelerate the evolution of all things by 100, 1,000, even 10,000 times beyond the past. A flicker passed through Li Yao's eyes, perhaps reminiscing about the roar of a world in wild transformation in his past life. A chaotic era teeming with vitality and destruction alike. When thought is no longer a privilege exclusive to humanity, the scales of survival will tip entirely. Gazing at the empty pedestrian street before her, Huo Su sank into contemplation. Was launching expanding? And how did her husband know so much? Regarding the arrival of the apocalypse, the opportunity for humanity to counter the beastified humans in 4 days, the beast core within them, and the dramatic changes on Earth. The previous doubts remained unsolved and now grew even deeper. Unable to figure it out, she decided to ask directly. My husband, where exactly do you get all this information? The arrival of the apocalypse, humanity's ability to fight beastified humans in 4 days, the beast core inside them, and the changes on Earth. I thought you could hold out and never ask. A teasing smile curled on Li Yao's lips. When I awakened my psychic power, I glimpsed a fragment of the future. So I know a bit more. So you mean you had already awakened before the apocalypse broke out? Huo Su's eyes flew wide as she stared at the man before her in disbelief. Yep, pretty amazing, right? Li Yao raised his head in a tactical gesture of pride. After the light rain, most people's physical conditions strengthened, and a portion will awaken psychic abilities. Generally speaking, the earlier one awakens their psychic power, the higher their aptitude. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, only 14 people had awakened worldwide. In the Shengyang's Hao, Yinxia had 6, Sainer's home had 1, the Central Desert 1, Yinzhou had 3, Rilu had 2, and the last one was in Heizhou. So detailed. Should we go ahead and recruit the remaining 4 in Yinxia? Huo Su's eyes glistened, her collector's itch stirring. How could he not be detailed? In his past life, most of those who later shook the world were these people. Li Yao thought to himself, but said aloud, no, Susu, it's 6. You and I are not counted in that. I awakened before the apocalypse while you awakened around the 2nd day, strictly speaking the 1st day. We can't gather them, yet they are scattered far and wide, which actually allows them to save more survivors. His tone suddenly turned icy, a bone-chilling cold glinting in his eyes. But there are 2 scum that must be dealt with as soon as possible. Huo Su keenly caught the murderous intent in his voice. What? There is one in Gai City. A pervert who kills when happy, kills when unhappy. Killing is his joy, torturing is his hobby. A beast like that alive is a curse, not a blessing for humanity. Li Yao's voice dropped very low, as if afraid to taint the air. We'll go settle him tomorrow. Then he softened his tone and ruffled Huo Su's hair. All right, let's go wash up together. Time to head out. First, let's practice our abilities. Okay. Huo Su nodded and rose to walk toward the bathroom, but her gait was a little awkward. Want me to carry you? Li Yao followed behind, a teasing lilt in his voice. No, it's all your fault, you brute. Huo Su's cheeks instantly flushed. Under the morning light, her jade-like slender figure seemed to radiate a faint glow. The prominent curves, already breathtaking in the dim candlelight last night, were now clearly visible, their impact overwhelming. Her waist was so slender one could almost encircle it, and her saintly, exquisite face was tinged with pink. Desire stirred again within him, but he caught sight of the slight frown on Huo Su's brow. Remembering that she was still new to the ways of love, Li Yao forced down the volcanic surge of his desire and took a deep breath. He waved his hand, channeling the power of space, and clear water flowed around their bodies, gently cleansing their skin. After blow-drying Huo Su's soft long hair, they returned to the living room, both fully dressed. Huo Su wore an off-white cotton short-sleeve top adorned with delicate pearl buttons at the collar, paired with indigo high-waist cropped trousers, whose slightly flared hems made her legs appear even longer and straighter. A slim brown belt cinched her slender waist, and she wore clean white sneakers on her feet. A pearl hairpin adorned her hair, revealing a gentle elegance beneath her fresh, sharp style. Liao wore a simple white short-sleeve shirt with ankle-length pants, clean and brisk. Susu, are you feeling okay? If yes, we'll clear the beastified humans in the neighborhood this morning and let you get familiar with using your powers. In the afternoon, we'll head out to search for supplies. If not, you can rest at home and he'll go alone. Liao laid out the day's plan. Who are you underestimating? Haven't you heard that only the ox gets worn out, never the field? Let's go. Watch me, your CEO, dominate the field. Huo Su shot him a glare, rolling up her sleeves in eagerness. She opened the door, and Liao stepped out first. It was a 6-story building, and they were on the 3rd floor. His spatial perception had already swept through the building. Oddly, besides the one on the rooftop, there was not a single beastified human inside. The surviving residents were all hiding behind closed doors. They went straight downstairs. The electronic door lock of the unit had long failed. Fortunately, those beastified humans did not yet seem to understand how to pull doors open. Pushing open the unit door, the creak was especially jarring in the silence. The spatial barrier set up last night had disappeared. The beastified humans that had gathered earlier had scattered, leaving only 7 or 8 wandering aimlessly nearby. Hearing the noise, those beastified humans sharply twisted their heads, their blood-red beast pupils instantly locking onto the pair at the door. A craving for flesh and blood burned in their eyes. They let out low roars and pounced forward like arrows from a bow. Watching the rapidly approaching hideous monsters, Huo Su's pupils contracted, and she instinctively spread her hands, releasing a surge of psychokinetic force. Those 8 ferocious beastified humans were seized as if by an invisible giant hand, writhing futilely in midair. A layer of pitch-black ice crystals rapidly spread over their bodies, covering their skin and freezing their muscles. Those 8 ferocious beastified humans were seized as if by an invisible giant hand, writhing futilely in midair. A layer of pitch-black ice crystals rapidly spread. She waved her hand lightly, and the ice sculptures shattered instantly into steaming fragments of frost. Done, she shot a glance at Liao and walked ahead first. Oh, acting Sundara now. Liao chuckled inwardly, catching up quickly. Susu, why did you lift them up just now? He asked as he walked, spreading his spatial perception like radar. Wouldn't it be more efficient to directly control them with psychokinesis and then shatter their necks instantly with ice power? Liao gently offered combat tips. It's my first time facing these things. Heat into my mind went blank, and I didn't think about that. Huo Su was slightly embarrassed, then a sly glint flashed in her eyes. Husband, from now on, when we're outside, I'll only use psychokinesis. As for training the ice power, you can teach me privately, okay? I was just about to suggest that, but you thought of it yourself. As expected of CEO Huo, always knows to hold back a trick. Liao's eyes held approval. You can also hold back a trick with psychokinesis. Normally prepare some small items like iron nail steel balls and use them in battle. In private, you can try turning psychokinesis into blades or shaping it into ropes. They looked at each other, exchanged a knowing smile, and walked side by side. Roar, howl, hiss. In the Huayuan residential area, a cacophony of roars and dying wails shattered the dead silence. Many survivors cautiously lifted a corner of their curtains to peer outside. They saw a stunning figure surrounded by several hideous beastified humans. Yet there was not a trace of panic on her face. Several gleaming knives, a meat cleaver, a fruit knife, a slicing knife, floated, whirled, and spun around her as if imbued with life. With every flash of the blade, a head fell. These ordinary kitchen tools now in her hands had become peerless divine weapons, reaping lives. Blue blood splattered. She shifted her steps lightly, always evading at the most ingenious angles, as if dancing exquisitely on a crimson stage. After the last beastified human crashed to the ground, she raised a hand to wipe the fine beads of sweat from her brow and walked toward the shade by the wall. Moments later, she gently linked arms with a handsome, upright man, and the two strolled out. Damn. At a time like this, there's still a pretty boy mooching off a woman. Behind the windows, the men turned green with envy. Bro, share some secrets. How did you win over this female war goddess? Someone upstairs finally couldn't restrain himself and shouted out, his tone dripping with envy, jealousy, and hatred. The other survivors subconsciously held their breath and perked up their ears. Huh, isn't it as easy as having hands? Liao looked up, a harmless smile on his face. To everyone else, that smile looked utterly infuriating. They wished they could rush down and stomp on his face to vent their anger. Female war goddess. Female war goddess. What's the situation outside? When will the army come to rescue us? How did you make those knives fly? Whoosh whoosh, so cool. It was you who killed the monsters in the stairwell earlier, right? Thank you so much. I've been hiding all day, too scared to move. When will water, electricity, and internet be restored? Once someone started, a cacophony of questions and shouts erupted. Fortunately, the beastified humans in the center of the neighborhood had already been cleared. There are beastified humans everywhere outside. You'd better stay inside your buildings, lock the doors. If you need food and water, you can look in the empty rooms. We haven't touched the supplies there. But everyone behave yourselves. Don't cause trouble, don't loot. As for distribution, you can discuss it among yourselves per building. If anyone dares to cross me and make my wife unhappy, then you'll never have a chance to be happy again. Understand. Liao stood behind Huo Su, putting on a bit of a fox using tiger's might act. Yes. Thank you, female war goddess. Will definitely behave and won't cause you any trouble. Everyone quickly agreed, but what they truly planned, or whether they could keep their words, only heaven knew. Huo Su shot Liao an exasperated glare. He was really getting into his role-playing. Husband, it's noon. We should head back. All right, let's go. Home for lunch. Liao nodded, naturally taking Huo Su's hand. Their figures seemed to merge with the air, flickered slightly, and vanished completely. They left behind nothing but a crowd of stunned gazes. The air inside the room was thick and humid. The ice laid the previous night had long melted, its water spreading from the bedroom to the living room, meandering across the floor. Susu, cool it down a bit. Liao fanned his face with his hand. Huo Su focused her mind, and the power of frost silently emanated. In an instant, a thin layer of pitch-black ice covered the floor and walls, replacing the stifling heat with a refreshing coolness. Huo Su stepped into the bathroom. Husband, bring some water. In the kitchen, the furniture continued fulfilling its steaming rice, stir-frying dishes, shredded pork with hot peppers, eggplant strips with tomatoes, poached white shrimp, long beans dressed with sesame paste, boiled sliced beef, steamed sea bass, and a bowl of seaweed and egg soup. 6 dishes and 1 soup were laid out on the dining table. Liao nodded inwardly. It seemed his past life skills hadn't been lost. He took out 2 bottles of jiaxi bao, twisted open the caps with a pop, and the amber liquid bubbled with fine effervescence. Susu, are you ready? Liao walked to the bathroom door and knocked lightly. The door opened, and Huo Su loosened her hair wrap. I'm done. Husband, help me blow dry my hair. After a brief grooming, they walked side by side to the table and sat down. Not bad at all. Which little girl taught you? Huo Su took a sip of jiaxi bao, her eyes smiling with teasing. You, Liao chuckled. Before the apocalypse, you always said you'd watch the kids and I'd cook. I never imagined the apocalypse would actually bring that wish closer to coming true. Closer? Isn't it already accomplished? Huo Su blinked confusion, lacing her voice. And the child? Liao raised an eyebrow in retort. Huo Su shot him a glare. Well, that still requires your continued effort. Liao was momentarily speechless. If not for his tenderness toward her after their first night together, have her begging for mercy. After lunch, they sealed away the damp sheets, quilt, pillows, and the thin gauze tinged with a blush from the bedroom, replacing them with fresh linens. Then they embraced and rested for a while. Upon waking, they stretched in unison, neatened their clothes, gulped down some bottled water, and prepared to set out. Teleporting to the rooftop, they saw the community they had cleaned in the morning now patrolled by a few beastified humans, emitting low growls as they wandered between buildings. The Guyu Museum, a national first-grade institution. A building spanning over 30,000 square meters with 15,000 square meters of exhibition halls housing over 10,000 artifacts. Its crown jewels were the Dingqin sword and the golden silver inlaid great noble wine vessel, one of only 2 such pieces in the country. These 2 treasures had greatly aided Li Yao in his past life. The Dingqin sword ranked first among the new 10 famous swords possessing the might to cleave mountains and shatter peaks, and was also one of the 10 great fortune-stabilizing artifacts. The great noble wine vessel, though less renowned, contained a hidden realm, a multi-layered spatial chamber for wine. By mixing beast blood with ordinary wine, it could transform the mundane into the miraculous brewing spiritual liquor. In his past life, these 2 treasures had fallen into his hands early in the apocalypse. Figures flickered, and the couple appeared on the museum's rooftop. Liao extended his perception, and the situation inside the museum became clear to him. There were very few beastified humans. In the empty exhibition halls, the living humans from the early apocalypse had long been devoured, and these bloodthirsty beasts had moved elsewhere to hunt. They flashed into the central exhibition area on the 3rd floor, where a spatial barrier sealed off the level. The rust-covered Dingqin sword lay quietly within a bulletproof glass case. Unimaginable that this was a peerless divine weapon. Husband, this. It's only fit for display. Huo Su was puzzled. Was it worth a special trip? Susu, the treasure conceals its own brilliance. Watch. As Li Yao spoke, a spatial rift silently appeared, shattering the bulletproof glass with a crack. He picked up the ancient sword and channeled chaotic energy into it. As the energy surged, rust flaked off in showers, and the pitted blade rippled with light, slowly repairing and filling itself. The entire sword gradually became enveloped in a faint purple glow, and the blade itself began to stretch. Finally, a bronze longsword about 1.7 meters in length, ancient and noble, floated in the air. Purple light swirled, and its purple tassel swayed without wind, exuding solemnity and majesty. Old friend, I've come for you again. Li Yao gazed at the reborn sword, murmuring softly, his eyes filled with familiarity and emotion. Ching! The Dingxin sword let out a crisp ring as if in response. Grasping the hilt again, he continued to pour chaotic energy into it, imprinting a unique chaotic mark deep within the sword's guard. The long sword then vanished into his chaotic sea of consciousness. With a mere thought, it instantly reappeared in his palm. Huo Su watched the wondrous scene, her mouth slightly agape in astonishment. Cultivation. The thought flickered through her mind, then she found it amusing. With a flourish, he sheathed the Dingxin sword and casually swept the surrounding ancient artifacts into his spatial storage. Li Yao turned to look at Huo Su, still dazed. Her blank expression was especially endearing. Let's go. He waved a hand before her eyes. When she snapped back, he wrapped an arm around her slender waist, and they vanished. On the second floor, a few beastified humans wandered aimlessly. Before they could react, Li Yao flicked his fingers, and several azure wind blades silently sliced through the air. In an instant, several heads flew off, and foul blue blood spurted from the severed necks. In the central exhibition area, the great noble wine vessel sat securely on its stand. 3 crouching bears supported the round, flat-bottomed body of the vessel. On the dome-shaped lid, a vermilion bird knob seemed ready to take flight, while 3 phoenixes at the edges held rings in their beaks. The vessel's body, decorated with gold and silver inlay and partial gilding, exquisitely depicted 3 layers of ornamentation. The upper layer showed the Queen Mother of the West in a banquet amid mountains, clouds, and mist. The middle layer featured noble chariots and horse processions. The lower layer depicted fierce hunting scenes of wild beasts. He shattered the glass, gently cradled the base, and infused it with energy. The great noble wine vessel gradually emitted a milky white glow. Within the radiance, clouds drifted, immortals played music, chariots moved, and beasts galloped. The patterns instantly came to life. With a flicker of thought, the vessel vanished from his hand. Li Yao let out a soft sigh of relief. Though he knew the treasures should be safe in these early days of the apocalypse, he had been uneasy until they were in his grasp. He swept the remaining artifacts into his space, and the 2 figures disappeared from the museum. The Guyu City Library boasted a vast and diverse collection encompassing early childhood education, social sciences, science and technology, literature, and general categories, with a total of over 3 million paper books. Though digital resources had failed in the apocalypse, this ocean of paper books was an invaluable asset for rebuilding civilization. The pair flashed onto the library's rooftop. His perception swept through. Aside from a few dark bloodstains, the library was empty and silent. On the first floor, facing row after row of bookshelves, Huo Su's eyes glinted with excitement. She loved reading. Husband, should we move all the books here? Yes. You sort and organize the scattered books. They'll go up and collect the shelves. From now on, whenever we encounter books, we gather them. Li Yao instructed. Books held the crystallization of human wisdom. When he built a base in the future, he wanted to create a magnificent. He walked slowly up to the second floor. Rows of bookshelves stood silently, crowded with sleeping books. With a wave of his hand, shelves and books alike were swept into his spatial storage. The vast second-floor reading area became empty in an instant. The third floor was the same. Spatial power enveloped it, and the bookshelves vanished without a trace. Just as he was about to head to the fourth floor, Li Yao suddenly paused. From the direction of the eastern restroom came an extremely faint, unusual noise. In the silent library, the slight sound was especially jarring. He extended his spatial perception there, but still detected nothing. My. Li Yao decided to walk straight. As soon as he pushed open the door, a clear sound of chattering teeth, da-da-da, and suppressed rapid breathing reached his ears. Such a timid reaction reminded him of an acquaintance from his past life. Hello. He walked to the innermost closed stall and knocked softly. Oh. A sharp scream suddenly erupted, echoing through the entire library. Li Yao flinched at the unexpected outburst. Downstairs, Huo Su, who was organizing books, heard the scream and, clutching a book, rushed up. At the same time, on the street outside, beastified humans, stimulated by the scream, let out excited, bloodthirsty roars. Like sharks smelling blood, they converged from all directions in a dark tide toward the library entrance, gathering thousands in the blink of an eye. Jia Yu listened to the footsteps closing in. His already damp t-shirt was soaked anew with cold sweat. Yesterday, he had merely visited the library to read and stopped by the restroom. When he emerged, a rainbow-colored light rain had already shrouded heaven and earth. Then from outside the restroom door came the spine-chilling roars of monsters and the harrowing screams of humans. Sensing danger, he cowered in the stall, holding his breath. The sounds outside gradually faded, eventually giving way to utter silence. Thus he endured a full day and night in that cramped, stifling, and foul-smelling little space. The nearly 2-meter-tall man curled up here, his bones aching from the discomfort. Hungry, thirsty, and his limbs stiff, he could not resist moving his numbed legs, only for his heel to lightly thud against the wall with a dong. That tiny sound, however, was like a stone cast into stagnant water. Immediately footsteps of doom echoed, drawing nearer and pounding heavily on his heart. The despair of having achieved nothing in life intertwined with the terror of facing death, making his teeth chatter and his breath catch, nearly suffocating him. Then when the knock and the greeting came, fear surged to its peak, and an uncontrollable howl burst forth. "Dude, isn't your reaction a bit over the top?" came Li Yao's helpless voice from outside the door. "It's just a greeting. Is it that big a deal?" A human voice. A living, breathing human voice. Jia Yes taut, nerves suddenly relaxed, and then a fire of indignation rushed from his dantian to his head. He yanked the stall door open with his slap, the door frame trembling violently, and his massive 1.98-meter frame surged out like a small mountain. "What the hell, mother? Bro, you nearly scared the life out of me. You've got to take responsibility, you need to protect me." But when he saw the man standing outside the door, a burly, handsome hulk of similar height, but even more robust, that nameless anger seemed to be a pricked balloon. The nameless remained, but the anger fizzled out with a puff, and the curse he was about to hurl stuck in his throat. Li Yao looked at the familiar giant before him and almost rolled his eyes to the back of his head. He had thought it looked like him, and it really was. Jia Yu 1.98 meters tall, blessed with divine strength, extraordinary intelligence, and fully maxed out administrative talent. He should have been a pillar of the state, capable of slaying enemies on horseback and governing the nation on the ground, but he was of all things as timid as a mouse. This damn personality single-handedly squandered half his potential. In his past life, Li Yao had tried to temper him, but could only sigh in regret. "Jia Yu, aren't you on holiday? Why aren't you going back?" "Huh?" Jia Yu froze, sizing up Li Yao warily. "Bro, how do you know my name?" He was sure he hadn't mentioned it. "I found a gig during the summer break, and I come to the library to recharge on weekends." "Just heard about you from a friend," Li Yao said without batting an eye. "Fabricating a friend. He said there's a big fool in this school, tall as a flagpole, who even carries a peachwood sword when going out at night." "Slander. That's outright slander." Jia Yes' face flushed red as if he had suffered a great insult. "How can people in this school accuse someone like that out of thin air?" "Fine, then you can just wait here for rescue." Li Yao made as if to turn and leave. "No need, bro. Don't abandon me." Jia Yu immediately panicked, following close behind. He began frantically selling himself. "Take me with you, you won't regret it. I've got a good brain, lots of ideas. And in the 6th-generation heir of an imperial chef, he'll cover your meals from now on." Walking ahead, Li Yao's mouth twitched violently. Exactly the same as in the past life. The lines didn't differ by a single word. What bullshit imperial chef heir? He doesn't even know whether to add light soy sauce to a smashed cucumber. "In the past life, I was fooled by that silver tongue of yours. You think you can pull that trick again? Forget it'll save you some face. Bro, what's your surname? How did you get here? By car? I didn't hear an engine. Is the outside full of monsters? Those screams yesterday were terrifying. Alright, I also know feng shui. Should we find an auspicious spot to stay?" "Shut up," Li Yao finally snapped, lowering his voice. "In the past life, I never noticed this guy was such a chatterbox." Just as they stepped out of the restroom area, Huo Su rushed over at the sound, her face full of concern. "Husband, what happened? Who was shouting?" Li Yao naturally took Huo Su's hand, gently squeezing it to reassure her. "Nothing, Susu. I picked up a live wire." He stepped aside to reveal Jia Yu behind him. "This is Jia Yu, the one who was howling. Sister-in-law." "Hello, hello." Jia Yu immediately put on a smiling face, scratched his head, and looked embarrassed. "I just got scared out of my wits by bro. Couldn't control myself, he. A bit loud, sorry about that." "Hello, Jia Yu. I'm Huo Su, Li Yao's wife." Huo Su nodded with a smile. "So your brother's name is Li Yao? Sister-in-law, please talk to him, and let me tag along. I've got real skills. I'm the 8th-generation heir of an imperial chef." Jia Yu puffed out his chest, starting to paint a rosy picture again. Huo Su's eyes lit up slightly, and she instinctively looked at Li Yao. Could it be that her husband wanted to recruit him for his culinary skills? Then his cooking must be incredibly good. Li Yao silently clenched his fist. He pretended to look puzzled and turned around. "Wait, didn't you say you were the 6th generation just now? How did it become the 8th? How did it become the 8th? He watched Jia Yu with interest, waiting to see how he would cover himself. Jia Yu's ears burned crimson, and his gaze drifted to the ceiling. "Well, I'm carrying 2 lineages. One is the 6th generation, one is the 8th. "Oh." Li Yao's mouth curled into a playful smile. "Then I'm really looking forward to tasting the cooking of a chef who runs 2 lineages." They stepped into the book storage area. Looking at the vast empty space, Jia Yu's eyes slightly narrowed. He glanced at Li Yao and wisely did not ask further. They went straight to the 4th floor. Without any hesitation or secrecy, at a mere thought, from Li Yao, rows of heavy bookshelves vanished instantly, as if erased by an invisible giant hand. Jia Yu watched this miraculous feat, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. He followed quietly. After Li Yao had finished collecting, he whispered a reminder. Bro, there's still plenty of stock in the basement stacks. I'm familiar with this library. Good, you two wait here. He'll be right back. Su, keep an eye on him. There are quite a few beast-transformed ones outside. Li Yao gave a low instruction, and with a flicker he vanished. Jia Yu stared at the spot where Li Yao had disappeared, silent for a few seconds, trying to digest this surreal scene. He took a deep breath, turned to Huo Su, and asked cautiously, "Sister-in-law, what's with brother's ability?" "It's probably the effect of that rainbow-colored light rain yesterday," Huo Su explained. "Both my husband and I felt much stronger and awakened special abilities. Haven't you noticed any changes in yourself?" "Huh." Jia Yu paused, carefully sensing. "Seems. My head is a lot clearer. But after a day and night without food or drink, I'm feeling pretty weak from hunger." Before, with the extreme tension, he hadn't noticed the changes. Then came a moment of silence. Jia Yu walked to the window and peered down. The square outside the library was packed with twisted beast-transformed creatures, a dense black mass numbering in the thousands. At the same time, heavy thumping sounds and the sickening crack of glass came from the first floor. Crash! The main entrance was breached. Waves of beast-transformed creatures surged in like a tide. They sniffed, let out greedy roars, and quickly followed the scent of living humans flowing up the stairs toward the fourth floor. The heavy footsteps and nauseating stench rapidly approached. Just then Li Yao materialized silently on the fourth floor like a ghost. "Let's go." He wrapped his arm around Huo Su's waist and firmly gripped Jia Yu's shoulder. Space rippled faintly, and the three instantly vanished. Rooftop of the library. The three stood at the edge looking down. The library entrance was like a giant ant nest with thousands of beast-transformed creatures still pouring in endlessly. The entire square was completely occupied, forming an ocean of despair. The chaotic roars full of brutality and hunger merged into a doomsday dirge for this crumbling world. Ignoring the tide of beasts, Li Yao frowned. Why hadn't he sensed Jia Yu just now? He stepped forward, letting his spatial perception spread like a tide, still blank. He spun around, his sharp gaze scrutinizing the pale-faced Jia Yu, whose legs were trembling like a sieve. His eyes finally locked onto the jade bracelet on Jia Yu's wrist, which was emitting an extremely faint, barely perceptible warm glow. "Wah! What is it, bro?" Jia Yu felt a chill under his gaze, instinctively protecting his wrist, his eyes full of wariness. "Nothing," Li Yao said flatly, withdrawing his gaze. "Where did you get that bracelet?" "Oh, this." Jia Yu sighed in relief, raised his wrist, and was also a bit surprised. "A cheap 5 kuai thing from a street stall. How is it glowing? Do you like it, bro? Want me to give it to you?" Li Yao glared at him. "It's a good item. It can block any form of detection. Quite suitable for you. Keep it safe. Since you call me bro, do you think I'd covet your little trinket?" Jia Yu immediately put on his trademark, simpleton, smile, playing the harmless giant, but a glint of sharpness flashed in the depths of his eyes. "Husband, look." Huo Su's voice was grave. She pointed at the surging tide of beast-transformed creatures below. "That one. Seems different." Amid the surging tide of beasts, one figure stood out prominently. It was 5 to 6 meters tall, towering among the beast-transformed humans who were generally less than 2 meters. Its gray-white scales layered densely over its entire body, reflecting a cold, eerie luster. Its posture was slightly stooped, with nearly half-meter-long claws hanging at its sides. Its reddish-orange eyes burned with intense bloodlust, while 2 hideous canine teeth, nearly 30 centimeters long, protruded menacingly from its mouth. It strode slowly through the sea of corpses, as if inspecting its own territory. When it encountered a beast-transformed human blocking its path, a casual swipe of its massive claws tore the victim in half. It picked up the remains and stuffed them into its mouth, chewing loudly. Blue blood splattered across its scales, adding to its ferocious appearance. An innate beast king. Li Yao stared at the figure, narrowing his eyes. That figures. Out of over 4 million people, nearly 3 million have transformed. It's no surprise a couple of these emerge. This must be an evolved beast king. Even if only half of the city's population turned, that's still over 2 million. It's not odd for leaders to appear. He didn't finish his sentence. These monsters can evolve. Jia Yu's voice trembled with fear. "It seems so. Compared to yesterday, they move faster," Li Yao replied, his gaze locked on the Beast King. Without a trace, he placed a spatial coordinate on it. "All right, time to retreat. He'll take you to our apartment first. It's safe there. Su and I still need to scavenge." On the rooftop of Huayuan residential compound, the 3 figures materialized from thin air. The number of beast-transformed humans below had swelled even further. With a mere glance, Li Yao teleported them both into the 3rd-floor apartment. "This is where we live. Do you want to stay next door or on the 4th floor?" He deliberately emphasized the words 4th floor, his eyes sharp as he watched Jia Yu. "The entire floor is empty. He'll go to the next. 4th floor. It's more peaceful alone." Meeting Li Yao's murderous glare, Jia Yu's heart quivered, but he could only choose the 4th floor against his true wishes. Good. A fine comrade, Li Yao patted his shoulder. In a blink, they stood inside the corner unit on the 4th floor. Pretty clean, just sleep here. He casually dropped a pile of beef rice eggs, a lighter mineral water, and firewood on the living room floor. Winking at Jiayu, he said, Chef Jia, dinner's on you tonight. Oh, by the way, he added as if just remembering taking out bread, ham, compressed biscuits, and some vacuum-packed braised meat from his space, and placing them on the coffee table. Almost forgot you haven't eaten or drunk anything all day. Grab a bite first. With that, he naturally wrapped an arm around Huo Su's waist. We'll keep searching for supplies. Take your time cooking. If we get back too late, eat without us. Before the words faded, the two figures had vanished, leaving Jiayu staring blankly at the scattered ingredients and the snacks on the table. On the 1st floor of Wuhua shopping mall, the two casually dispatched a few stray beast-transformed humans and headed straight for the jewelry section. They inspected each piece of jewelry in the display cases before storing it in their space. When Li Yao picked up a gold necklace with a jade pendant, a gleam flashed in his eyes. Su, this necklace is for you. As he spoke, chaotic energy surged into the jade pendant. He manipulated the chaos into spatial force, using the faint spatial energy within the jade as a guide to carefully carve out a space inside it. Energy seeped into the jade like a gentle stream, the space expanding slowly under meticulous control. Soon fine beads of sweat dotted Li Yao's forehead. After a few minutes, the jade pendant reached its capacity. Li Yao ceased the energy flow, wiped his brow, and moved behind Huo Su to gently fasten the necklace around her neck. Try it. Focus your mind on the jade pendant. But Huo Su didn't look at the necklace. Instead, she turned slowly. Husband, bend down. She lifted the hem of her short sleeve and tenderly wiped the sweat from his forehead. Husband, I'm happy you gave me a gift, but seeing you exhaust yourself like this, I don't like it. Li Yao smiled, his eyes full of adoration. It's nothing. The jade has too many impurities and contains very little energy, so it just took a bit more effort. Quick, try it. Huo Su followed his instructions, concentrating on the pendant. A clear space of 1,000 cubic meters emerged in her mind. Touch something you want to store, think collect, and it goes in. To retrieve, focus on that object, and think release. Try it, Li Yao explained. Huo Su placed her hand on the counter, and in an instant the counter vanished, then reappeared intact a moment later. With her new toy, she played joyfully. Pick whatever you like. Remember to find some handy weapons to pair with your telekinesis, Li Yao instructed as he turned and headed for the 2nd floor. Clothes, shoes, fabric. Every usable resource needed to be collected. The day when they could re-experiment with material parameters and restore civilized production was still far off. They had to stockpile enough supplies to feel secure. Throughout the afternoon, Li Yao and Huo Su shuttled between the major shopping malls and supermarkets of Gai City. The mall's goods were swept clean. Perishable food from the supermarkets was all taken, while non-perishable items were left with only 10 to 20% remaining. As the sun slanted westward, the horizon blazed into vast swaths of crimson dusk approaching. At Huanon Wholesale Market, the moment their figures appeared, they startled the lurking beast-transformed humans. With roars, the monsters charged madly. Li Yao willed it. First spatial imprisonment, then an invisible wall of space erected around the perimeter of the wholesale market. Once Huo Su, using her telekinesis, had dispatched the few beast-transformed humans that rushed close with flying blades, the spatial imprisonment was abruptly released. In an instant, beastly howls shook the heavens. Huo Su plunged into battle. Her telekinesis wielded a dozen blades that soared and sliced with precision, targeting the necks of the beast transformed. With her other hand, she brandished a sword condensed from ice, slashing left and right, her lithe form that of a blood-soaked battle goddess. As time passed, the market's beast transformed grew noticeably thinner. Seeing Huo Su's increasingly pale face and the sweat on her brow, Li Yao knew her mental energy was depleting rapidly. He unleashed spatial imprisonment once more. With a wave of his hand, dense emerald wind blades swept out instantly, clearing the remaining beast-transformed humans. Su, sit down and circulate the mystic abyss returning art. It will restore your spirit and accelerate your evolution. In a flash, they moved to the rooftop. Li Yao had Huo Su sit cross-legged to recover while he continued gathering supplies from the market. Outside each butcher's stall, the meat left in the open had been gnawed to the bone, but the contents of the freezers remained untouched. The freezer exteriors were covered in dense claw marks. Clearly the creatures had coveted the meat inside, but couldn't break through. After a day, without power, the temperature inside was still insufficient to spoil the meat and vegetables. Li Yao moved with practiced ease. He took all the perishables, left 10 to 20% of the storable items, and pocketed every bit of spices and seasonings. Roughly estimating, after accounting for waste, there were still over 8,000 tons of supplies, of which rice, flour, meat, and vegetables accounted for over 7,000 tons, while seasonings only came to a few hundred tons. He teleported back to the rooftop. Huo Su was still recovering, so Li Yao also sat down cross-legged, lightly entered a meditative state, and silently began to circulate the dual-cultivation method. By the time Huo Su finished her recovery, the sun had half sunk below the horizon, the clouds in the sky burning a deep scarlet. The two stood up, checked the sky. Su, shall we go back to prepare dinner first, or head to Longhu Park to collect some water? Liao turned to ask. Cooking. Isn't Jia Yu making it at home? Huo Su looked puzzled. You didn't actually believe that guy was a royal chef's descendant, did you? He can't even stir-fry a simple shredded potato. Then why do you value him so much? Is he a powerful awakened one? Huo Su was even more confused. Liao smiled. He can't be compared to a powerful awakened one. That fellow has the talent of a prime minister. If it weren't for his cowardly nature holding him back, he'd be a master of both letters and martial arts. He praised Jia Yu without reservation. I see. Then he's definitely worth keeping. Huo Su nodded with understanding. Let's go gather water at the park first. How about we barbecue on the rooftop tonight? You probably picked up plenty of skewered meat from the market, right? Indeed, quite a lot. All right, barbecue it is. Liao agreed, reaching out to put his arm around Huo Su's waist. Their figures vanished into the deepening dusk. The Dingxin sword ranked first among the new 10 famous swords possessing the might to cleave mountains and shatter peaks, and was also one of the 10 great fortune-stabilizing artifacts. The entire park was shrouded in a deathly silence, unnerving to the core. Liao's spatial perception spread silently, instantly flooding his mind with a crystal-clear image of the surroundings for several kilometers. Broken benches, a dried-up fountain toppled shared bicycles. Until a massive black shadow stirred the under. In the lake, a colossal creature was swimming stealthily. Over 30 meters in length, a thick body, over a meter in radius, covered in palm's eye scales, densely packed, like a moving iron fortress. Its massive head occasionally broke the surface, and a crimson forked tongue, as long as an adult's arm, hissed in and out enough to become an eternal nightmare for those with megalophobia. Suddenly, the giant python jerked its head up as if catching the scent of an exquisite delicacy, and abruptly turned in the water, charging with lightning speed toward the two on the shore. No wonder, no sign of the beast-tamers. They've all become this thing's meal. Liao realized instantly. But reaching the second stage on the second day, it should have been famous in the apocalypse. Suppressing his doubts, he quickly alerted Huo Su beside him. A big one's coming. Want to try your hand? Before Huo Su could finish her word, a terrifying figure that crushed the willow trees in its path had already thundered into view scores of meters ahead of them. The giant python halted its charge abruptly, its upper body towering high, casting a huge shadow nearly 8 meters upward, bringing a suffocating pressure. Su, want to give it a shot? Liao gently patted the dazed Huo Su, snapping her back to reality. They'll watch her back. Off. Oh, okay, I'll try. Huo Su took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her palpitations. The movie Anaconda was terrifying enough, but this living giant that had broken nature's shackles was beyond words. The ferocity churning in those vertical pupils was something no special effect could replicate. Liao calmly walked toward a bench several dozen meters away. The giant python seemed to sense that the two-legged creature in front was not to be trifled with, and was content to see them separate. It merely glanced at Liao's departure, then its cold vertical pupils locked firmly onto Huo Su, who remained in place. Its massive body began to coil slowly, trying to trap her in the center. Huo Su moved her feet lightly, always keeping a few dozen meters between herself and the python. With a wave of her jade hand, 3 fruit knives flashed from her spatial jade pendant, turned into 3 cold rays of light by her telekinesis, and shot straight at the python's eyes and tongue. The python tilted its head slightly, and the fruit knives struck the scales with only a few sparks before being deflected, not even leaving a white mark. Seeing no effect from the probe, the python's ferocity erupted. A dark luster flashed across its scales, and its body instantly swelled to double its size. Like an inflated horror fortress, its towering serpent body, with the force of an avalanche, and a reeking wind, slammed savagely toward Huo Su. The air was squeezed into a dull explosion. Huo Su's pupils contracted, she pushed off her toes, and her figure shot backward like an arrow from a bow. A shallow pit remained in her place before the dust settled. The python's massive body crashed down the ground, shook violently, and mud and rocks shot out like cannonballs. Telekinesis instantly enveloped her body, forming a rapidly flowing invisible armor that deflected the incoming debris with dense cracking sounds. At the same time, her mental energy concentrated, intensely compressing and shaping the invisible force in front of her into a highly condensed spiritual spike that tore through the air with a piercing shriek aimed straight at the python's cold, bloodthirsty vertical pupils. Sensing the lethal threat, the python swung its massive head sharply to the side. The telekinetic spike scraped against its alloy-tough scales, producing a grating metallic screech. Rip! Scales were torn off by force. A deep wound visible to the bone instantly opened, and hot serpent blood sprayed out like a high-pressure water gun, drawing a glaring blood line in the air. SSS, ARG. A distorted, agonized howl tore through the park's silence like a horn from hell, startling even the beast-tamers wandering outside the park far away. The searing pain fully ignited the beast's fury. The python abruptly twisted its massive head, opened its bloody maw to the limit, its gleaming fangs reflecting the last daylight, and bearing a nauseating stench of blood lunged down at Huo Su, who had just landed. The foul odor almost drowned her. Just after landing, Huo Su was between moves. Her old force spent, new force not yet born, and the sense of crisis hit like ice water. She twisted her body forcibly, trying to dodge again. But in that instant, as she moved slightly, a massive black shadow as thick as a barrel, as if prejudging her move, tore through the air with a dull roar like a battering ram sweeping toward her. It was the python's premeditated tail strike. No escape. Buzz. Huo Su gritted her teeth, her mental energy surging wildly, layering telekinetic shields around her in an instant. Boom. Crack. Boom. Crack. The colossal tail slammed into the shields with immense force. The outermost shield shattered like fragile glass. Then the second, third. The sounds of shields breaking merged into a piercing series of explosions. Although the tremendous impact was weakened layer by layer, the residual force was still overwhelming. Huo Su grunted, her body flung backward like a broken kite. The telekinetic armor fluctuated violently, barely protecting vital spots, but the outer side of her arm was raked by a sharp scale edge. Rip! Blood instantly stained her torn sleeve. The sun had completely sunk below the horizon, and the arriving dusk painted the battlefield a rusty red. At Dragon Lake Park, the giant python's massive body had shrunk back to over 30 meters, its entire body covered with ghastly wounds declared its end. Blood oozed out in streams, gathering in the pits left by the battle on the ground, forming sticky, reflective pools of dark red. Its huge body still convulsed, violently rolling and struggling, each writhing movement stirring up mud and blood, but the movements grew slower and weaker. Its breathing was like a broken bellows, truly at its last gasp. 10 meters in the air, Huo Su stood suspended. Her torn clothes, soaked with blood and sweat, clung tightly to her body, outlining her graceful curves and revealing streaks of blood. The night wind blew her disheveled black hair, revealing a face stained with blood, but extraordinarily calm. She crossed her arms over her chest, her eyes sharp and expressionless, looking down at the dying monster. An invisible aura of authority and killing intent replaced her usual gentleness, spreading through the twilight. "They'll send you off with the strongest strike I can command now." Her voice was cold as she slowly extended her arm, then suddenly opened her hand. The air twisted and compressed violently. Vast telekinetic force converged and shaped in front of her. A transparent greatsword 30 meters long, its edges slightly blurred from high energy density, materialized out of thin air. It radiated a chillingly sharp aura. The scent of death stirred the python's surviving ferocity. With a flash of dying life, it straightened its broken body, its remaining single eye fixed firmly on Huo Su in the air. With the madness of mutual destruction, it opened its bloody maw wide like a blood-colored giant arrow loosed from a bow, lunging and biting ferociously at Huo Su. The stinking wind rose again. Just as the hideous serpent maw was about to reach Huo Su. Chomp! Huo Su's eyes sharpened, and her half-closed hands swept horizontally. The suspended telekinetic greatsword, silent, yet swift as lightning, instantly transformed from stillness to motion, turning into a transparent trail of light that tore through the night, striking savagely. Her telekinesis directly controlled the flying head. There was no earth-shattering sound, only a dull, heart-chilling thud. Time seemed frozen for a moment. The next second, a fountain of blood shot skyward. The python's hideous head, with its frozen expression of madness, separated completely from its massive body. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. The headless serpent body crashed heavily to the ground, as if all bones had been removed, leaving only reflexive, violent writhing and thrashing, stirring blood and mud. A grotesque and horrifying sight. The head flying toward Huo Su was locked firmly by her formidable telekinesis a few meters in front of her, its mouth still opening and closing weakly, emitting faint, strange hisses. The ferocity in its single eye quickly dimmed. Huo Su floated down slowly, her feet stepping onto the blood-soaked, muddy ground. She waved her hand, casually tossing aside the suspended serpent head that was still hissing. Just as she was about to step forward, her legs suddenly gave way, and she stumbled forward. Li Yao's figure appeared instantly before her, steadying her in his arms. She slowly looked up at the man before her, a smile spreading across her lips like the first thaw of ice, warm and radiant. "Exhausted? How do you feel?" Li Yao's voice was filled with tenderness. "Excellent. I didn't use ice. So satisfying. I've grown stronger." Huo Su's voice carried a hint of weary exhilaration. "Not bad, not bad. When has my Su not been exceptional? Let me tend to your wounds first." As he spoke, chaotic energy swirled in Li Yao's palm, transforming into a deep green sphere of life force that gently passed over her injuries. The wounds healed at a visible rate. Once all were mended, Li Yao pressed the life sphere into Huo Su's. Her pale cheeks instantly regained color. "Your amazing husband." Huo Su lightly kissed Li Yao's cheek, then turned her gaze to the still twitching serpent carcass. "Husband, can we eat this?" "Of course, it's a great tonic." Li Yao waved his hand, and the massive serpent corpse along with the blood on the ground vanished into his spatial storage. "He'll grill some for you to try later. Now let's go get the water." The two walked side by side toward Dragon Lake. The night sky's flowing clouds brushed like silk, the evening breeze cool, stirring the willow trees that had grown several times taller on both banks, rustling. A sense of tranquil ease after the great battle. By the lake, Li Yao's spatial perception once again probed into the water's depths. Aside from small fish under half a meter, the larger aquatic creatures had apparently been devoured by the python. He scooped a handful of lake water and tasted it. Sweet and clear on the tongue, its spiritual energy concentration extraordinarily high. On the second day of the apocalypse, how can the chi be so dense? Could there be a treasure? His spatial perception extended like silk threads into the deep mud at the lake bottom. There dozens of round-topped pearl clams, each the size of a wash basin, slightly opened their slits, inhaling and exhaling pure, formless spiritual energy. Spirit-gathering clams. Li Yao blurted out, a glittering light in his eyes. In his past life, spirit-gathering shells on land were extremely rare, each one worth a fortune. Raising one in a room supplemented by a spirit-locking array could multiply the concentration of spiritual energy indoors several times over. How can there be so many here? Yet there was no record in his past life. Could they all have been devoured by this wretch? "Very well," Li Yao said with a cold glare, his heart hardening. "If I don't strip your skin, pull your tendons, boil your bones into soup, I won't have done justice to those little clams you killed in my past life." To settle them, he had to divide his primordial space and create an independent miniature ecosystem. Spirit-gathering shells. "What are they?" Huo Su asked curiously, then urged, "Husband, hurry up and collect the water. Leave a little. I want to wash my face." "Wait a moment, Su." Li Yao sat cross-legged and activated the dual-cultivation art with all his might. The chaos primordial space was forcibly split into two parts under his will, and vast chaotic energy surged out, building a solid spatial barrier. In an instant, torrents of chaotic energy poured into the divided spatial region. In a flash, chaos churned and myriad transformations emerged. Clear and turbid began to separate. Earth, fire, water, and wind surged endlessly, and the outline of a small world gradually took shape. A newborn small world about 20 mu in size was born within his primordial space. It was like an inverted glass bowl with a central dome 20 meters high embedded within the 50 cubic kilometer chaos primordial space, emitting a soft 9-colored halo. Li Yao let out a long breath of turbid air, accelerating his art to quickly recover spent energy. Using chaotic power as a bridge, he silently connected the newborn small world with the outside world. Nourished by external energy, the small world began to slowly expand, and the light within it gradually dimmed. When he opened his eyes again, the night was as thick as ink. The power of space covered the entire Longhu. With a thought, he first removed 2/3 of the lake water and poured it into his space. Next, the remaining water, the sludge at the bottom, along with the half-meter deep soil beneath, and all the spirit-gathering shells within were all taken into the small world. Inside the small world, the land was divided into a yin-yang tai chi pattern. The yin fish area turned into a pond to hold the lake water. The yang fish area was left empty for now, to be used later for transplanting spiritual plants and treasures. Focusing inward, he saw a fish leisurely swimming in the clear water, while the spirit-gathering shells steadily exhaled spiritual energy. In no time, a faint aura of spiritual energy began to permeate the small world, and the soil came alive under its nourishment. Opening his eyes, he gazed at the pitch-dark sky and let out a long, satisfied breath. His spatial perception spread out again. Within a few kilometers, only willows swayed gently in the night breeze. He jumped down into the lake bed, now nothing but dry earth. Space power enveloped the area, and a trapezoidal pond 3 meters square and about 1.8 meters deep at its deepest instantly took shape. Chaotic power transformed into fire, and scorching flames flowed over the pond's edges, baking the earth dry and hard. "Su, come down," Li Yao called. Huo Su rose from meditation, wrapped herself in telekinetic force, and floated lightly down. Looking at the empty pool, she asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to fill it with water?" "No need, this pond has its own wonders." Li Yao smiled mysteriously. Then chaotic power transformed into mist, and dense, white mist rose up, completely shrouding the entire pond. "All right, you can undress now," he indicated. Space-guided water gently coiled around Huo Su's flawless body, meticulously washing away all the bloodstains inside and out. The wastewater from washing was taken into the small world to irrigate the soil. Then with a slight thought from Li Yao, a gurgling stream of clear spring water poured from his space into the pool. Soon the pond was filled again with spiritual water. Li Yao casually stuffed his wet clothes back into his space, walked to the edge of the pond, and said to Huo Su with a smile, Su, come over here and swim for a while. No thanks. They'll just soak in the shallow water. Huo Su looked at the deep area, a flicker of deep fear passing through her eyes. The shadow of drowning still lingered. Even though she had later put great effort into learning to swim, she had never truly mastered it. Don't be afraid, I'm here. They'll teach you. Just use your telekinesis to assist. Li Yao stood up and walked over to Huo Su. Looking at Huo Su soaking in the water, her black hair spreading out, her delicate curves, jade-like white skin, and her slender waist that could be grasped with one hand, all seemed especially hazy and alluring in the mist. He felt a surge of heat rush to his lower abdomen, and his body instantly entered a combat stance. Su, let's start with the basic positions. His voice carried a hint of barely perceptible hoarseness. Huo Su noticed the change in his body, and two blushes flew to her pretty face. The previous intense battle and the excited emotions had not yet fully subsided. At this moment, it seemed another battle was needed to completely release them. The continuous gurgling of water sounded as Huo Su was immersed in the joy of learning. The moon reached its zenith and the waves gradually subsided. Li Yao gently held Huo Su as they lay in the shallow water. The tranquility of a sage's moment quietly descended. Faintly, it seemed he had forgotten something. Huo Su lazily lay on Li Yao's chest. Li Yao waved his hand, and the mist around the pond slowly gathered into an even denser fog wall, completely isolating the pool from the outside. Starlight scattered like crushed diamonds, a crescent moon hung in the center of the sky, with stars twinkling bright and beautiful. Thin clouds occasionally drifted by, gently veiling the moonlight, then playfully revealing half a corner of the moon. At this moment, if there were a few chirps of cicadas and croaks of frogs, it would be perfect to pity. Huo Su gently sat up, pulled Li Yao's arm to pillow under her neck, and nestled beside him. Gazing at the star-filled sky, her mind was unprecedentedly relaxed. The circulation speed of the Xian, Yuan Guade Song, art, was actually faster than usual. After a long while, Li Yao slowly sat up, bringing Huo Su beside him up as well. He raised his hand and took out a piece of glistening snake meat. Chaotic fire precisely enveloped it, roasting it meticulously from the inside out. The rich aroma of meat instantly spread. When the surface of the snake meat was slightly charred, he sprinkled cumin and chili powder, took out a porcelain plate to hold it, and placed it by the pond. He also took out a head of round lettuce, washed it clean, laid a few green leaves on the bottom of the plate, and put the rest in. He took out a fruit knife, cut the roasted snake meat into bit-sized pieces, neatly arranged them on the lettuce leaves, then took out 2 pairs of clean chopsticks and placed them beside the plate. Finally, he took out a case of beer. Su, chill it. Huo Su picked up a piece of snake meat, slowly brought it to her mouth, and bit lightly with her pearl-like teeth. The skin was crispy and fragrant, while the inside was as tender and smooth as cream. The rich meaty aroma, mixed with a hint of spiciness, burst on her tongue, amazingly delicious. Husband, it's delicious. But maybe it would be better without cumin and chili powder. Huo Su said, then picked up another piece and fed it into Li Yao's mouth. Indeed delicious. Li Yao chewed and insisted, but cumin and chili powder are the soul of barbecue. Let me grill a piece plain for you to try. He was a staunch advocate of the seasoning faction. Picking up the chilled beer, he smiled. Come, let's have a cross-cup drink. They intertwined their arms, and the cold liquid went down their throats, instantly washing away the heat from the snake meat. Refreshing. He took out another piece of snake meat from his space and continued roasting. After roasting, he carefully cut it into small pieces and placed them on the plate in front of Huo Su. Huo Su tasted it again, savoring carefully. Really, it tastes better without seasoning. The meaty fragrance carries a hint of sweetness, and the chili powder actually masks that sweetness. Try it. Saying that, she fed another piece of plain grilled snake meat into Li Yao's mouth. It's not bad, but I still think seasoning makes it more exciting. Li Yao persisted. Huo Su's eyes shimmered and she leaned in gently, her voice carrying a hint of languid seduction. In a little while, I feel like I can still fight. In my Xian Yuan Guade Song art, there seem to be a few new postures. Now is a good time to try them. Li Yao instantly froze. This was cheating outside the field. Ahem, he immediately said seriously. Upon careful consideration, the plain roast is actually superior. Rich aroma with a hint of sweetness, no gaminess at all, returning to simplicity. His change of stance was as fast as light speed. The two soaked in the water, sometimes laughing and playing, sometimes picking up a piece of meat or taking a swig of wine. In this wilderness, returning to the most primitive state, they enjoyed a rare, carefree pleasure. Just as Li Yao raised his bottle again, his body suddenly stiffened. Oh no! Finally remembered what he had forgotten. Jiayu. That guy was still in the neighborhood. Forget it, it's already late at night. That fellow is probably fast asleep by now. Huddled in the corner of the wall, the drowsy Jia Yu suddenly sneezed and instantly woke up. He stealthily lifted a corner of the curtain and looked at the sky. It's already midnight, he muttered. Big brother and sister-in-law. They should be home and asleep by now, right? Outside the window, the excited roars of beast transformers came from time to time, especially clear in the silent night. Strange. Why are these monsters more energetic at night? Jia Yu shook his head, decided not to think further, glanced at his own boiled vegetables, and ate them up with a grunt. Whatever, eat and sleep. By the way, did I cook this? It's way too bad. I'm dead tired. I stayed up all day yesterday without closing my eyes, and today I've dragged myself through till late night. Young people still need to take care of their health. He tiptoed to the bed, picked up the quilt, and carefully spread it on the floor under the bed. Then he curled up carefully inside, and soon soft snores sounded from under the bed. Seeing Huo Su in his arms yawning and looking exhaustedly, Yao's heart was full of tenderness. With a thought, he expanded the fog wall, leveled a dry patch of ground, then took out a thick mattress and laid it down. He spread a sheet, placed pillows, and brought out a soft silk quilt. He turned back to the pond, collected all the clear water into the small world to irrigate the soil, then used a gentle stream of air to dry her body and wet hair. Su, time to sleep. Liao gently picked her up in a princess carry. Husband, no more fighting. Huo Su yawned again, her eyes drowsy as she asked. You look exhausted. Liao gently laid her on the soft mattress, covered her with the blanket, and sat down beside her. The power of chaos surged once more, transforming into spatial energy that silently wove an invisible barrier around them. In this apocalyptic world, even the soil beneath their feet was not necessarily safe. Chaos turned into mist, forming a denser wall of fog at the edge of the barrier, completely guarding this small haven of slumber. After doing all this, Liao lay down gently, pulling Huo Su into his arms. Embraced, they drifted into sleep under the watch of stars, moon, and thick fog. At dawn, a faint morning light pierced through the mist, awakening the sleeping pair. Liao opened his eyes to find Huo Su nestled in his arms, gazing at him with affectionate eyes. Her cheeks were flushed with the rosy hue of a blooming crabapple. The languid satisfaction of a night's intimacy lingered in her brows and eyes. A few strands of slightly disheveled hair clung to the nape of her neck, adding a touch of alluring charm. Good morning, Su. Liao murmured, his gaze tracing the curves of her snow-white skin. The morning stir of desire quietly crept through him like wild grass. Huo Su keenly caught the unspoken declaration. She gently tapped his forehead with her fingertip, feigning annoyance, still misbehaving. Get up. We have important matters today. Rising, she took out 2 pairs of slippers from her spatial jade pendant, and they shuffled out of bed. Husband, help me. Huo Su barefoot stepped lightly like a cat gliding over waves toward the small pool in the corner. Liao followed naturally like her shadow. With a thought, the spiritual water drawn from the spatial realm turned into billions of translucent curtains, gently washing over every inch of their skin. No fragrant soap was needed. This life-infused spiritual water was the purest cleansing and nourishment in the world. As droplets rolled off, Liao raised his fingertips slightly. A wisp of chaotic energy turned into a gentle breeze, softly sweeping across Huo Su. In an instant, the moisture evaporated, leaving only fresh, dry skin and flowing black hair. Huo Su took out their toothbrushes and toothpaste from the jade pendant, and they washed quietly by the pool. After finishing, Liao casually absorbed the used spiritual water into his miniature world, silently nourishing that fertile soil. They dressed themselves. Liao wore a light green short-sleeved shirt paired with gray casual trousers and white canvas shoes. Cool and neat. Huo Su donned a mint green fitted short-sleeved top matched with high-waisted ice silk white pants and nude flat sandals. Simple, elegant, yet lively. Liao waved his hand to dispel the spatial barrier. The thick fog vanished like a drawn curtain, revealing the sun already high in the sky. He swiftly set up a fire and a pot, cooking a fragrant snake meat, millet porridge, steaming egg custard, and serving crunchy pickled vegetables. A simple but heartwarming breakfast was ready. Su, shall we go back to check on Jia Yu first? Aunt. Huo Su lightly slapped her forehead, a genuine trace of guilt flickering in her eyes. I actually forgot all about him. Deep beneath the bed on the 4th floor of the residential building, Jia Yu was woken by hunger. Last night, I ate quite a lot. Why am I so hungry so fast? He lamented inwardly. Damn, am I really turning into a glutton? Outside the window, the sky was gray. The sun had not yet risen above the horizon. Like a startled mole, he carefully crawled out from his hiding place under the bed, crept stealthily to the living room, shot out his hand lightning fast, grabbed the remaining ham, bread, and tea eggs from the coffee table. Then he retreated even faster into that tiny dark sanctuary, held his breath, tore open the packaging, and swallowed small mouthfuls. Day 3 already. He struggled to swallow the last dry bite. The military. I'm afraid I can't count on them. The doubts he had deliberately ignored yesterday now stabbed into his mind with painful clarity. With a disaster of this scale, by all logic, the military should have swept through like thunder and lightning. But I haven't even heard a single gunshot. Actually, I should have understood yesterday, but I just didn't want to believe it. A chill crept up his spine, freezing his limbs. Brother said that at least half of the people turned into beasts, and the outbreak happened on a weekend afternoon. Jia Yu forced himself to deduce the darkest possibility. Humanity might be left with only 1/10, or even less. Brother and sister-in-law, both awakened abilities. Humanity is changing rapidly. What about the birds, beasts, flowers, and trees? This thought made his scalp tingle. Those monsters. For now, they only seem bloodthirsty. But if one day, they also gain intelligence? A wave of despair washed over him. Brother. The teasing look when he asked me to cook. He knew I couldn't cook. He never believed I was some imperial chef's descendant. Then why did he bring me back to the neighborhood? What's the point? His chewing slowed, and Jia Yu's heart jumped as he began reviewing his first encounter with Li Yao. When we first met, the look in Brother's eyes wasn't wariness. It was an eye roll. Every moment of their first meeting yesterday was dissected and examined repeatedly. That wasn't the look for a stranger. It was the look for a familiar, helpless, even a little annoying acquaintance. But I don't know him at all. Heard from a friend. That's too vague. Just hearing wouldn't create such a rich expression. So Brother's friend is a made-up one. Then how does he know I'm timid? Sister-in-law's surprise and restraint when seeing me was more fitting for a first. Then, a bold, almost absurd idea suddenly crystallized. Has he seen the future? In the future, are we friends? So he instinctively treats me like an old acquaintance, even knowing my cowardice. Jia Yu was so startled by this reasoning that he choked, almost coughing, peering into time. How could mortal strength achieve that? But a voice roared in his heart. In this world of monsters and awakened abilities, nothing is impossible. This might be the most likely possibility. Blood seemed to rush to his temples, pounding. Daylight gradually brightened the blurred outlines of the room, emerging from the deep darkness. Jia Yu took a deep breath, suppressing his chaotic thoughts, and carefully crawled out from under the bed. He walked softly to the living room, opened the door, went down to the third floor, stopped in front of Li Yao's door, bent his finger, and knocked gently. Brother. The figures of Li Yao and Huo Su appeared silently on the familiar rooftop. His perception, like liquid mercury, instantly enveloped the entire neighborhood. Compared to yesterday's noise, the number of feral beasts had sharply decreased, with only a few aimlessly wandering downstairs. That kid Jia Yu. Sure enough, he crawled out from under the bed. And he didn't even bring his bracelet. Li Yao sensed Jia Yu, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corner of his mouth. His gaze shifted to the other buildings. Most survivors had woken up eating instant noodles with cold water. That was their breakfast. With a flick of his mind, the two returned to the living room. The cold mist from the ice condensed on the wall hadn't dissipated. Li Yao waved his hand casually, and the ice crystals turned into fine streams of light that vanished into his palm. Su, tidy up the bedroom. Jia Yu is coming down. Huo Su acknowledged and flashed into the bedroom, the door closing softly. Soon a knock, accompanied by a brother. He opened the door to find Jia Yu standing outside, habitually scratching the back of his head, with that familiar, ingratiating, and awkward smile plastered on his face. Didn't sleep more? Li Yao asked casually. Have you eaten? Jia Yu's face instantly flushed, and he slowly lowered his head. Li Yao understood and stepped aside to let him in. With a casual wave of his hand, 2 cans of mixed congee, a few soft white steamed buns, 2 packs of pickled vegetables, and 2 packs of glossy, tempting braised meat appeared on the dining table. Here, have something to fill your stomach first. Thank you, brother. Jia Yu's voice carried genuine gratitude. Being rescued from the library and given food and shelter was already a tremendous kindness. Considering his shocking deduction this morning, he understood even more the weight of this balanced meal. It was a luxury in the apocalypse. This brother, who might see the future, fully aware of the apocalypse's merciless laws, was still willing to share this warmth and sustenance with him. He mechanically chewed the steamed bun, fragments of post-apocalyptic movies and novels flashing through his mind, the despair of an uncertain future, the evil bred under oppression, the madness of those who suddenly gain power. The cruelest violence often comes from one's own kind. The grace of saving a life, the virtue of granting survival. This debt must be repaid. The vague idea in Jia Yu's heart gradually solidified. He silently made a decision. After swallowing the last bite of congee, he picked up the nearby mineral water, carefully rinsed the empty can, and drank every drop of the rinsed water. He turned and walked toward Li Yao, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa with eyes closed, his breath heavy and profound like an abyss. Coming closer, he stopped. The usual foolish smile on his face seemed to be peeled away by an invisible force. His eyes held a hint of hesitation and unprecedented gravity, as if weighing how to begin. Finished eating. Li Yao opened his eyes, looking at the hesitant Jia Yu. Sit. Something on your mind? Jiayu took a deep breath, sat down on the sofa beside Li Yao, his back straight as a rod. He met Li Yao's eyes, his voice low and clear. Brother, given the situation now, outside the sky has completely fallen. 3 days, and the military hasn't made a single move. Will we stay in Gai City or go somewhere else? His eyes were deep, his face serious and earnest. The protective shell of foolishness quietly fell away, revealing the sharp edge within. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Yao's eyes. The Jiayu before him was no longer hiding his edge. This wasn't his nature. Then a faint, almost nostalgic smile passed through his heart. Of course, I unconsciously keep comparing him to the Jiayu from a year later in my past life. The one tempered through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, as slick and cautious as an old fox. But I forgot that he hasn't yet been worn down by that inferno of suffering. The scholar's spirit and undiminished edge from the ivory tower still glimmered coldly in their dormancy. Li Yao straightened his body, the muscles of his shoulders and back bulging into clear contours beneath his t-shirt. His square, rigid face tightened, and his brows coalesced in imposing aura that commanded respect without anger. He pointed to the sofa beside him, his voice deep and forceful. Sit. Jiayu sat down as instructed, and from the corner of his eye he caught sight of Huo Su emerging from the bedroom. Before he could greet her, Li Yao's voice had already resounded. Xiaoyu, you are right. Now order has collapsed, morality has decayed, and the military is barely managing itself. What's more terrifying is... He paused, then intensified his tone. Under the light rain, the physical and chemical parameters of many materials have undergone fundamental shifts. You understand what that means. And this is only the first light rain. Jia's pupils contracted sharply. When I went out to search for supplies, I saw that the city had become a giant graveyard. The beast transformers. Those monsters are the only order keepers, pressing the living tightly into coffins of steel and concrete. Li Yao's voice was low. Otherwise, looting and burning. That's just the prelude. Cannibalism among the living is the final chapter. Li Yao's voice was low. Otherwise, looting and burning. That's just the prelude. Cannibalism among the living is the final chapter. Scent of people turned into monsters instantly. Survivors. Less than 1 in 10. This is an optimistic estimate. He raised his eyes, giving Jiayu a meaningful glance. When I awakened, caught a glimpse of a fragment of the future. Seeing the expression of just as I thought on Jia's face, the corner of Li Yao's mouth twitched almost imperceptibly. Humans have already fallen from the top of the food chain and become just another link. Extinction is unlikely, but the situation is extremely miserable. Survivor bases are like isolated islands in a vast ocean, barely holding on under the siege of beast transformers and mutated beasts. Powerful mutated beasts keep humans as blood cattle. Beast transformers break into bases and devour lives. And look here. Li Yao abruptly stood up, pulled Jiayu to the window, and pointed downward. The once familiar pedestrian street had mysteriously widened by nearly double. Blue Star itself is evolving. It is expanding like a rendered image, growing larger and at no slow pace. But look at the sun. Has it grown? No, I suspect. The entire solar system is expanding. He spun around, his eyes burning with an almost fervent light. In such chaotic times, heaven collapses, earth overturns, the very universe is topsy-turvy. This is the moment for us true men to recast the backbone of Yinxia and ignite the spark of civilization. In the future, dragons and snakes will rise from the land and myriad creatures will strive for freedom. It is hell, but also a paradise for the strong. Li Yao paced back to the sofa, his gaze once again falling upon Jiayu with a hint of insight. You, in that fragment, I saw your figure, devising strategies with composure, heroic and dashing. He shifted his tone, now tinged with teasing. But surrounding you were 8 sinister ability users, all eyeing you like tigers. Jiayu gave an embarrassed smile and quickly followed Li Yao back to the sofa area. I plan to stay here for another 2 or 3 days, then go to Xindu. Li Yao's tone was grave as he glanced at Jiayu. Do you want to come with me? Jiayu jerked his head up, his eyes fervent. Elder brother. Since you've spoken, your little brother will surely follow at your heels. Li Yao raised an eyebrow, his gaze profound. You were meant to follow me from the start. Why talk about following at my heels? We're all just trying to survive. He reached out and gave Jiayu a heavy pat on the shoulder. He understood. Absolutely understood. Jiayu immediately puffed out his chest and pulled in his stomach, his face plastered with loyalty. Logistics, elder brother. Leave logistics to me. Resource allocation, personnel settlement. I guarantee it'll make it rock solid and watertight. You just focus on charging into battle. The veins on Li Yao's forehead pulsed, nearly materializing as black lines. This bastard had only drawn the first stroke of the blueprint, and already he was thinking about hiding in a safe. He took a deep breath, forcing down the urge to kick the slick talker out. After all, the cowardly nature of this fellow was also part of his value. A snicker escaped Huo Su, who had been standing still like a painting. Jia Ye's dazzling face-changing act of loyalty and ready to slip away was simply too brilliant. Her laughter subsided, and Huo Su composed herself, turning her gaze to Jia Yu with a hint of scrutiny. Jia Yu, since we are in the same boat, we must row together. Any suggestions for your husband's next move? Jia Yu immediately shed his jocular demeanor, turned to Li Yao, and his expression was unprecedentedly solemn. Sister-in-law is right. I do have a small idea. Elder brother holds fragments of the future and has a grand vision in his heart. Naturally, there's no need for me to meddle with the general direction. But, elder brother, where will you choose as the foundation? Shady. Li Yao uttered 2 words, a faint trace of reminiscence flickering in his eyes. That place has some divine peculiarities. In the future, it will form a vast ring of plains, its terrain advantages surpassing even Chang'an. Jia Yu thought Li Yao was just homesick and nodded. Then, elder brother, since you didn't go back directly at first, there must be some important reason in Gai City that delayed your plan, right? Since we've already delayed a few days, why not stay a little longer? Gai City should still have many survivors. Can we first screen a batch of reliable talents to take with us? No matter the era, talent is the most core resource. Jia Ye's eyes sparkled with shrewdness. And elder brother, do you know? Gai City also has a national-level grain reserve base. Can your spatial ability accommodate it? Huh. Li Yao sat bolt upright, a sharp light shooting from his eyes. Gai has a grain reserve base. Where did you hear this news? In his previous life, while in Gai, he had never heard of such a thing. A friend accidentally let it slip while drinking. Jia Yu scratched his head a little sheepishly. I'm not sure of the exact location either. I'm afraid it'll have to trouble you to find it yourself. But once it's found, it will be an immense help for our early establishment. He felt as if he were assigning a task to... All right, I will pay special attention in the next couple of days. Li Yao's eyes glinted, and with a wave of his hand, several boxes of self-heating hot pot and self-heating rice appeared on the coffee table. Huo Su and I are going out again today. Be careful at home. He'll leave these food for you. We might not be back by... He paused, then added, oh, there are still some survivors in this building, mostly kids around their teens. When you have time, go get in touch and communicate. Understood. Jia Yu replied. All right, let's split up. Li Yao stood up first. The 3 of them walked together toward the door, and Huo Su closed it tightly behind them. We're off now. You be careful. Li Yao gave a final reminder, his arm naturally wrapping around Huo Su. Space rippled like water, and in an instant their figures vanished without a trace, leaving Jia Yu standing there staring at empty space, his face full of envy and awe. On the rooftop of the central building, a gentle breeze brushed by, and Li Yao and Huo Su's figures quietly materialized. Husband. Huo Su nestled beside him, her voice soft, yet carrying a hint of chill. Is it time to deal with that? Scum. That guy is probably awakened already. The longer we delay, the more trouble. Better to resolve it early and rest easy. He looked down at Huo Su. You should be no stranger to this man, Yang Xiong. That beast. Huo Su's beautiful face instantly veiled with frost, her eyes filled with obvious disgust. Before the apocalypse, she was a pearl in the clouds, her suitors as numerous as the stars in the Milky Way. After she explicitly rejected them, most were still able to maintain decorum. Even those who pestered her merely annoyed her, never reaching the level of disgust. Only this Yang Xiong. He disgusted her to the extreme. Using sleazy means openly and covertly, and he was the very culprit who pushed her into the icy lake, nearly killing her. Feiyu District High-end Villa area of Gai City. The luxurious living room was thick with the cloying smell of blood mixing eerily with expensive incense. Yang Xiong lounged arrogantly in a genuine leather sofa, his arm wrapped around a delicate young woman who wore only a bikini, her body covered in purple bruises. The woman trembled in his arms like a falling leaf in the winter wind. On the floor, a bloody figure still twitched faintly, emitting mosquito-like groans of agony. 2 other bodies nearby had already fallen silent. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully killing 2 prey and absorbing life energy. Strength 0. 3. Agility 0. 2. Constitution 0. 4. Keep up the effort. An icy electronic voice echoed in his mind. A twisted ecstatic smile spread across Yang Xiong's face. When he woke up in the morning, that crisp ding in his mind had driven him nearly mad with excitement. Before the apocalypse, he had fantasized countless times about possessing a system that would allow him to do whatever he wanted to kill without restraint. Never did he imagine that with the end of the world, his dream would come true. He had bonded with a kill evolution system. From the moment of bonding, it granted him the core ability, kill. He could absorb roughly 10 of the life essence attributes from any creature he personally killed, strengthening himself, and there was a small chance to steal others' abilities for his own use. This ability was tailor-made for him. In his ecstasy, he dragged out the last 4 dolls in the villa. He killed 2 first to test the ability, then tortured one of the remaining 2. Watching the warm blood splatter on the expensive carpet, he felt unprecedented ecstasy and power. The groaning and screaming were the most beautiful music to him. However, when his eyes swept over the glaring task on the system panel, a contemptuous, scornful grin spread across his lips. Emergency task, crush the pursuer. Huo Su. Countdown 0 hours 05 minutes. Reward awakening seeds 8. Huo Su. That woman is coming to hunt me. Yang Xiong laughed scornfully as if he had heard the biggest joke. What kind of intergalactic joke is this? When the system awakened, it simultaneously strengthened his body. At this moment, he possessed 15 times the physical fitness of an ordinary person. Speed, strength, reflexes had all surpassed the limits of human biology. How could that woman possibly kill him? Could she have awakened too? Even if she did, how strong could she be? Yang Xiong was not afraid. Instead, he was filled with morbid anticipation. The perfect doll he hadn't managed to get before the apocalypse was now delivering herself to his doorstep. And the system had thoughtfully issued a task. This was double the pleasure. I am indeed favored by fate. Excited by the thought, he involuntarily tightened his right arm around the woman in his embrace. Crack! A sickening crisp sound. The woman in his arms let out a heart-rending scream as her spine was snapped under the brutal force. The scream did not disturb Yang Xiong. Instead, it fueled his frenzy. He laughed lustfully, his left hand like a steel vice lightning-fast clamping around the woman's slender neck, his fingers suddenly applying pressure. The scream cut off abruptly. Ding! Absorption successful. Constitution 0. 1. A faint but distinct warm current surged through his body, bringing an imperceptible sense of enhancement. Trash. What's this tiny bit of energy good for? Yang Xiong laughed wildly, tossing aside the dead woman like garbage, and rose abruptly. He walked over to the still twitching, blood-soaked figure on the floor, his eyes showing no pity, only coldness and greed. He raised his foot shod in shiny leather shoes and stomped down fiercely. Squelch. The twitching stopped entirely. Ding. Absorption successful. Strength 0. 1. The warmth surged again, but was still fleeting. Not enough. Still not enough. I need more. Stronger prey. Yang Xiong closed his eyes greedily, savoring the fleeting energy, wash his face a mask of insatiable madness. Just as he was immersed in the thrill of surging power, a deafening boom resounded. The thick alloy door burst inward as if struck by a cannonball. A female voice, icy cold and brimming with immense disgust and murderous intent, pierced through the swirling dust and rang clearly inside the room. You truly are a beast. Yang Xiong watched the massive door hurtling toward him like two giant axes. His pupils contracted, he sank his waist and planted his feet, muscles bulging on his arms as he roared, "Stop!" With both palms wrapped in visible waves of air, he slammed them forward violently. A dull boom echoed as the heavy door was forcibly stopped in front of him, the air churning and the ground beneath his feet cracking inch by inch. Yang Xiong's arm muscles bulged, veins coiling like dragons as he exerted a sudden burst of strength. Get lost. The twisted and deformed door fell to the ground like two pieces of scrap metal crashing into two deep pits amid a cloud of dust. Looking up against the dazzling golden rays of the rising sun, his pupils abruptly contracted. Huo Su, that woman he regarded as his exclusive jade-carved possession, was now nestling like a little bird, her cheek gently resting against the arm of a strange man. The morning light gently gilded them, outlining flawless silhouettes. Their robes fluttered in the breeze, and they seemed like a divine couple stepping out of a mythical painting, immaculate and breathtakingly sacred. The scene was dazzlingly beautiful, but like a red-hot branding iron, it seared deeply into Yang Xiong's twisted heart. A suppressed, manic, broken voice like a leaky gong squeezed out from his throat. His face, once proud and spirited from acquiring the system, was now twisted beyond recognition by jealousy and rage, the whites of his eyes crawling with bloodshot veins like a dying demon. What a pure and chaste President Huo. I thought you were some celestial goddess, but deep down you're just a worthless slut who can't live without a man. What a pity. Damn it. I haven't even turned you into the perfect collection yet, and you've already soiled yourself. He stared fixedly at Huo Su's clinging posture, as if the most precious porcelain at the tip of his heart had been shattered and ground into mud. His mind raced, and Inspect was instantly activated. Target. The glaring pair of wretches ahead. Warning. Unable to read target information. Insufficient permissions. Error. Yang Xiong's manic smile froze, replaced by incredulous shock. How could this be? Ever since obtaining this heaven-defying system, he had tried inspecting walls, steel, even air. Never a failure. Always successful. Why was it ineffective against these two? A chilling dread quietly crept up his spine, instantly freezing his boiling blood. His face turned extremely serious. The unknown brought primal fear. Husband, Huo Su said, as if completely blocking out the filth. She lifted her face slightly, her clear autumn water-like eyes reflecting Li Yao's silhouette intently, her long lashes casting soft shadows under the golden light. Her voice was soft and warm, carrying a hint of subtle coyness. This filthy thing that sullies the eyes, Let Susu take care of it, okay? Her eyes glimmered slightly, and her telekinesis gently lifted a few strands of hair. Liao lowered his eyes, and the cold, killing intent in them melted into a warm spring when meeting Huo Su's gaze. He raised his hand and gently grazed her perky nose. Be good. This thing is too filthy dirty. Don't touch it. Your husband will be quick. His tone was flat, but brooked no argument. This oblivious intimacy was like the final spark that lit a powder keg. You filthy adulterers. They'll tear you apart. The string called reason, in Yang Xiong's mind, snapped completely. Extreme jealousy and humiliation turned into all-consuming bestial fury. The last trace of fear of the unknown was incinerated by overwhelming rage. His figure turned into a violent blur, his clenched fist tearing through the air with a sharp shriek straight at Li Yao's face. He would smash that face that drove him mad with jealousy into pulp. As for that slightly flawed doll, he would make her wish she were dead. The fist wind rushed against his face, stirring the stray hair on Li Yao's forehead. He didn't even look directly at the roaring beast charging at him, his gaze as indifferent as looking down at a moth diving into a flame. He merely raised his left hand casually, and with his long, powerful index finger, he lightly tapped the air stirred by the fist wind. Imprison. 2 words light as a feather, yet they seemed to contain the law of cosmic stasis. A resonant hum. Space. Froze in that instant. Yang Xiong's berserk forward charge, along with his twisted, grotesque expression, bulging muscles from exertion, and even the surging air around his fist, were all locked motionless in midair by an invisible, yet overwhelming force. He was like a terrifying sculpture of violent aesthetics, eternally frozen, just a hair's breadth away from Li Yao's nose. Only in his shocked pupils did an endless bone-deep terror surge. He wanted to beg for mercy, to scream, but couldn't even move his lips a fraction. Absolute imprisonment brought a despair deeper than death itself. Li Yao took a step forward, his figure appearing before the imprisoned Yang Xiong as if by teleportation. He calmly extended his hand, fingers spread, palm lines clear with the composure of one who controls life and death. Slowly he covered Yang Xiong's head, which was cold and rigid from extreme fear. Chaos Plunder. A resonant hum. A deep, light-devouring dark radiance silently spread from Li Yao's palm and instantly engulfed Yang Xiong's head. Then, like a living thing, it quickly flowed downward, swallowing his entire body into a squirming humanoid black shadow. Within the shadow's mind came the system's urgent, desperate mechanical voice alarm. Detect high-dimensional energy intrusion. System core being forcibly extracted. Emergency protocol initiating. Initiation failed. Suppressed by unknown chaos energy. Core data stream interrupted. Energy circuits collapsing. SSS. Crackle. Emergency. Fail. SSS. The last electronic noises faded into dead silence. The last glimmer of humanity. In Yang Xiong's eyes, a complex mix of terror, unwillingness, and malice flickered violently like a candle in the wind before finally extinguishing completely. The dream of a perfect collection, along with his life and the system he relied on, were all dragged into the abyss of chaos. In Li Yao's palm, the devouring dark radiance suddenly blazed brightly. Streams of pure condensed fantasy power, as if containing infinite possibilities, were forcibly extracted and stripped away, like rivers flowing into the sea, continuously surging into his body. The quantity was not enormous, but the purity and lofty essence of its nature made even Li Yao slight. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and activated the power of chaos origin, analyzing the peculiar energy source bit by bit. The transformation secret that he had failed to grasp in over 10 years of the apocalypse in his past life was now rapidly becoming clear to him. When the last trace of fantasy power was drained, Li Yao's mind stirred, and the nature of the chaos black radiance covering Yang Xiong suddenly shifted. A whoosh. Gray-white flames ignited out of thin air, silent, yet carrying an aura of annihilation that could burn all things. The flames instantly consumed Yang Xiong's shell. No scream, no struggle, not even a wisp of smoke emerged. In just one breath, nothing remained where he stood, as if this person had never existed. The Demon King, who had stirred countless storms of blood and fear in his past life, was annihilated silently in the chaotic gray flames on the very first day of the apocalypse's awakening, leaving not even dust behind. Li Yao withdrew his hand, a faint, undefined, chaotic glow lingering on his fingertips. He sank his mind into that primordial sea that nurtured all things. Chaos fantasy. The intangible fantasy power, like the most pliable threads, was precisely woven, constructed, and given form and rules by the chaotic will. A concise interface containing a vast stream of information quietly emerged deep in his consciousness. System chaos creation, host Li Yao physique, chaos origin techniques, dual cultivation method, unique blazing sun cannon realm phase, foreshaping early skills, chaos myriad transformations, world killing, devour, inspect, identify. others hidden by owner. That saves quite a bit of trouble. A hint of satisfaction curved at the corner of Li Yao's mouth. Transforming chaos into fantasy power. I've finally mastered it in this life. His gaze turned to Huo Su, who was quietly waiting beside him. His mind moved again and inspects silently. Name: Huo Su. Physique: mystic, mysterious, nihility, Dao body, awakening realm. Phase 2, awakening, early peak abilities, ice control, psychic telekinesis, mystic, mysterious, nihility, Dao body. A glimmer of understanding flashed in Li Yao's eyes. Name: Huo Su. Physique: mystic, mysterious, nihility, Dao body, awakening realm. Phase 2, awakening, early peak abilities, ice control, psychic telekinesis, mystic. The wonder of this physique was legendary, even in his past life. What's wrong, husband? Huo Su blinked her clear eyes with a hint of confusion as she saw him looking at her. Nothing, just an unexpected gain. Li Yao instantly composed himself and naturally extended his right arm, drawing her slender, yet flexible waist into his embrace. Let's go. See if there's anything worth taking inside. His gaze swept over the 4 corpses in the villa's entrance hall, previously killed by Yang Xiong. He paused for a moment. With another thought: chaos earth. The ground silently rose and shaped itself, forming 2 neat mounds that instantly buried the corpses. Though no epitaph, it at least isolated them from dust and beasts. Stepping into the villa, the first floor was filled with a bloody smell and a lingering hint of madness. Scattered supplies such as cigarettes, alcohol, and canned food. Li Yao's will encompassed the area, activating spatial power. All usable supplies vanished instantly, and the first floor became empty in a blink. As he ascended the spiral staircase to the second floor, a thick, nauseating smell of blood mixed with the stench of rotting entrails and death rushed toward him. Huo Su's delicate brows knitted tightly, her fingertips unconsciously tightening and digging into Li Yao's arm. It was not fear, but an instinctive tremor when facing the abyss. Her body instinctively pressed closer to him, seeking the reassuring and reliable strength. Li Yao's gaze was icy as he gently pushed open the door. The creak of the door hinge was piercingly loud in the dead silence. As the door swung open, a thick, rancid stench surged forth like a tangible force. Even Li Yao, who had witnessed life and death in his past life, found his gaze freezing at the scene before him. This was a profane ritual sight, defiling life itself. Beside him, Huo Su's face drained of color in an instant, her stomach convulsing violently. She clamped her hand over her mouth, forcing back the bile rising in her throat, but her eyes had already reddened. What met their eyes was utter madness. The luxurious carpet had turned a nauseating dark, clotted black-red. Stepping on it, there was no softness, only a sticky, hardened texture. What was even more spine-chilling were the countless scattered, unrecognizable chunks of flesh and severed limbs, most beyond identification. And on the extravagantly opulent bed at the room's center, a dozen heads were lined up like trophies. Mostly women, every face twisted into an unrecognizable form by extreme agony and terror. Bulging eyes, nearly popping from their sockets bloodshot, stared fixedly at the ceiling. Mouths were torn open at impossible angles, as if frozen in the last silent, most harrowing scream and curse of life's final moment. This was no room. It was a blood-soaked exhibition hall meticulously arranged by a madman. Li Yao's voice was terrifyingly low, a fury erupting from the depths of his heart. The space around him seemed to warp and blur from his anger. Just now, I let him off too easily. Though he had heard of the Demon King's atrocities in his past life, words and imagination seemed laughably pale before this naked, bitterness-soaked masterpiece. He even felt a pang of regret. Letting Yang Xiong turn to ashes was far too merciful. A scum like that deserved to be imprisoned in an eternal cycle of suffering, wailing to repay a mere fraction of his heinous crimes. At the same time, an inexplicable relief welled up. In this life, fortunately, he had not arrived too late. Heaven knows how many hells that beast had created with his own hands in his past life. Huo Su's delicate frame trembled uncontrollably. It was not merely physical nausea, but the deepest parts of her soul being seized and torn by primal compassion and fury. Tears silently fell cold against Li Yao's arm. Each drop held a profound hatred for the perpetrator and endless grief for the victims. She bit her lower lip so hard that her teeth sank into the soft flesh, tasting a hint of rust, forcing the sobs deep into her throat. Her eyes burned with the deepest hatred for the assailant. Li Yao took a deep breath, the overwhelming stench of blood seeming to carry the screams of countless wronged souls into his lungs. He forcibly suppressed his surging killing intent and slowly closed his eyes. A low, solemn chant imbued with supreme authority and compassion resonated through the bloody, deathly lair like a sound traversing ancient eons. Tai Shang imperial decree, transcend, these lonely souls, all ghosts and demons, are blessed by the 4 paths. The headed shall be freed, the headless shall ascend. Every syllable of the rebirth mantra seemed to carry a strange power, falling like warm light upon this space steeped in despair. The bitter resentment and malevolence that had nearly condensed into substance in the air seemed to be soothed and cleansed by this power. As the final syllable faded, its echo lingered. Liao did not cast a second glance at this earthly hell. He took Huo Su's cold, trembling hand and gently closed the door, as if sealing away endless sin and suffering. Su, Liao's voice carried a husky restraint. We won't search this place. Let's go. He tightened his arm around her waist, drawing her quivering body deeper into his embrace, offering silence. They descended the stairs in silence. Standing again on the lawn outside the villa, the morning sun was still bright, yet it could not dispel the gloom and chill in their hearts. Liao suddenly turned back, his gaze icy on this lair of slaughter. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers slightly spread. Alohom! A cluster of orange-eared flames leaped and rose from nowhere, radiating a pure yet scorching heat. Without a moment's hesitation, he casually pushed his palm forward. With a roar, that flame, as if given life and a mission of destruction, expanded and screamed toward the fire. Madly licked everything flammable, the wooden structure, luxurious curtains, blood-stained wallpaper, expensive furniture. The spread was unimaginably fast. In the blink of an eye, the entire luxury villa became a blazing, flaming, colossal torch. Flames shot into the sky, black smoke billowed, and the wooden structure crackled and popped under the intense heat before finally collapsing with a roar. The blazing fire cast flickering light and shadow upon Liao's and Huo Su's faces. Watching the building gradually turn to ashes and drift away in the wind, there was no joy in their hearts, only a suffocating sorrow. When the apocalypse descends, the most terrifying and unpredictable are never the grotesque, mutated monsters. It is the malice and ghostly darkness released from the darkest corners of the human heart, more dreadful than any abyss. Let's go. Liao took Huo Su's hand, his voice regaining calm. Let all these sins be buried in the dust. His gaze shifted past the ruins toward unknown regions beyond. A powerful spatial perception silently unfolded, expanding and scanning rapidly outward from him. It precisely swept over every inch of the villa district and every building. A flood of information instantly fed back into his mind. Most villas contained trapped, frenzied beast changers, their twisted forms still vaguely retaining shadows of former wealthy elite celebrities and professionals. At 5 or 6 villas on the periphery, he sensed faint but tenacious human life, signs hiding cautiously like startled birds. Start clearing from the farthest edge. Liao locked onto targets, his arms securely holding Huo Su's waist. Space warped slightly, and the two vanished from the spot instantly. The next second they materialized out of nothingness, appearing like specters in the center of a target villa's first-floor living room. 3 beast changers were scattered inside, 1 wandering aimlessly on the first floor, 2 pacing restlessly on the second. By the living room wall were 2 bloodstains and some bone fragments. The beast changer on the first floor snapped its head around almost as the spatial disturbance ceased. Its crimson beast eyes instantly locked onto the intruders, emitting a threatening low growl, saliva dripping from its fangs. But all its ferocity only met with a fleeting afterimage of extreme speed. A crisp snapping sound. Liao's hand, like an iron vise, had precisely crushed its neck bone. An extremely faint, nearly imperceptible warmth flowed up Liao's arm, enhancing his cellular activity. The beast's eyes instantly extinguished, its body crumpling limply to the ground. The 2 beast changers upstairs were enraged by their companion's death, and the commotion below unleashing frenzied roars. They charged down the stairs on all fours with astonishing speed, bringing a stench of blood straight at the pair. Liao's gaze was indifferent, not even moving his feet. He raised his right hand, index and middle fingers together, casually slashing through the air toward the 2 beast changers. 2 invisible spatial blades swept across. The roars ceased abruptly. 2 hideous heads separated from their necks, blue blood spurting like a pressure pump from the severed stumps, splattering the walls and ceiling. 2 clusters of energy particles, even fainter and nearly negligible, drifted slowly into Liao's body. Elimination without direct physical contact. The energy absorption efficiency is disappointingly low. Liao frowned slightly, his mind operating at high speed, conducting precise data comparison and analysis. Direct contact kills can extract approximately 810 of the target's original energy. However, with ranged methods like spatial blades, the efficiency plummets to 1 or even lower. The limitations are too great. He showed a hint of disappointment toward this ability called killing extraction. Deconstruct it, supplement the chaotic plunder, and see the effect. With a thought, the chaotic energy within him began to surge. The killing extraction ability slowly dissolved and assimilated into the chaos, integrating into his own system. Amidst these thoughts, the 2 of them did not pause their actions, quickly and efficiently sweeping through all valuable supplies in this villa. Space rippled once more with an almost imperceptible distortion, and their figures instantly faded, vanishing from the living room. The next moment they appeared inside the second villa that needed clearing. It was the same familiar setup, two beast transformers catching the scent of strangers lunged wildly. Li Yao's gaze was calm as he followed the same method. The first one he approached with lightning speed and snapped its neck cleanly. That familiar faint warm current arrived as expected. The second one was decapitated in an instant by a spatial blade the moment he raised his hand. At the very moment the spatial blade severed the beast transformer's head, a warm current equally distinct and even slightly stronger than when he had snapped the neck instantly surged back into Li Yao's body. A sharp glint flashed in Li Yao's eyes. It worked. A satisfied curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. After integrating into the chaotic origin, the plundering trait has been strengthened and unified. Previously, the plundering ability could only seize high-quality abilities, but now, regardless of the method of killing, as long as it is ended by my chaos force, I can stably extract a part of its origin. Now that's more like it. The experiment concluded, and the clearing speed accelerated. One villa after another was erased like by an invisible eraser. The beast transformers within were swiftly eliminated, and all supplies were swept clean. Soon only a few villas where survivors were still hiding remained in the entire area. Li Yao halted his continuous teleportation and cast his gaze toward one of them. He turned his head to look at Huo Su, who had been silently following and cooperating with him, and asked Su, there are some survivors over there. Want to go over and take a look? Huo Su met his gaze, her voice soft yet firm. Whatever my husband decides is fine. Space emitted a subtle ripple once more, and their figures instantly faded from the spot. Almost at the same instant they stepped out of nothingness, appearing without warning before the door of a villa with all windows and doors shut tight and curtains drawn fully. Inside the door were unknown survivors. Perhaps they were also the faint sparks of humanity not yet completely extinguished on this desperate wasteland. Li Yao raised his hand and knocked on the heavy solid wood door with his knuckles, neither too hard nor too soft. The sound was particularly clear in the silent neighborhood. Hello? Complete silence from inside, as if no one was there, not even the sound of breathing. The monsters outside have been cleared by us. You are safe now, no need to hide anymore. Huo Su's clear, pleasant voice filled with a soothing power followed, immediately penetrating the door clearly into the room. On the third floor of the villa, behind the gap in the curtains, Yi Liu and his wife Su Jing stood sideways against the wall, peering down nervously through the narrow crack. Both were still in thin pajamas. The villa was stifling hot, like a steamer. Sweat had already soaked their backs and chests, sticking clammily to their skin. Honey, should we respond to them? Su Jing's voice was extremely low, trembling with unconcealed fear and deep unease. Yi Liu's brows were tightly knitted into a knot, his gaze secretly moving back and forth over the extraordinary, yet oddly dangerous couple downstairs. Especially the man, who was exceptionally tall and robust with a resolute face, gave him an intangible, heart-stopping sense of pressure. He instinctively turned back and quickly glanced at his wife. Her silk nightgown was drenched with sweat, nearly transparent, clinging to her voluptuous, explosive figure, outlining breathtaking curves. And her face, naturally innocent and pitiable, like a lotus now flushed with fear and heat, was a primal, deadly temptation to any man still possessing desire. Yi Liu's heart sank heavily. In this apocalypse of broken order and survival of the fittest, he, having lost his power, possessed such a stunningly beautiful wife. This was no different from a child carrying gold through a bustling market. It alone contained all the reasons for death. That man downstairs. What was his gaze like when he looked at Xiao Jing? Greed? Possessiveness? Or worse? The protective instinct for his wife and the scarcity of supplies plunged him into a fierce internal conflict. Opening the door might be hope, but more likely an abyss. Refusing might bring temporary safety, but the complete depletion of food and water was equally a slow death sentence. He was silent for a full dozen seconds, each second feeling like an eternity. Finally, Yi Liu let out a heavy sigh, as if draining all his strength. Xiao Jing, his voice was dry and hoarse, they have already found us. You, go find the most conservative, inconspicuous clothes to change into long-sleeved and long pants. Also go to the kitchen and get some stove ash or dust smeared on your face. Stay on the third floor, don't come down. They'll go down and open the door. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. I must ask them what is really going on outside. Besides, the stored food and bottled water at home are basically exhausted. Maybe we can exchange for some from them. With that, without waiting for his wife's reply, he forcefully adjusted his slipping glasses on the bridge of his nose, as if to draw a shred of courage from the action. Then he turned and walked downstairs step by step. He arrived behind the door, paused for a few seconds, gritted his teeth, twisted the lock forcefully, and pulled the door open a crack. The moment the door opened, Yi Liu's gaze was involuntarily seized first by the mountain-like figure outside. The oppressive pressure from the terrifying height of nearly 2 meters was almost tangible, requiring him to look up to see the other's face. His square face had rigid lines, his eyes like deep pools, calm, yet exuding a heart-stopping profundity. Simply standing there, he naturally radiated a terrifying absolute aura, as if from the top of the food chain. When his gaze shifted slightly and fell upon the woman nestled beside the burly man, he was instantly stunned, feeling a completely different kind of shock. The woman's beauty was so extraordinary that he could not find suitable words to describe it. It was a transcendent beauty that blended heroic spirit and soft charm, coldness and gentleness. An extreme beauty that seemed not to belong in this filthy apocalypse, but rather a phantom from a forgotten fairyland legend. His own wife was a 1 in 10,000 beauty, yet before this woman she appeared dim and ordinary. Perhaps only the legendary unseen figure in the upper circles of Gai City, the Huo family's daughter Huo Su, could possess such a face and temperament that made one feel inferior. This sudden thought, along with the extremely powerful, yet not at all lustful or despicable aura exuded by the couple, somehow loosened Yi Liu's almost fear-crushed heartstrings by just a thread. Maybe they are not the worst possibility. His throat slid violently, suppressing the tremor in his voice as he forced out a dry greeting. Hello. I am Yi Liu. Li Yao and Huo Su's gaze settled on the man who had opened the door to greet them. He appeared to be in his early 30s, wearing frameless glasses with a scholarly air that was now haggard and worn down by the apocalypse. Li Yao responded, his voice low and clear. Hello, I am Li Yao. He gestured slightly to his side. This is my wife Huo Su. Yi Liu glanced at Huo Su in astonishment. It really was her. Mr. Li, what is the situation outside now? He asked almost eagerly, his voice laced with urgency. I've been trapped in the villa alone with no internet or electricity, like a blind and deaf man who knows nothing. Li Yao gave him a meaningful look, one that seemed to penetrate the soul, but he did not expose him. How shall I put it? Li Yao's tone was flat. It's chaotic. There are beastmen roaming everywhere. They are incredibly fast and terrifyingly strong. Ordinary people have almost no chance of survival if they encounter them. They are hard to deal with. Yi Liu shuddered uncontrollably, clinging to the last shred of hope, his eyes pleading as he looked at Li Yao. What about the military? I don't know. Li Yao's answer severed his last hope. I haven't seen any military in the city center. The last glimmer of light faded. Yi Liu stood frozen, as if his spine had been pulled out his face. Nearby, the doors of the other 5 villas also opened cautiously, one by one, and 6 or 7 people emerged, craning their necks to observe. They listened silently to the conversation. When Li Yao said, I haven't seen any military, the tightly stretched string in everyone's heart snapped with a resounding crack. Panic exploded like a plague, and a cacophony of voices instantly swallowed the silence. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the military not have come? No power, no water, no internet, and the streets are full of man-eating monsters. This is a death sentence for all of us. I've run out of food and water. This is a dead end. A dead end. What the hell is happening to the world? How did it become like this in just one afternoon? President Huo, Miss Huo, is what he said true? Tell us, is it true? Some collapsed on the ground, clutching their heads and roaring in despair. Others fell limp, sobbing quiet. Some recognized Huo Su and tried to get a different, more hopeful answer from her. When the last pillar of support turned out to be an illusion, despair seeped into every soul like ink. Li Yao and Huo Su just stood quietly, watching this outpouring of despair with cold detachment. When the tumult subsided slightly, Li Yao spoke again, his voice not loud, but easily overpowering the noise. If roaring could kill, the monsters would have been long dead. Reality is already slapping you in the face. Instead of wasting time breaking down, think about how to survive. This villa district is far from the city and sparsely populated. I had my eye on it and planned to establish a base here. But before Li Yao could finish, a sharp sneer cut him off abruptly. You set up a base here. A strapping young man in a basketball jersey stood not far away, hands on his hips, speaking with bravado. He gave Li Yao a contemptuous glance, but when his gaze fell on Huo Su beside Li Yao, he lifted his chin even higher and his tone grew more excited. Listen up. Yang Xiong, brother Xiong, is my big brother. He lives right here in this neighborhood. The monsters outside must have all run away, otherwise how could this guy have wandered over here? He's bluffing. We'll go find brother Xiong later. I saw him in his villa the day before yesterday, throwing a wild party with a dozen hot chicks. That's the kind of life you should live in the apocalypse. Once brother Xiong gathers his men, we'll see who really owns this place. Going to pledge allegiance now is like delivering coal in a snowstorm. We'll be the founding members. Then, food, water, and beautiful women. We'll have it all. Li Yao and Huo Su had been watching him perform like a buffoon, but the moment the name Yang Xiong left his lips, both their faces darkened almost simultaneously. Chen Xiao noticed the change in their expressions and grew even more arrogant, as if he had found a huge leverage. His voice became smug and arrogant. Look at their faces. Have I hit a nerve? Guilty conscience. Flushed with shame. The surrounding survivors, seeing the sudden coldness in Li Yao and Huo Su's expressions, half believed Chen Xiao. But hearing about going to seek refuge with the notorious Yang Xiong, only two other thuggish-looking youths showed signs of excitement. The rest, those with families, looked conflicted and instinctively stepped back, silently distancing themselves from "You say." Huo Su's clear voice rang out again, but it had lost all its previous gentleness, replaced by an icy kill aura. "Yang Xiong is your big brother." Chen Xiao still did not realize death was knocking at his door. Instead, he thought they were afraid and nodded naturally, of course. "Brother Xiong personally invited me over for fun the day before yesterday. If I hadn't been busy, I'd already be his right-hand man by now." His face was full of longing for that decadent life, as if he already saw his future of lording over others. But coming now also gave him a chance to become Brother Xiong's confidant, as long as he stole a glance at Huo Su, delivering her to Brother Xiong. He could already envision his status in the future. He had recognized Huo Su the moment he came out. Huo Su, the woman Brother Xiong had been pursuing all along. If he brought her to him, what would that make him? Li Yao caught the furtive, calculating look in Chen Xiao's eyes as he appraised Huo Su, and a chilling, murderous intent flashed in his own gaze. Yi Lu, standing nearby, happened to catch that fleeting glimmer and felt a sudden chill in his heart. Li Yao had lost all patience listening to the clown's noise. With a casual wave of his hand, he executed a phase shift. Chen Xiao and the two youths who had just shown longing expressions vanished in an instant, not even having time to cry out, directly teleported back into their respective villas. The remaining few, having witnessed this godlike power, broke out in a cold sweat of terror. Li Yao looked at the remaining people's fearful and guarded eyes, shook his head helplessly, and deliberately softened his tone. I just sent them home to cool off, so they wouldn't cause trouble. I'm not a bloodthirsty man, no need to be so tense." His gaze swept over the shaken group. "Well, now that the flies are gone, tell me, what are your plans? That Yang Xiong has already been dealt with by me, so you don't need to worry about him causing trouble anymore." The group exchanged uncertain glances, their faces full of confusion and helplessness. Yi Lu looked at the other survivors, took a deep breath, and mustered the courage to look up and ask, "Mr. Li, you said earlier you plan to set up a base here. Is that plan still on the table?" Before he finished, the others came alive like drowning people grabbing a lifebuoy. "Yes, Mr. Li. There's Ming Lake here. It's a living water source, absolutely abundant." "That's right. This is a high-end neighborhood. The walls are tall and sturdy, easy to defend, and hard to attack. Fewer people mean fewer monsters. It's easy to clear out. The most suitable place." They rushed to list the advantages of the area, their tone filled with humble entreaty, as if Li Yao's nod alone would inject a shot of adrenaline into their hopeless lives. Li Yao listened quietly, his face betraying no emotion, and only gently shook his head after the voices gradually subsided. He had originally planned to establish a base here as a sub-base of the Shindi base. But at this moment, that thought had vanished completely. No, he refused with crisp finality, leaving no room for negotiation. "A place where Yang Xiong has been. I find it repulsive." The light in their eyes instantly dimmed, as if all strength had been drained from them, and their heads drooped in dejection. Seeing their crestfallen expressions, Li Yao paused for a moment before adding, "If you ever find yourselves completely at a dead end, try heading west, and take your chances at the Dragonscale Villa." Beside him, Huo Su glanced at Li Yao in surprise. The Dragonscale Villa was precisely the villa district where she now resided. Li Yao offered no further explanation. He merely provided a possibility. Whether these people heeded it, understood it, or managed to reach that place was none of his concern. Tomorrow would be a critical day for the Bodis accelerated evolution. By then, even ordinary humans, though unable to directly confront beastified humans, would at least possess the ability to maneuver and escape, and could even hunt using human ingenuity. With that, he took Huo Su's hand and turned to leave. After taking only 2 steps, Li Yao seemed to recall something, paused, and tossed a remark over his shoulder without looking back. "If any of you ever manage to kill a beastified human, remember to take the crystal that condenses in its heart, the beast jade, and press it against your own chest to try." This cryptic remark, like a seed, quietly fell into the stagnant lakes of their hearts. As the pair was about to depart, Yi Liu suddenly jolted awake amidst the overwhelming flood of information and shouted urgently, "Mr. Li, please wait a moment." Li Yao stopped and half-turned, casting a questioning glance. Yi Liu swallowed hard, his heart pounding wildly. Could we trade with you for some food? Anything edible, even just a little." Li Yao turned, fully a hint of amusement in his eyes as he sized him up. "Trade? In these times, what do you have to do?" "Mr. Li, I understand." Yi Liu's voice was hoarse with tension. "Gold, silver, jewels, antiques, paintings, they're all worthless now. He'll trade with a piece of information intelligence." He held up 2 fingers, then quickly changed to 1, as if afraid to anger the other. 1 ton. I only asked for 1 ton of food. Or even half a ton. But the value of this information is absolutely worth that price. Even 1,000 times or 10,000 times more. Yi Liu had no room to haggle, especially after witnessing those unfathomable capabilities just moments ago. He could only gamble that this intelligence would pique the man's interest, and that this man before him was not of the same ilk as the legendary heartless Yang Xiong. At the foot of Ming Mountain, a few kilometers behind the Dragonscale Villa, there's a military restricted zone. That's the National Grain Reserve Base. Hearing this, Li Yao spun around abruptly. Are you certain? He had been pondering where to start his search that morning, and now the information had come in the forenoon. Was this the reward for good deeds? Certain. Don't ask me about the source. It doesn't matter, does it? Yi Liu's voice carried a hint of resentment. He knew better than anyone what that base meant, but he lacked the strength to seize it. Good. This information is very important to me. What food do you need? Li Yao suddenly recalled something, and added, oh, if you have jade pendants, jade bracelets, antique paintings, or similar items, you can also trade them for food. Back when we were poor, I couldn't even afford to buy my wife a jade bracelet. Now she can break them for fun if she wants. His tone was light, but those who knew Huo Su secretly grumbled. President Huo could have done that even before the apocalypse. Though inwardly muttering, the crowd hurried back to retrieve their jade and antiques, fearful of missing the opportunity. Li Yao's gaze toward Yi Liu softened. Mister Yi, where should the food be placed? Yi Liu breathed a slight sigh of relief. How will the supplies be transported? Is it far? I have a car in the garage. He was still unaware that automobiles were no longer functional. No need for trouble. Just take me to where you want the supplies, and I'll handle it. Li Yao waved his hand. Also, cars don't work anymore. Yi Liu's face paled. Even cars were useless. This world had truly changed beyond recognition. Please follow me. Just place the supplies in the hall, and he'll take care of the rest. Yi Liu led them toward the villa. If you have high-sugar foods, please give as much as possible. The villa was decorated in understated luxury with solid wood floors and a 3-meter-high ceiling in the spacious hall. Li Yao waved his hand, and a mountain of food, a 2-meter cube, appeared in the hall, mainly rice and flour, along with plenty of chocolate, a few bags of packaged snail noodles, rice noodles, and some self-heating instant meals. Yi Liu was astonished, but tactfully asked no questions. With this much food, be careful yourself. Li Yao warned meaningfully. This food can only keep you safe for a short while. The road ahead is yours to walk. Consider my suggestion. With the exchange complete before Yi Liu could respond, Li Yao draped an arm around Huo Su and headed out. There were more trades to be made outside. Soon survivors returned carrying various boxes, hope rekindled on their faces. Young man, how do we exchange? Set the rules. Don't worry, this is President Huo's husband. Need we say more about President Huo's integrity? The crowd chattered, never imagining that jade pendants and bracelets could still be traded for food. Alright, I know these things are useless to you. Hey, race the deal. Li Yao paused, and the crowd instinctively leaned in. Earrings and rings, 1 piece for a packet of bread. Jade bracelets, jade pendants, and jade hairpins, 1 piece for 3 packs of instant noodles. Jade carvings and antiques, 1 piece for a box of instant noodles. Li Yao paused again. Su, you do the tally. Once done, I'll distribute. Hearing the prices, the crowd was secretly shocked. Dark, truly dark. A jade bracelet worth millions now only fetched a few packs of noodles. But no one complained. In the apocalypse, food was the true currency. For this powerhouse to be willing to trade was already a rare kindness. Fine. Deal. Kid, bring the boxes over to President Huo and let her count. Good prices, everyone line up and let President Huo check one by one. Mr. Li and President Huo are truly virtuous, using such an excuse to help us in times like this. One had to admit successful people knew exactly what to say and when. After tallying each family one by one, Li Yao waved his hand and placed the corresponding food before them, neither more nor less. Witnessing this miraculous scene, the crowd had grown accustomed to it, though their gazes held a subtle new element. Was this an ability? Could they awaken one too? Just then a middle-aged man stepped forward. President Huo, do you remember me? I'm Wang Xiyun. We've worked together before. Huo Su took a look and vaguely recalled him. President Wang. I was busy just now and didn't notice. Sorry. Wang Xiyun dispensed with pleasantries and asked the question on everyone's mind. What Mr. Li did earlier? Was that a superpower? He asked cautiously, as if treading on forbidden ground. Hearing the question, the bystanders pricked up their ears attentively. Huo Su glanced at Li Yao and, receiving his tender look, nodded. Yes, he just awakened recently. The crowd erupted. See, heaven never seals off all exits. We're evolving too. Come to think of it, my body does feel much better than before. These past 2 days I've felt more and more energized. Am I about to awaken some ability? Dream on. Probably just your hyperthyroidism acting up. Wang Xiyun didn't join the discussion. Instead, he quietly sidled up to Li Yao and slipped a Longyan stone jade bracelet into his pocket. Mr. Li, I know you're looking for this kind of jade. After the radiant rain, this bracelet glowed for a long time, and I happened to see it. He lowered his voice further. I don't ask for much. Just take me and my 2 daughters with you when you leave. If that's not possible, just take them. I only want them to survive. They can serve tea, pour water, warm the bed, fold the covers. Anything as long as they have food and clothing. You're still helping strangers at a time like this. Your character I trust. Li Yao felt the energy emanating from the jade bracelet in his pocket and was startled. The energy within this jade was enough to forge an extremely powerful protective item for Huo Su. All right, we'll take all three of you. Go pack quickly and bring them here, as fast as you can. Wang Shiyun turned and strode briskly toward the villa. Having finished tallying the supplies, Huo Su quietly approached Li Yao from behind and said in a teasing tone, "Serve tea, pour water, warm the bed, fold the covers. Quite the refined taste you have, Master Li. The Wang sisters, I remember now. The famed twin beauties. What fortune, Mr. Li, twin sisters." Li Yao shuddered and quickly turned to embrace his jealous wife. What nonsense. We've only been married 2 days. How could I have such thoughts? Huo Su was merely teasing him. She knew that polygamy was an inevitable outcome in the lawless order where strength reigns supreme. A beautiful flower in the wild. Only the few merely appreciate it, the majority want to possess it. My Li Yao deserves everything. Huo Su leaned against his chest, inhaling the fresh, subtle fragrance of his skin, and closed her eyes in contentment. "Xiao Yao, before we have our first son, you must take precautions," she murmured softly. "Su Jia." Li Yao pulled her into a tighter embrace, loving this woman to the very marrow of his. The chattering crowd gradually quieted down. Everyone watched the embracing pair's sunlight, cascading over them, as if gilding them in a sacred gold. In this anxious and unsettled world, people's hearts oddly found a moment of peace. Huo Su gently extricated herself from his arms and said seriously, "All right, almost forgot to tell you. We received 35 jade carvings, 28 antique paintings, and calligraphy, 82 bangles and pendants, and 150 rings and necklaces." She paused, stood on tiptoe, and whispered in his ear, "Over 30 of them, I sensed energy fluctuations." Li Yao's eyes flashed with sharp light, and he sighed inwardly, what a huge gain. He waved his hand, and the jade artifacts piled on the ground were instantly swept away, by spatial force vanishing without a trace. After a moment, Wang Shiyun stepped out of the villa carrying a bulging mountaineering backpack, followed by a pair of breathtaking twin girls. They both possessed perfectly identical pear-shaped figures, their features mirroring each other, yet their temperaments were poles apart. The girl in front wore a black spaghetti-strap dress, paired with a well-tailored white blazer, and silver stilettos, her ponytail tied neatly. Her chin slightly raised, her gaze aloof, she exuded an aura that kept strangers at bay. The girl behind her gently tugged at her elder sister's hem, her light pink ruffled dress swaying in the breeze, canvas, shoes treading with cautious steps. Her slightly wavy hair cascaded over her shoulders, and the strawberry-shaped jade hairpin added a touch of sweet innocence. Both girls carried heavy backpacks, clearly having packed plenty of belongings. Wang Shiyun quickly walked up to Li Yao and introduced them with a respectful, smiling tone. "Mr. Li, President Huo, let me introduce you. This is my elder daughter Wang Huayu, and my younger daughter Wang Huayin." Then he turned to the twins with a more serious tone. "Huayu, Huayin, this is Mr. Li Yao, and beside him is the idol you've always talked about, Miss Huo Su." The sisters, who had been expressionless and somewhat gloomy, suddenly lifted their heads the moment they heard the name. Their identical eyes lit up instantly, and they almost simultaneously stepped past their father to eagerly gaze at Huo Su, standing quietly nearby. The fervor and adoration in their gazes made even Huo Su, who was used to grand occasions, pause slightly. "President Huo, do you remember us? We met once at the autumn auction." Wang Huayi's tone was hard to conceal her excitement, her aloof demeanor crumbling instantly. "Sister Hua," said Wang Huayin in a soft, sweet voice, her eyes brimming with pure light. "Huayin has never seen anyone so beautiful." Huo Su's red lips curled slightly, her gaze flickering over the two identical faces before settling into a genuine smile. "I'm so glad we can meet again in such times. Would you like to come with us?" Before Wang Huayu could answer, Wang Huayin nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Sister Hua, let us stay by your side. My sister knows medicine, and I can cook many dishes. He'll cook for Sister Hua every day," she hurriedly added, as if afraid of being rejected if she delayed a second. Li Yao raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected these twin sisters to be such unexpected treasures. As for their appearance, though not even a third of Su's unparalleled beauty, they were still rare beauties, especially with the unique bonus of being twins. Wang Shiyun watched his daughter's complete turnaround, momentarily speechless. Just moments ago they had been reluctant to leave, but now they couldn't wait to follow immediately. This contrast left him as a father with mixed emotions. The surrounding people, seeing Wang Zuyin's family laden with bags, gathered around to ask. Their eyes had obvious hope. Who wouldn't want to leave with a powerful figure like Li Yao? "Old Wang, where are you all? Take us along. We can work too. President Wang, you know, Mr. Li, please put in a good word for us. We don't want to stay here anymore. These must be your 2 daughters. They're like fairies descended from heaven. Mr. Li, what about us? Wang Shiyun glanced at Li Yao and remained silent. Li Yao swept his gaze impassively over the crowd. His nearly 2-meter-tall, imposing figure naturally exuded pressure, coupled with a faint coldness in his eyes. The clamor gradually died down, finally falling into complete silence. Ready to go. His gaze finally settled on Huo Su, and he naturally wrapped his arm around her slender waist, his voice low and gentle. Huo Su looked at the gradually scorching sky and nodded lightly. Yes, let's go. Li Yao gestured for Wang Shiyun and the two girls to come closer. When their shoulders touched, he gently placed his hand on Wang Huai's shoulder. The next second, spatial power surged silently, and the 5 figures gradually blurred and vanished. Staring at the empty spot, the crowd wore expressions of envy and disappointment. Yi Lu stood there dazed, violently slapping his thigh, filled with regret. I should have used that information to exchange for him taking us along. He lowered his head dejectedly and staggered back into the villa. What a sly old fox indeed. Before he could recover, the neighboring villa suddenly erupted with familiar roars and desperate screams. Yi Lu shuddered, suddenly recalling the murderous look Li Yao had given Qin Shao. He scrambled into the house and slammed the door shut with a bang. On the lawn at the outskirts of Feiyu Prefecture, 5 figures silently emerged. The scent of grass mixed with the smell of earth rushed toward them, making Wang Huaiyu and Wang Huayin instinctively take a deep breath. Not far away in the bushes, several beastified beings were bowing their heads, eating something. Hearing the sound, they abruptly looked up. Crimson beast eyes reflected the 5 bodies' dark red bloodstains at the corners of their mouths. Their long claws tore up the turf as they pounced toward the 5. Before they could get close, Li Yao's spatial confinement had already expanded, firmly locking the 5 beastified beings in the air. Husband. Huo Su tilted her head slightly, her eyes questioning. That Qin Shao dared to harbor evil thoughts toward you. Li Yao chuckled lightly, but his eyes were frosty. If I don't send a big gift, wouldn't they laugh at our lack of etiquette? With that, he casually waved his hand, activating phase transfer, and the 5 imprisoned beastified beings vanished instantly. Su protect them for a bit. They'll be back soon. Before Huo Su could say anything, Li Yao's figure had already disappeared. Wang Huaiyu and Wang Huayin exchanged glances, seeing surprise in each other's eyes. This ability was too powerful. Inside Qin Shao's villa, Li Yao coldly watched the 5 beastified beings tear the target apart amid screams, a bloody, sickening scene. He vanished again, without expression. In less than a minute, he returned to the group and offered a reassuring smile to Wang Shiyun and the twins. Unexpectedly, the 3 of them shuddered and instinctively took half a step back. Unfazed, Li Yao placed his hand on Wang Huai's shoulder again. The 5 vanished once more. Roar! Dozens of charging beastified beings found nothing and looked around in confusion. This time, the frequency of teleportation increased greatly. The 5 sometimes appeared on deserted streets, sometimes on the rooftops of tall buildings. Time and again, they flickered in and out among the beast hordes, leaving Wang Shiyun and Wang Huaiyu pale and breathless. Wang Huayin, however, was so excited that her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkled with a strange light. After several teleportations, the 5 abruptly appeared on the roof of the central tower. The father and daughters gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar urban scene, a profound silence filled with indescribable sorrow. The once bustling streets were now in ruins, littered with overturned cars and discarded debris. Down on the street, beastified beings roamed like a tide, and many were engaged in indecent, primitive acts. Their postures were rather research-worthy. The 3 women instantly flushed and hastily averted their eyes. At a nearby intersection, several starving, massive beastified beings were encircling a smaller one, biting and devouring it. The smaller beastified being let out a piercing scream, splashing blue blood all over the ground, then quickly fell silent. Li Yao watched calmly, his eyes betraying no emotion. Had they already developed reproductive instincts? And without a beast king to restrain them, they were already devouring each other. These monsters, transformed from humans who sacrificed their intelligence, would devour anything, especially flesh and blood, including their own kind. Only when a beast king appeared would they stop killing each other and instead follow it, though ultimately they would only become the beast king's food reserve. Li Yao withdrew his thoughts. After 2 more teleportations, the 5 appeared in a room on the 4th floor of a residential complex. He extended his perception and scanned around, finding Jiayu on the 5th floor, surrounded by several children distributing bread to them. He decided not to disturb them. This apartment had 3 bedrooms and a living room, not very large, but neatly tidied. On the coffee table in the living room lay a few well-worn books, a faded blanket was draped over the sofa, and on the balcony a few clothes hung that hadn't been taken in yet. It was clear that the original owner was someone who loved life, but it was unknown where they had gone now, likely having met with misfortune. You can stay here for now, Li Yao said. Su and I live on the 3rd floor. If anything comes up, feel free to come down and find us. Don't be afraid. He paused, then added, the person living in the next unit is Jiayu. I brought him back too. When he returns, just say I brought you here. After a few brief instructions, he put his arm around Huo Su and headed toward the door. Take your time to settle and organize your things. We have some matters to attend to. He turned back, the light seeping through the window, outlining his sharp silhouette. In a calm voice, he said, see you tonight. The three Wangs shuffled after him to the doorway. Wang Xiyun gazed at Li Yao's towering pine-like back, his face full of gratitude, and his tone solemn. Mr. Li Chief, Hui, your great kindness is beyond repayment. From now on I am at your command. As if suddenly remembering something, he hastily added, by the way, Mr. Li, if you still need jade, you might want to check out the Gai New district. There's a large gambling stone market there. Right before the apocalypse, a fresh shipment arrived, all brought over from Myanmar. There might be the good material you need. If you have time, go take a look. Got it. He'll go check it out. Li Yao didn't stop. He just waved a hand behind him, casually signaling them. The space in the corridor rippled slightly, and the two vanished in the blink of an eye. Brotherly ability, so convenient. Wang Huayin leaned against the doorframe, staring at the empty hallway, her large eyes sparkling with amazement and deep yearning. If only I could awaken such a powerful ability too. Wang Huayu reached out and ruffled his younger sister's hair, gently comforting her. Sister Hui said it herself. Brotherly only awakened not long ago. As long as we stay alive, maybe we'll have a chance to. Wang Xiyun stood aside, watching his two innocent daughters, a mix of emotions churning in his heart, and he let out a helpless sigh. He pressed his temples, muttering inwardly, why didn't these two girls inherit even a shred of my shrewdness? Why couldn't they have asked just now whether they could follow Li Yao and Huo Su? Aren't relationships built through time together? They don't even understand the chance to stay close. So it looks like I, as their father, have to step in personally. He planned in his mind. When Li Yao comes back tonight, he'll have a good talk with him. Even if the two girls just assist them, serve tea and water, that's fine. For them to survive in this savage world, I'll gladly throw my face to the ground and stomp on it. Push them close to those two. I'll accept it. This damned apocalypse, it's really turning people into ghosts. Husband, are we going to Longland residence? Huo Su looked at the scenery that was both familiar and slightly strange, a hint of joyful light at the corners of her eyes. Sunlight spilled onto her upturned face, her skin almost translucent white. Yes, let's go to your villa first. Li Yao nodded, his fingertip unconsciously tracing a faint arc in the air. I recall you kept quite a lot of flowers and plants, didn't you? Yes. Huo Su's eyes lit up instantly as she counted them off like treasures. Rare orchids in the orchid garden, water fire lilies in the pond, peonies, roses, and all kinds of chrysanthemums. What? Are you going to help me move them all? A ripple of eager anticipation spread through her voice. Li Yao said without much explanation. They are your pride and joy. Besides, they've probably become more special now than ever before. The lingering note in his words left a thought-provoking aftertaste. Well then, Huo Su suddenly tugged lightly at his sleeve, a bright gleam in her eyes. Let Susu fly us back this time, okay? She lifted her face slightly. You always teleport me around. Whoosh, we arrive instantly. We've been missing all the scenery along the way. All right. Li Yao curved his lips, reached out, and ruffled her hair, his fingertips gently brushing through her tresses. Then I'll trouble my lady. Huo Su focused her mind, and a vast surge of psychic power flowed silently. Their figures rose steadily, ascending to over 90 meters above the ground. The wind roared around them, and the ruined city spread out beneath their feet. With another thought, she compressed and shaped the invisible psychic force to its extreme. In an instant, a streamlined psychic shuttle was formed, and inside it, she even meticulously wove a soft, form-fitting, invisible sofa. Huo Su turned sideways, playfully made an elegant, after you gesture, her eyes glistening. Husband, please take. The Huo Su exclusive shuttle is about to depart. Please fasten your sense of security. Li Yao was amused by her rare liveliness. He gently traced the tip of her upturned nose with his finger and sat down gracefully. Huo Su naturally nestled into his arms. Let's go, she called softly, and her psychic power burst. The next moment, a powerful force slammed them into the sofa. The psychic shuttle silently tore through the atmosphere, hurtling forward at an astonishing speed. Huo Su's soft body was pressed even deeper into Li Yao's arms by the violent acceleration. At first, beneath them were rows of skyscrapers, their glass curtain walls reflecting a hard light under the sun. Some windows were shattered, revealing pitch-black hollows. Further ahead, the view suddenly widened. Expanses of undulating dark green wilderness appeared, dotted with towering trees, dozens of meters high, heralding the drastic transformation of this world. Jig-eyes. A sharp screech suddenly exploded. From a massive tree ahead, and to the side, the crown burst open, and a flock of sparrows shot out, each nearly half a meter long. Their feathers were no longer ordinary gray-brown, but shimmered with a cold metallic luster. When their wings flapped, they made a whoosh-whoosh sound. Their claws were as sharp as iron hooks, and their crimson eyes locked onto the two in the air like starving wolves spotting prey. Li Yao's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't change his sitting posture. With a mere thought, the airspace ahead was instantly filled with countless microscopic invisible spatial fissures. Puff, 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 puff. Each sparrow's head was instantly severed, and their bodies were immediately collected into his storage space as meat reserves. Not a single feather or drop of blood remained. Only the lingering sharp echoes gradually swallowed. Huo Su slowed the psychic shuttle gradually and turned to look at Li Yao. Her brows slightly furrowed, her face filled with shock and deep bewilderment. Husband, the evolution speed of these animals, it's terrifying. First that mountain-like giant python, now this flock of ferocious giant sparrows. In comparison, the physical enhancement of humans so far seems so insignificant. Does this reign of light hold some prejudice against humans? A hint of imperceptible resentment crept into her voice. Li Yao gently shook his head, his fingertips brushing her furrowed brows as if to smooth away the knot. Don't think that way, Susu. His voice was calm as a deep pool with a detachment that saw through to the essence. The human brain already consumes a huge amount of the bodhi's energy. This enhancement prioritizes energy to the most complex and energy-consuming organs. It's a perfectly reasonable rule. Our advantage perhaps never lay in crude physical strength, but here. He tapped his temple lightly with his fingertip, his gaze deep. As they conversed, the outline of Longlin residence villa area came into view. Shiza Lake had originally been a small lake fed by the Shitsue River, but now it had expanded considerably. The central island winding banks and the tall walls still stood. From above, the meticulously landscaped trees within the villa complex had now gone completely wild, lush, and overgrown, their clawing branches almost swallowing the luxurious villas one by one. Huo Su descended, landing the psychic shuttle silently on the road not far from the entrance. Li Yao's spatial perception expanded silently, instantly bringing the entire villa area under his control. There were still quite a few people inside, all hiding in the villas, their auras weak, but steady, evidently surviving on stored supplies for 3 days. Outside the villas, groups of figures roamed aimlessly among the shadows of the trees on barren lawns and along overgrown roads, emitting low, meaningless growls. A few weak, beastified humans crouched on the ground, nibbling on weeds. The moment the two stepped into the villa area, they were like fresh meat falling into the perception range of starving wolves. A beastified human wearing tattered security uniform spun its head around, its bloodthirsty eyes instantly locking onto the two prey, radiating vibrant life. Roar! A twisted, excited roar burst from its throat, instantly alerting all the nearby monsters. Eerie, spine-chilling howls rose and fell in waves as grotesque figures emerged from every hidden corner, rushing toward the entrance like hyenas catching the scent of blood. A flicker of intrigue glimmered in Li Yao's eyes. Since the apocalypse began, he had mostly relied on his spatial abilities to dispatch enemies, leaving the Dingxin sword rarely drawn. The long-gun-quenched Dingxin sword, accompanied by a barely perceptible crystalline chime, materialized in his hand out of thin air. He raised the blade horizontally before him, its tip lightly pointing forward, his posture composed, as if awaiting prey to fall into a trap. Huo Su simultaneously retrieved several knives and long spikes from the jade pendant, wrapping them in invisible telekinetic energy and setting them into a rapid orbit around the two. The first metamorphosed beast reached them within 2 meters in an instant, leaping high with claws aimed at Li Yao's chest, the blood-laden wind reeking sickeningly. Li Yao flicked his wrist, and the Dingxin sword traced a silver arc with a whispery swish. No extraneous movement, and the beast's head slid off in an instant, hot blue blood gushing forth like a fountain. But Li Yao had already wrapped his arm around Huo Su, shifting aside with ghostly agility, his figure appearing behind the beast in a flash, perfectly evading the spray of blood. That elegant yet lethal stroke fully heralded a symphony of slaughter. As more frenzied, howling figures surged forward, Li Yao released his hold on Huo Su. Wait for me. His steps shifted from a leisurely stroll to a brisk jog, then accelerated into an arrow released from a bowstring. He charged forward with his sword, meeting the onrushing tide of beasts heeding. At that moment, a long-forgotten system, barely perceptible, cautiously emitted a humble prompt from the depths of his mind. Ding. Detected a highly compatible environment. A limited-time quest is available. Would the master care to consider it? The reward is a high-quality awakening seed. Not accepted. Do not disturb. Ding. Acknowledged. The system instantly vanished into obscurity. At this instant, Li Yao's silhouette had already crashed like a meteor into the densest cluster of metamorphosed beasts. In a flash, the sword light exploded, like silver serpents writhing, like thunderbolts bursting. His speed transcended the limits of visual perception as he flickered, dodged, slashed, and hewed among the horde. Every movement was precise and devastatingly efficient, brimming with the aesthetic rhythm of brutal violence. The Dingxin sword seemed to morph into the fingertip of death itself. At each flicker, it inevitably brought forth a plume of eerie blue blood mist and a soaring head. Within merely a minute or two of the dozens of surging metamorphosed beasts, only one remained. Its arms and legs had been severed cleanly at the roots, leaving it like a grotesque stump lying in a pool of viscous blue blood, emitting hoarse futile growls as it stubbornly writhed toward Liao. Liao did not grant it immediate death. Instead, he let it howl there, hoping to attract any other kin that might be lurking farther away. His spatial perception expanded once more. The deeper metamorphosed beasts within the villa district showed no reaction to the skyward bloodshed and death throes continuing their numb patrols in their own territories. Dull. A tinge of boredom flickered across his face as he casually flicked his wrist. The final growl ceased abruptly. Liao gave his wrist a light twist, shaking off the few azure blood droplets clinging to the Dingxin sword's edge. Then the long sword vanished into thin air, returning to the depths of his consciousness to continue its nurturing. He stood still, his breath long and steady, his demeanor relaxed and unhurried. His garments remained immaculate, not even a speck of bloodstain upon them, as if he had not just survived a bloody massacre, but merely strolled through a garden, casually trimming a few overly bothersome branches. He turned back to look at Huo Su, who had been standing motionless in the shade of a tree not far away. She was leaning against the trunk with arms crossed, a gentle smile on her face, having watched every move he made from start to finish. Seeing him turn, she lowered her arms and trotted over lightly, her face radiant with pure brilliance. She cupped her hands over her heart, eyes sparkling like stars, looking up at him with an exaggerated, yet utterly sincere tone. Husband. So cool. Number one in the world. Her main goal was to provide maximum emotional value. Liao couldn't help but smile. He gently ruffled her hair, then naturally placed his hand on her slender waist, guiding her deeper into the villa. By the winding lake, a luxurious villa stood silently amidst an overgrowth of lush vegetation. Encircling the villa was the garden that Huo Su had once painstakingly tended with endless care. Now, under the nourishment of the luminous rain, every plant had grown into a nearly magical frantic state. The flowers were dazzlingly bright, colors so intense they stung the eye. Leaves were a deep dark green, exuding an eerie luster, thriving to an unsettling degree. Yet strangely, despite the wild and lavish growth, the fragrance in the air was remarkably faint, overwhelmed instead by a myriad of indescribable bizarre odors. It was a cloying sweetness of decay mixed with the rusty tang of blood, plus some chemical-like acridness, layered upon one another, churning the chest and nearly inducing nausea. Su, wait a moment. Look closely. Liao's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible gravity. He pointed to a pot of black-petaled, twisted ghost claw-like flowers. That pot of ghost orchids originally bore pale yellow-brown or milky green blossoms with a touch of elegance, their petals adorned with delicate speckles, beautiful like inkwash paintings. But now every flower had turned pure black, petals as smooth as satin, yet gleaming with a hard, cold sheen, as if carved from obsidian. A powerful stench assailed them, like a mix of stir-fried snails, rotting leaves, and a hint of fishiness. Huo Su couldn't help covering her nose, frowning deeply. Is this still my ghost orchid? How did it turn black? Liao then pointed to the Juliet rose nearby. This was originally a rose with compact petals and a soft pink hue, its petals layered like a little bun with a sweet fragrance. This was your favorite variety before, but now its blossoms are fluffier than a peony, each petal edged with sharp thorns, and its scent. It's so rich it makes your head spin. Huo Su's gaze grew dazed. After only a few seconds of inhalation, her steps wobbled slightly, and her head began to feel heavy. Careful. Liao immediately steadied her shoulder, his fingertips glowing with a faint energy that he channeled into her body through her shoulder, dispelling the effect of the fragrance. He looked at that Juliet rose, reached out, pinched its stem, and gave a gentle snap. The stem broke with a crisp. A viscous liquid oozed from the stem, glowing faintly blue. He then pulled the entire rose out of the soil. As it came out, its roots were even more horrifying, like countless ink-black octopus tentacles, writhing, lashing, and coiling in desperate, ferocious resistance. With a casual motion, he also uprooted the ghost orchid. With a tearing sound, the soil burst apart. The roots writhed violently, as if alive, like countless pale, fine, icy tentacles covered in slick slime, rapidly wrapping around his wrist in an attempt to pierce his skin. Husband, the plants. The plants are starting too. A large-scale mutation. Huo Su snapped her head forcibly, shaking off the unpleasant dizziness, her expression turning deadly serious. Given her mental strength, a few seconds of the scent nearly intoxicated her. Ordinary people would likely suffer immediate mental collapse, or even become nutrients for these demonic flowers. And so many flowers of different seasons and blooming periods are all blooming simultaneously, defying natural laws. She surveyed the surrounding eerie, gorgeous, yet lethal sea of flowers, feeling a chill crawl up her spine. Should we get rid of them all? She asked softly, her eyes revealing deep reluctance and pain as she gazed at the flowers that had once consumed so much of her heart, but now seemed alien and terrifying. No need. Liao's gaze, however, passed over the sinister blossoms to the deeper part of the garden, a rare spark of intense curiosity kindling in his eyes. The ones that have mutated malignantly are ultimately the minority. And beneath this surge of his eyes finally fixed upon a huge cactus-like plant with an eerie, splendid purplish-red hue and surfaces bearing ancient tortoiseshell-like mystic patterns. It stood silently, radiating an indescribably pure and powerful energy fluctuation. Perhaps hidden within are unexpected treasures. Nourished by the rain of light, countless plants evolved at a pace defying comprehension. Some gained dim sentience, whispering softly in the wind, others transformed into heavenly treasures that would drive any survivor to madness. The turtle-shell peony was among the rarest of these treasures. Its rosette-shaped leaves were thick and plump. When crushed into a medicinal paste, it could cleanse the stagnation from meridians, making it a supreme elixir for tempering the body and forging the bones. The bell-shaped exotic flower atop was even more striking. Purple petals with golden stamens, breathtakingly beautiful. Its sap could not only revive the dead and regrow flesh, but also nourish yin and strengthen yang, a peerless tonic for healing and fortifying the foundation. The most precious fruit held 3 miraculous effects, awakening latent abilities, purifying existing powers, and extending one's lifespan. It was hope, it was power, the ultimate divine medicine in the apocalypse for most to defy fate. But the wonders of creation were far from exhausted. The pond of sleeping fire lotuses before the villa seemed to awaken fully under the rain of light. Purple petals seemed steeped in starlight, blue ones soaked in icy springs, pink ones wrapped in hazy radiance. 3 colors of blossoms floating on emerald ripples, breathtakingly gorgeous. Their faint fragrance possessed a subtle divine effect of calming the mind and enlightening wisdom, accelerating the comprehension of abilities. Their petals could directly nourish the spiritual world, permanently strengthening the soul and boosting mental power. The stamens could even grant a fleeting glimpse of the epiphany state, a mysterious realm that countless cultivators could never touch in a lifetime. And the lotus fruit could directly act upon the soul's origin, permanently enhancing enlightenment. Liao closed his eyes, the sensation of his soul trembling and wisdom surging when he consumed that fruit in his past life was still as clear as yesterday. He quickly composed himself, deftly uprooted the 6 ominous plants that evolved toward malignancy, and tossed them into his spatial ring. They were dangerous, but might one day become unexpected bargaining chips. After dealing with the threats, he carefully transplanted the turtle-shell peony into his small world. His figure flickered into the small world. At the yin eye of the Taiji diagram, he dug a pit with his own hands, broke the original pot, and carefully placed the spiritual plant along with the spirit soil that nurtured it. Then, with half the pond water and the mud beneath, he moved the entire cluster of sleeping fire lotuses into the small pond at the yin eye. As soon as the spiritual plants touched the ground, the faint spiritual energy in the yin eye seemed drawn to them, swirling up to nourish the lotus roots. The sleeping fire lotuses grew even more radiant at a visible pace, their ethereal fragrance intensifying and gradually spreading to every corner of the small world, adding a touch of mystique to this tiny realm. Having done all this, he flickered out of the small world. Back in the villa garden, Huo Su was crouching on the ground, her delicate fingers gently stroking the leaves of her precious Tianyai spring orchid. Her profile looked exceptionally soft in the hazy rain of light. Liao walked over and tenderly pulled her up. Su, he said with a hint of mysterious delight, afterward you can move all your precious flowers and plants there. Before she could react, their figures vanished, and they were already inside the small world. After a day of nourishment from the outside world, this space had expanded more than threefold. Over 30 mu of dark, fertile spirit soil, and over 30 mu of shimmering ponds interwove in a yin-yang cycle, endlessly circulating. In the pond at the yin eye, the newly moved sleeping fire lotuses bloomed peacefully. A breeze stirred the lotus leaves, carrying a strange fragrance that calmed the heart and steadied the spirit. Huo Su stared in a daze at everything before her, the dreamlike lotus pond, and beside it the vigorous turtle-shell peony, radiating inner brilliance. She broke free from Liao's hand, ran to the pond's edge, crouched down, and gently touched the water with her finger, then felt the soil beside her. A radiant smile bloomed on her face, stars seemingly falling into her eyes. Husband. She grabbed his arm excitedly. Quick, help me move all the flowers in. See. The peonies should be planted here facing the sun, the orchids must be next to the pond where the moisture is good for them. Roses can form a ring, tulips, and tree chrysanthemums separate into small flower beds. It'll be beautiful. She was already immersed in the blueprint of their future home, her eyes sparkling, growing more excited with each word. She paced back and forth, now leaning close to the sleeping fire lotus for a deep breath, now gesturing the dimensions of the pond. We need to build a small wooden pavilion here right by the water. Open the window and see the full lotus pond and flowers everywhere, and we can cultivate while smelling the fragrance. Oh, never mind, just help me move all the flowers in first. I'll plan the rest myself. Li Yao gazed at her fluttering, busy figure at the radiant smile, without a trace of gloom on her face. The softest part of his heart was gently touched. In the struggle through the apocalypse wasn't all his effort for the sake of guarding such a smile. All right, whatever you say. He ruffled the top of her head, his voice indulgent. This is our home. Decorate it however you like. He paused, then suggested, how about I just move the entire villa in? Saves time and effort. No way. Huo Su rejected without hesitation, shooting him a coquettish glare. That villa style doesn't match the ethereal vibe here at all. I want a real wooden pavilion that I built with my own hands. She suddenly stood on tiptoe, quickly pressed a fragrant kiss to his lips, then pushed him out like a sly kitten. Dear husband, go cut some good wood outside. Thick and sturdy. You chop the wood and dry it, leave the rest to Su Su. Go on, go. Li Yao couldn't help but laugh at her antics, shook his head with helpless fondness, and vanished from the small world in an instant. Back in the villa garden, he swiftly uprooted all the remaining malignantly mutated plants and stored them. Then with a thought, he moved the entire garden, including the few exotic plum trees in the corner that had grown to a man's height with red buds hidden among dark green leaves, into the small world, placing them safely beside Huo Su. He strolled to the garden, pulled up all the malevolve plants, and put them into his space. Then he moved the entire garden beside Huo Su in the small world, including the few dark green plum trees with red buds that already reached a man's height. Just as he was about to turn and go cut wood, his eyes swept over the quiet villa, and he remembered something. He immediately brought Huo Su, who was eagerly about to start her work, back out. Husband, why are we out again? Huo Su still held a pot of orchids in her arms, looking puzzled. Let's check the villa first for anything else we need to take, especially your personal items, and anything useful. It's fine to settle down and plant flowers after packing. Oh, right. Huo Su gasped, a trace of worry crossing her face. I forgot Mimi. She hasn't been back for 3 days. I wonder how my Mimi is doing. The electronic lock is broken and I don't have the key. Let's just go straight in. Huo Su felt a bit embarrassed, as she had been so absorbed with her beloved that she had completely forgotten the tabby cat at home, and the thought made her feel guilty. The two teleported into the villa. In just 3 days, without care, a thin layer of dust had settled on the floor, and deep scratches were clearly visible on the walls. The living room's floor-to-ceiling window was completely shattered, glass shards scattered everywhere, and the aluminum frame was twisted out of shape. Mimi couldn't have run away, could she? Or, her voice trailed off, tinged with guilt. They'll go upstairs to pack some clothes. Dear, can you check the kitchen for any edible food? The premium Riaditoat meals I ordered might still be there. Li Yao nodded and walked toward the kitchen. Inside was even more chaotic. The refrigerator lay tipped over, meat gone, various vegetables and fruits rotting and scattered, emitting a sour stench. Only half a bag of unopened long-grain rice, a bottle of vegetable oil, and some seasonings were still intact. He waved his hand and collected them all into his space. Stepping out of the kitchen, he was about to sit for a moment on the living room sofa to wait for Huo Su when a muffled cry suddenly came from the 3rd floor. Li Yao's figure vanished instantly and reappeared beside Huo Su. Su. Huo Su stood at the master bedroom door, her face full of astonishment as she stared inside. Following her gaze, an enormous tabby cat, almost 2 meters long, sat steadily like a mountain on the center of the big bed, its amber vertical pupils fixed intently on Huo Su at the doorway. Its ears, once sharply alert, gradually flattened into airplane ears, and the sharpness in its gaze was swiftly replaced by a visible joy and dependence. However, the moment Li Yao appeared and instinctively moved to place his hand on Huo Su's waist, an unexpected change occurred. The tabby cat instantly arched, its back muscles tensed, every hair bristling, its tail standing straight up. It let out a menacing growl, meow. It seemed to be restraining itself, forcefully refraining from attacking immediately because of Huo Su's presence, but its bared fangs and ferocious gaze were utterly locked onto Li Yao. Yet when it caught sight of the man's hand resting on Huo Su's waist, the deep growl in its throat abruptly rose, transforming into an aggressive snarl. Ow. A flash of silver light erupted from its body, and its massive frame vanished into thin air. Space rippled beside Li Yao as the great cat eerily materialized. Its claws, sharp as blades, tore through the air with a piercing screech, ruthlessly slashing at Li Yao's arm that had offended its master. Space imprisonment. Li Yao thought, slightly surprised. An invisible force instantly froze the great cat mid-leap, but it was immobilized for less than 3 seconds. The cat's silver light flickered violently as it broke free, vanishing again with a pop, then stumbled back into its original spot on the bed. Its chest heaved heavily as it panted, a trace of fear and lingering dread flashing in its cat eyes. Clearly, the forceful escape from the spatial imprisonment had nearly exhausted its strength. It glanced at its owner, then stubbornly raised its head, fixing its gaze on Li Yao. It resumed an attack stance once again, gathering faint silver-white spatial energy around its body. Oh, spatial power. Liao was genuinely surprised this time. He raised an eyebrow at the stubborn great cat. This little fellow had not only survived, but also awakened a rare spatial ability. It could even barely break free from his basic imprisonment. The cat's potential and willpower far exceeded his expectations. Mimi, no misbehaving. Huo Su finally snapped out of the lightning-fast series of events. Her pretty face stiffened as she assumed the authority of her owner, stepping forward to stand between the man and the cat. This is your master. Don't be fierce to him. Hearing Huo Su scolding, the cat's bristling fur gradually smoothed, and the silver light dimmed to a faint glow. But it still shot Liao a glance. A glance that carried an extremely anthropomorphic, unabashed contempt and disdain. As if to say, a person like you deserves to touch my noble master. I think. Liao squinted, his tone carrying a dangerous edge. He turned to Huo Su. I've been thoroughly looked down upon by a cat. Su, tell me honestly, he asked slowly, his playful gaze sweeping over the cat that had resumed licking it. Is this cat male or female? If it's male, I think it might need a friendly neutering procedure. Huo Su looked at her husband's jealous yet threatening expression and finally couldn't help but burst out laughing. The tense atmosphere in the room instantly eased. She stepped forward, tentatively reaching out to gently stroke the enormous furry cat head. The touch was soft and warm, the silky fur seeming even more pleasant than before the mutation. Mimi is a girl, you know, she said, beaming. Her fingertips slid down the tabby's ear and gently scratched under its chin. She's the most obedient, as she only protects me, right, Mimi? The great cat nodded in an unusually human way, then squinted in contentment, rubbing its head against Huo Su's palm. A loud purr rumbled from its throat, gentle and satisfied. But occasionally when it glanced at Liao, the wariness in its eyes hadn't fully dissipated. Liao also walked over, about to reach out and touch the seemingly delightful fur. The great cat immediately stood up, alertly, nimbly hiding behind Huo Su, poking only half its head out. Let me pet you, don't be so stingy, Liao said, his face full of fondness as he looked at the majestic, spirited cat. They'll give you some tasty snake meat later. Meow meow woo. The great cat raised a front paw and waved it quickly in the air, making a clear refusal. The disdain on its face could almost burst through the screen. Huo Su watched the tug-of-war between the man and the cat, unable to suppress her smile. All right, husband. It's getting late, let's eat at home. She patted the cat's head. Mimi, what do you want to eat? They'll cook. Hearing this, the cat, which had been fierce a moment ago, acted as if it had heard the most terrifying story. Its entire face crumpled and it cowered backward. Its huge head shook faster than a rattle, its eyes filled with terror and refusal. Mimi, that's going too far. Huo Su put her hands on her hips. Wasn't it just that the braised fish I made last time was a bit burnt and gave you a little stomach upset? Do you have to hold a grudge until now? Meow. Ow ow. Ow ow. The great cat immediately let out a rapid series of urgent cries, its tail tip tapping the floor anxiously. The intonation fluctuated, sounding as if it were vehemently arguing and cursing. Haha, let me do it, Su. Liao couldn't help but laugh heartily at the cat's terrified expression of a past too painful to recall. He thought to himself, make you look down on me. When the delicious food comes, let's see you stay aloof. He got up and went downstairs, breaking up some discarded furniture in the first floor hall for firewood. From his space, he took out fresh beef, mutated giant python meat, and several plump fish. He skillfully handled them, cutting, marinating, cooking, each step methodical. Soon rich aromas drifted up the stairs to the third floor, first the mellow scent of braised beef wrapped in the warmth of star anise and cinnamon, then the sweet freshness of spirit python broth mixed with the clean fragrance of mushrooms and red dates. Finally, the smoky crispness of grilled fish with the spicy kick of cumin and chili, layer upon layer of warmth rising upward. The large tabby cat, which had been crouching by the bedroom door, became restless. It anxiously ran into the bedroom, circled around, then paced to the stairway, sticking its nose out to sniff greedily, letting out longing whimpers. The large tabby cat, which had been crouching by the bed, the tender braised beef, the dragon phoenix soup, made from precious python and poultry, meat, the crispy skin roasted duck with sweet bean sauce and scallion slices on the side, braised fish, clear stewed fish, steamed fish, grilled fish, fresh salmon slices. Fish alone took up half the table, plus a large bowl of steaming northern-style stew. The table was laden with a dazzling array. With this many fish and snake meat, I refuse to believe I can't win over a mere little cat. Liao was brimming with confidence. When the long-grain rice was done, he walked to the living room and called out, Su, come down for dinner. Light footsteps came from the third floor. Huo Su emerged from the bedroom, followed by the tunterlong tabby cat. The one human and one beast descended the stairs slowly, their steps surprisingly synchronized, exuding a strange harmony. But the big tabby, though its mouth was practically watering and its eyes were glued to the table, still held its head high, pretending to be dignified and aloof. Reaching the table, Huo Su sat down slowly. She swept her gaze over the fish that filled most of the table, then at the restless cat on the floor, its claws nearly digging into the tiles. A sly glint flickered in her eyes. She deliberately said nothing, just picked up her chopsticks and took a piece of roast duck. Want some? Liao looked at the proud cat, his inner urge growing. He picked up a plate of steamed sea bass and deliberately waved it in front of the cat. You can eat it if I pet your head. The tabby glanced at the bass, its tail tip twitching, but it didn't move. Its gaze involuntarily drifted to the bowl of dragon phoenix soup, milky white and most fragrant. The energy contained in the python meat seemed to have an irresistible pull on it. Seeing this, Liao promptly picked up the soup and waved it again. This one smells even better, right? You can eat it if I pet your head, and I have plenty more of this meat. He deliberately emphasized, plenty more. The great cat fell into a huge dilemma, looking at the irresistible soup, then at the suspicious male owner. In the end, it chose to run to Huo Su, rubbing its head against her arm in a coquettish manner, letting out a pitiful whimper, meow. Yet its eyes remained fixed on the bowl of soup. All right, Mimi. Huo Su smiled and scratched under its chin. Let your master pet you. He really has other... It hesitated for a long while, looking at the food, then at its owner, and finally, as if making a monumental decision, he slowly walked over to Liao and crouched down voluntarily, giving his large furry head a gentle nudge against his arm. Liao, satisfied, reached out and softly stroked the top of the big cat's warm, fluffy head. The texture was incredibly delightful. Soft and fluffy, it was pure bliss. Keeping his promise, he ladled out 2 bowls of dragon phoenix soup for himself and Huo Su, then set the rest of the large pot on the floor. The big cat pounced on it excitedly, its massive tongue deftly lapping up the savory broth. It made deeply satisfied, purring sounds, eating with evident relish. Meanwhile, the two began to savor the dragon phoenix soup, made from python meat. The meat melted on the tongue, rich and aromatic, so delicious that one could hardly resist swallowing their own tongue. They served steaming, glistening long-grain rice, ladled the thick stew over it, and took only a few light bites of the many meat dishes on the table. The vast majority went unsurprisingly into the bottomless pit of the cat's stomach. After the meal, the tabby cat still stared longingly at the table, its tail sweeping back and forth on the floor, letting out soft, whimpering sounds, clearly not full yet. Liao hesitated slightly, then took a piece of fresh raw python meat from his space and placed it in the bowl. Seeing the raw meat brimming with energy in the bowl, the big cat's eyes lit up. Forgetting all restraint, it eagerly began devouring it again, smacking its lips with gusto. Soon the entire piece of meat was gone. The cat sprawled contentedly on the floor, licking its paws, larger than a human hand, and leisurely began to wash its face, exuding the serene satisfaction of a wealth-fulfilled feline. Huo Su smiled as she cleaned up the pots and bowls, then walked over to sit on the living room sofa. Liao was already comfortably nestled in the sofa, and the big cat that had bared its teeth at him not long ago was now resting its head on his thigh, without any resistance. He let himself stroke the soft chin, and behind the ears the purring from its throat, as loud and resonant as a small motorcycle. Its tail draped over the sofa, swaying gently, its face utterly relaxed. A little cat easily handled. A smug smile spread across Liao's face. Huo Su, seeing her husband's childish self-satisfaction, couldn't help but chuckle. Su, Liao said casually while petting the cat. Let's form a contract with it. This big cat had extraordinary potential and was so close to Huo Su. It was undoubtedly an excellent battle companion. How do we do it? Mimi. Liao looked down at the cat on his lap. Would you like to be able to speak directly in your owner's mind from now on? The big cat looked up with a puzzled expression, its amber eyes shifting from Liao to Huo Su. After seeming to ponder for a moment, it nodded solemnly. Liao raised his hand, a wisp of chaotic energy swirling around his fingertip. With a gentle pull, he extracted a drop of crimson heart's blood from Huo Su's chest. The energy enveloped the blood droplet, slowly stretching and morphing in his palm, eventually forming an ancient and mysterious rune of control. Then he took a glistening drop of blood from between the big cat's brows. The control rune formed from Huo Su's heart's blood, as if alive, slowly wrapped around that glistening brow, blood infiltrating and merging strand by strand. Finally, the fused blood, now a beast-taming talisman, was directly implanted into Huo Su's sea of consciousness between her brows. Huo Su felt a slight jolt in her spirit. Instantly, she realized that through the beast-taming talisman, she could not only clearly perceive the big cat's emotions and simple thoughts, but even control its life and death with a single thought. She glanced at Liao, bit her lip, a flicker of complexity in her eyes, but ultimately said nothing more. Master. A naive, crisp voice tinged with shyness and curiosity resounded directly in the depths of Huo Su's mind. Huo Su was startled at first, then a radiant smile burst across her face. Mimi. Are you talking to me? Husband, Mimi is speaking to me inside my head. The big cat looked at her quizzically. Delicious. Meat. Want more. Its thoughts were as simple as a young child's. At the same time, fragmented memories flowed into Huo Su's heart. A small body curled up in a grassy nest on a cold, rainy night after being abandoned, the master who seemed bathed in holy light picking it up, the master's gentle comfort as it splashed water during its bath, the master's joyful smile while playing with it. And the anxiety upon waking from the rain of light, unable to find its master, smashing through glass to search for the master, and fighting with beast-transformed beings, the torment of waiting in the bedroom, the immense joy upon seeing the master, and the powerful urge to protect him. Huo Su scrolled through its memories, her eyes growing warm, and she hugged the huge cat head tight. Li Yao watched her emotional state, understanding the reason. If the bond between a master and their battle pet was deep enough, the pet could communicate simply with the master in the sea of consciousness, and the master could browse the pet's most profound memories. He gently stroked Huo Su's hair to comfort her, then diverted her attention with a soft voice, "Relax your mind." Then he acted again, carefully extracting a wisp of fine spiritual origin from Huo Su and casting it into his own small world. "Su, I've bound your spiritual imprint to the small world," he explained. "From now on, no matter where you are, as long as you concentrate your mind and think go home, your body will be drawn by the power of the small world and appear inside instantly. To come out, just silently say exit. Want to give it a try?" Upon hearing this, Huo Su curiously did as told, silently thinking go home. The next moment, her figure vanished from the sofa without warning in a flash. The big cat, which had been purring against Li Yao's thigh, jolted awake. Sensing the familiar aura of its master suddenly disappear, it stood up uneasily. Anxiously, it walked to the spot where Huo Su had just sat, sniffing the air with its nose emitting confused whimpers. Before it could look up, Huo Su appeared again with a whoosh out of thin air. Unsteady, she plopped down right onto the big cat's head as it sniffed the ground. "Oops. Sorry, Mimi. I didn't watch where I was going." Huo Su scrambled up apologetically, her face alight with novelty and excitement. She repeated the test several times, entering and exiting with ease, having a great time. Then, as if remembering something, she looked up and asked, "Husband, can I take Mimi inside with me?" "You could," Li Yao nodded, "but bringing a living creature through space consumes much more of your own energy. You need to be mindful of that." "Let me try. Just make sure to protect me." Huo Su's face was full of eagerness. "All right, go ahead and try with confidence." Li Yao gave her an encouraging look. "But keep an eye on Mimi. Don't let it ruin the turtle shell peonies and the sleeping flame lotuses in our small world." "Don't worry, I know. Mimi, let's go. They'll show you our new home. There's a huge lake with lots of fish." As she spoke, she grabbed the big cat's front paws, focused her mind, and in an instant both of them vanished from the villa's living room. Li Yao sank his mind and sensed the small world with his consciousness. He saw that they had safely arrived on the grassy lakeside, Huo Su pointing excitedly at the fish in the lake for the big cat to see. Soon, with a faint shimmer of light, both person and cat reappeared in the villa. Huo Su caught her breath, slightly assessing the energy consumption within her body and making rough estimations. "If I take Mimi with me, I can manage at most 3 round trips before my energy runs out. If I go alone, I barely feel any drain. It seems I'll need to always keep some energy in reserve from now on." She silently noted this lesson. Having made that calculation, Huo Su looked at Li Yao sitting on the sofa and asked, "Husband, can we eat the fish in the small world's lake? Mimi seems quite drooly over them." Li Yao glanced at the big cat, which was pretending to look elsewhere, but had its tail tipped, betraying its inner thoughts, and laughed. "You can, but be careful. Don't eat all the small fry that haven't grown up yet." Hearing the positive response, the big cat instantly perked up, its massive body wrapping affectionately around Huo Su's legs, rubbing its head against her repeatedly, its thoughts filled with the wish to go home. "Husband, I'll take Mimi back to the small world first," Huo Su said, laughing as she was tickled by the rubbing. "I'll arrange the flowers and plants and keep an eye on this troublemaker. You take a rest." With that, Huo Su concentrated again, and along with the impatient big cat vanished from the spot instantly. Taking advantage of the quiet, Li Yao took out the jade bracelet that Wang Shuyun had given him. Li Yao held the jade bracelet in his hand, and the surging energy within his body swirled with increased vigor. "Not bad. It can accelerate cultivation. I'll add some defensive runes to ensure Susu's safety." His fingers tightly clasped the bracelet as pure chaotic energy trickled in like a gentle stream, tenderly stirring and awakening the power dormant within the jade. He closed his eyes and focused his mind, his spiritual sense acting like an invisible chisel, meticulously carving the energy structure within the bracelet. The first priority was to layer the defensive runes. With his mind fully concentrated, he carefully constructed layer upon layer, pushing the bracelet's protective capability to the limit of the current material. The entire process flowed smoothly, everything perfectly in place. Next, he took a deep breath and chaotic energy surged forth, pouring into the bracelet's core like a more critical process began at this moment. He compressed his strongest killing technique, chaos returned to ruin, into an invisible glimmer, guided it with his spiritual sense, and carefully sealed it within the bracelet's core. This strike contained his current peak power, yet its edge was artfully restrained like a slumbering dragon that would only awaken when needed. In case of insurmountable danger, the bracelet would not only protect her fully, but also deliver a lethal blow, buying her time to escape. As the final rune vanished into the jade bracelet, Li Yao released his hand, finding his fingertips slick with sweat. Most of his chaotic energy was depleted, leaving a sour ache in his meridians, and even his breath grew lighter. He sat cross-legged, quietly circulating the dual-cultivation method. His aura became an invisible vortex, slowly drawing in surrounding energy. Inside the villa, a faint breeze seemed to stir as all energy particles gently converged toward him. After an unknown time, when his energy was fully replenished, Li Yao opened his eyes. His spiritual sense sank into the small world, and warmth flooded his heart. By the flowerbed, Huo Su was squatting, her slender hands holding a silver trowel, carefully adding soil to newly planted spirit herbs. Her holy face was smudged with black soil like an ink blot on a snowfield, yet it did not make her look disheveled. Instead, it added a touch of earthly adorableness. As if sensing something, she suddenly looked up into the void, a faint smile curving her lips, then lowered her head to continue tending the plants. Meanwhile, Big Tabby was gleefully running across the black soil, occasionally dashing to the Inu Lake to gulp down mouthfuls of spirit spring water. Or seizing the right moment, it would leap into the water paws, splashing, then catch a big fish, triumphantly hop back ashore, and chomp down, with a satisfied "oh," devouring it with relish. Seeing all was well, he curled his lips slightly and withdrew his gaze. Li Yao calmed his mind, closed his eyes, and began to organize his subsequent plans. He leaned back on the sofa, his fingers unconsciously tracing the armrest, his brows furrowed slightly. The opportunities of this period in his past life were some as clear as yesterday, others as hazy as mist. Today is the third day of the apocalypse, he muttered to himself, his eyes growing sharp. From tomorrow afternoon to nightfall, survivors' bodies will undergo the first wave of enhancement. Their bones, muscles, and perception will all greatly improve. And the beast jade in the hearts of the beastified will also fully crystallize. At that time, their feeding urge will become even more intense. Then they will become more ferocious, even devouring each other to evolve until acquired beast kings emerge. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest. After tomorrow, there will be no more leisure like these 2 days. Slay the beastified, collect beast jades, and gather survivors. But that innate beast king I encountered yesterday, I can leave it alone for now. When the base in Gai City is established, it will serve as the best whetstone. One innate beast king commanding several acquired beast kings. This pressure will be enough for the base's survivors to grow quickly without wasting away in comfort. His thoughts drifted, and fragmented memories of his past life surfaced. I remember someone in my past life saying that 2 exotic beasts escaped from Gai Zoo. One was a white tiger, pure white all over, with eyes like red gold. It would fight beastified with bloodshot eyes as if bearing a deep blood feud. And there was a milla deer, its antlers glowing with radiance. Wherever it stepped, plants revived. In my past life, anyone who encountered it could survive desperate situations, as if blessed by auspiciousness. From this, it seems I must go to the zoo this afternoon. For now, the only major opportunities one can confirm in the city are these 2. He let out a soft sigh, his fingers pausing. As for the rest, it's been too long, many details are blurred. But then he reconsidered and felt relieved. If I gain it, it's my fortune; if not, it's my fate. Why indulge in this state of anxiety over gain and loss? Tomorrow afternoon, the beast jades inside the beastified are themselves the best opportunities in the apocalypse. First, the storage base, he said, adjusting his posture on the sofa. The National Grain Reserve Warehouse, calculated based on the local population's half-year consumption, has at least 2.0 tons of grain. With this grain, he'll have more confidence in gathering survivors and establishing order later. As he thought, a wave of drowsiness crept in. Taking a nap was a habit. He lay down on the sofa, and soon his breathing evened out. After a short while, he opened his eyes, stretched contentedly, and his bones emitted a soft clicking sound. Comfortable. He glanced at the small world again. Huo Su was still planting flowers, but had moved to another patch. She was now focused on watering a spirit plant with small purple flowers, her profile soft and picturesque in the sunlight. Reassured, Li Yao went out and arrived at Shiza Lake, extending his spatial perception. His spiritual sense seeped into the lakebed like flowing water, scanning every inch of silt, water plants, and fish. He had hoped to find more spirit-gathering shells, but the lakebed held only cold pebbles and swimming fish. No gain. Oh well. He shook his head, twitched his fingers, and transferred several half-meter-long green-scaled fish from the lake to the Inu Lake in the small world. Let's get some food for Mimi. He left a spatial marker in the villa to ensure he could teleport back anytime, then flashed away toward Ming Mountain. At the foot of Ming Mountain before the apocalypse, it was the garrison of a certain unit of Daxia. Over 500 soldiers were stationed here, their core mission to guard the nearby National Grain Reserve warehouse. In the camp, the slogan "Protect the Homeland and Defend the Country" on the wall was bright red and striking, but now its solemnity was shrouded by the gloom of the apocalypse. On the afternoon of the 11th, the strange rain of light that changed the world came without warning. It happened to be a weekend, and most soldiers were resting in their dormitories. Some gathered around, playing cards, laughter roaring. Others were video calling family on their phones, their tones gentle. But the next second, some in the dormitory began to mutate. They grew blood-red beast fur, crimson pupils, bared teeth at their comrades, saliva dripping from their mouths. The mutation struck suddenly, catching everyone off guard. In dormitory 302, Private First Class Wang Lei watched as his former training brothers lunged at him, still holding unfinished poker cards in his hand, tears instantly welling up. Yet he gritted his teeth, raised a stool, and smashed it down, working with 4 other brothers to take down the 3 mutated comrades. In the adjacent dormitory 303, 6 out of 8 mutated. The remaining 2 had barely reached for emergency batons by their beds when they were tackled to the ground, their screams quickly drowned by beastly roars. This was just one corner of the camp. Outside, screams and monster roars echoed throughout the garrison. When the surviving soldiers fought their way to the armory, battalion commander Li Weigua hastily counted, and the final number made his vision darken. Out of 510 people in the camp, only 54 had made it to the armory. Everyone, pull yourselves together. Li Weigua wiped the bloodstains from his face, his voice hoarse. He grabbed a rifle and tossed it to a nearby soldier. Use the armory as a stronghold, crossfire coverage. Remember, they are no longer comrades. They are man-eating monsters. Gunfire echoed in the camp for over an hour. Though the mutated monsters had thick hide, 7.62mm bullets could still inflict effective damage on them. But they were astonishingly fast and would ambush from behind corners or trees. A young soldier, just after changing his magazine, was pounced on from the side, his shoulder bitten into a bloody mess. If not for a nearby veteran firing in time, he would have become the monster's meal. Every gunshot struck the surviving soldiers' hearts like a hammer. Those who fell to the bullets had just yesterday run 5 kilometers with them, fought over steamed buns in the mess hall, and competed with each other on the training ground. When the camp finally fell silent, Li Weigua picked up a satellite phone to report to his superiors, only to find the screen completely black. No response, no matter how he pressed. The camp's power grid was completely down, emergency lights and surveillance equipment were all out of order. A heavy gloom shrouded Li Weigua's heart, and political instructor Shun Wen's face turned even more ashen. For 3 days, monsters drifting out from the city center appeared daily. Those wandering into the camp were swiftly eradicated. No further reconnaissance missions were dispatched toward the city. Merely observing the sheer number of monsters roaming its periphery, they could already surmise the devastation within. Surely a living hellscape. As soldiers defending home and nation was their solemn duty. Yet faced with barely 50 men, their firearms rendered useless, forced to rely solely on cold weapons. What could they possibly achieve in the city besides becoming mere sustenance for the monsters? Old Shun, tell me, what on earth is happening? Li Weigua stood at the center of the armory, clutching a crumpled family portrait in his trembling hand. In the photograph, his wife held their 3-year-old daughter, her eyes crinkled with radiant joy, while he stood tall beside them in full uniform, upright and resolute. Now he had no idea whether his wife and child still lived. His voice was thick with exhaustion. Streaks of white hair had erupted across his temples in just 3 days. No nation on earth could reduce our great Xia to this state. His tone was unshakable. Shunwen stood silently beside him, his brow furrowed so deeply it could. After a long silence, he spoke cautiously, uncertainty edging his voice. What if this isn't confined to our nation alone? What if the entire world has collapsed like this? Haven't you noticed? The distance between the 2 dormitory buildings has nearly doubled, and the standard 400-meter track, measured today, stretches over 800 meters. Is the entire blue planet expanding? The instructor's speculation is correct. A calm voice suddenly resonated from behind them. Their bodies locked rigid. In one fluid motion, they lunged forward and whirled around, daggers flashing into their hands as they fixed wary gazes upon the source of the voice. There, not far away, stood a man nearly 2 meters tall, square-jawed, with bold, sword-like eyebrows and deep-set eyes that exuded an innate quiet authority. Identify yourself, Li Weigua barked sharply. The camp's iron gate was bolted shut from within, its 3-meter-high walls crowned with barbed wire. How had this man breached them? Comrades, please remain calm. I am a citizen of Great Xia. Li Yao softened his tone and offered a gentle, non-threatening smile. Yet Li Weigua and Shun Wen did not lower their guard. Comrade, how did you enter the camp? Li Weiguo's gaze swept over the sealed iron gate, his frown deepening. This perimeter is no mere formality. Ordinary people cannot penetrate it. Hearing the familiar term, comrade, Li Yao felt an immediate visceral warmth rise within him. Comrades truly, there is no need for alarm. I have simply awakened an ability. He smiled faintly. I merely awakened first. Perhaps you too will awaken soon. Haven't you noticed these past 3 days? Greater strength. Faster wound healing. The blue planet is evolving, and as its children we evolve with it. These words struck their hearts like a stone dropped into still water. They exchanged a glance. Astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. Li Yao was right. The soldier whose shoulder had been savagely torn open 3 days ago now bore a scab nearly ready to slough off. Even Li Weiguo himself felt the spiked mace in his hand grow inexplicably lighter. Yet despair had smothered all capacity for reflection. Slowly their daggers lowered. Comrade, may we ask your surname? And what is the situation in the city now? Shunwen stepped forward, his voice heavy with unspoken remorse. As soldiers, our duty is to protect the people. Yet now we dare not even approach the city. We must rely on you to ascertain its condition. His voice faltered. His throat bobbed, a guilt burned deep in his eyes. Li Yao studied the two men. Only 35, yet bearing the marks of the light rain baptism, which should have restored youthful vigor. Instead, their close-cropped hair was almost entirely silver, deep creases etched the corners of their eyes. The indelible imprints of anxiety, self-reproach, and utter desolation. A profound respect rose unbidden in Li Yao's heart. Even in absolute ruin, they had not abandoned the core ethos of a soldier. My surname is Li. My given name is Yao. Comrade, no formalities are needed. As for the city, Li Yao's voice darkened. If your 500-strong camp has dwindled to fewer than 50, imagine the city's fate. At those words, the last ember of hope guttered out in their chests. Their lips parted, but no sound emerged. The light in their eyes died instantly. Watching their shattered expressions, a surge of indignation flared in Li Yao. He had never imagined soldiers of Great Xia would look like this. He strode forward, his voice detonating like thunder. Oh, already despairing. Are you truly soldiers of Great Xia? His tone dripped with scorn, piercing them like needles. Hardened men who fear neither fire nor blade, yet cower before beasts without reason. Ha ha ha. Look at the two of you, pathetic cowards. This is almost too absurd to bear. Ha! Li Weiguo flushed, crimson veins pulsing at his temples. Forgetting the stranger's enigmatic power, he roared, bullshit. When have I ever feared these monsters? Death is nothing. If I must feed them, so be it. What I fear is that everyone in the city is gone. What I fear is that Great Xia itself may perish, that this world may never again know hope. By the final cry, even this iron-willed man's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Seeing those tears ignited Li Yao's fury anew. He closed the distance in one step, seized Li Weiguo's collar, and hoisted him aloft. Wipe that piss from your face, now. Li Yao thundered, the apocalypse demands no tears. So there are many monsters. Does that mean we bow our heads and wait for slaughter? Nonsense. We are human beings, not mindless beastkin. His gaze blazed as it swept over them. They devour us, huh? Then let us devour them, for evolution. Those still alive in the city. Rescue them. Hope is forged by footsteps, not drowned in tears. And Great Xia, has she not always been tempered in blood and flame since antiquity? The 5 barbarians' chaos did not break us, Japanese atrocities did not make us kneel. Shall these witless bestial things defeat us? They are but a fleeting itch. Li Yao's voice rang with unassailable conviction. Fewer people. Repopulate. Broken homes. Rebuild. Shattered order. Restore. As the great leader proclaimed, to struggle against heaven brings infinite joy. Is this not the ultimate epic for such a struggle? Li Weiguo and Shunwen stared transfixed. The phrase, great leader, pierced through the fog in their minds like a shaft of pure light. Li Weiguo roughly wiped away the tears threatening to spill, swallowed hard. And gradually the ashen haze receded from his eyes, revealing the sharp, unwavering clarity of old. Shunwen's gaze too rekindled, replacing anxiety and guilt with a familiar fire, the indomitable spirit of a soldier, the unyielding refusal to submit. Just as their bodies trembled with renewed fervor, the armory door groaned open. 50 soldiers stood silhouetted in the doorway, embarrassed yet electrified. They had arrived earlier. Li Weiguo's shout of, "Who's there?" had been their signal. They'd gathered silently outside, hearing every word. Ahem. Li Weiguo cleared his throat, striving to steady himself, his earlier composure forgotten. Yaozi caught up in the moment. I forgot to ask. Why did you come to the camp? The nickname, Yaozi, made Li Yao's lips twitch. Just call me Li Yao. Li Weiguo oblivious. What's wrong? You've seen us at our worst. We're brothers now. Calling you Yaozi is only natural. Heh. A few soldiers snickered. Shunwen tugged Li Weiguo's sleeve and whispered a brief explanation. Li Weiguo's face flushed crimson, but he dropped the matter. Liao gestured calmly toward the warehouse beyond the camp's perimeter. I've come for the grain reserve depot. In the apocalypse, grain is life. I need this food, and with it I intend to accomplish far more. At Li Yao's words, the expressions of Li Weiguo and Shun Wen instantly became complex. Struggle and duty clashed fiercely in their eyes so intensely that one could almost hear the clang of colliding convictions. They exchanged a glance, seeing the same turmoil reflected in each other's pupils. This was the nation's grain, the lifeline of millions, the final bastion they would sacrifice everything to protect. Yet this man, named Li Yao, stood before them like the lone beam of light piercing the desperate apocalypse, offering a choice they had never dared to imagine. Brother, Li Weiguo's throat bobbed as he weighed every word with heavy sincerity. We believe what you say. Your eyes hold no greed. You're a man of action. But this grain, it's the nation's foundation, the lifeblood of countless people. We haven't seen the city's condition with our own eyes, nor received orders from above. That's easy to handle. Li Yao's voice was low but shattered the stagnant atmosphere. He stepped forward, his gaze fixed on their faces. They'll take you both to the city for a first-hand look. As his words fell, he swept his eyes over the soldiers standing rigidly at attention in the armory, and continued, if what I've said proves true, then from now on you, and every brother here, must follow me, to shatter the darkness and carve a bloody path to rebuild this shattered daxia. What do you say? The soldiers, breathing visibly, paused. Some lifted their chins slightly, others loosened their grip on their blades, only to tighten it again. On those faces, some young, some weathered, confusion was being supplanted by a burning emotion. It was a rekindled flame called mission, a gambler's courage to bet everything in the face of doom. Li Weiguo looked at Shun Wen again. In their exchanged glance lay 1,000 unspoken words. He then turned to the comrades at the door, those who had entrusted him with their lives, and saw a sea of gently nodding eyes. The last trace of hesitation in his heart was utterly crushed by a grander proposition, one of survival and the future. He stepped forward, extending a calloused hand. All right, a word spoken is past recalling. Li Yao replied with a clear voice, his palm meeting Li Weiguo's. Clap, clap, clap. 3 crisp, powerful hand claps echoed through the silent armory, reverberating without end, as if heralding the prelude of a new era. A genuine smile spread across Li Yao's face. Coming to Mengshan, it was certainly the right decision. 20,000 tons of grain were important, but these 52 soldiers who had never abandoned their military spirit and remained true to their original vows in the depths of despair, they were the blazing, priceless treasure of this apocalyptic world. He said no more. Grabbing Li Weiguo and Shun Wen by the arms, he cast a reassuring look at the remaining soldiers. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. Before his words faded, Li Weiguo and Shun Wen felt the air around them ripple, as if viewing the world through a sheet of water. The next second, the armory, the soldiers, the iron doors, all vanished. In their place was a cloudless sky and a pungent smell of scorch. Where's this? On the rooftop of Ruikong Shopping Mall, the 3 stood facing the wind. Below, the once bustling road had been widened twofold, now filled only with twisted piles of metal. Those were the charred remains of cars, black oil oozing along the curb with sporadic embers still flickering. More numerous were the beast transformers, creatures that crazily ran, leaped, and howled among the wrecks. Their movements were swift as phantoms, and the screech of claws scraping metal set one's teeth on edge. West District. Li Yao's voice lost its humor. Let's go check the North District. It used to be a residential area. Now. He then took the 2 on a tour of all 4 districts of Gai City. The South District's market had become a nest of beast transformers. The East District's schoolyard was swarming with them. The North District was even worse. Half the buildings were dilapidated, evidence of searches for survivors. Back on the Ruikong Mall rooftop, Li Weiguo remained silent, throughout his face sinking darker until it turned ashen. Shen Wen stared blankly at a nearby collapsed residential building where half a sign reading Happy Homes still hung, now overrun with black vines. Everything was exactly as Li Yao had said, even more brutal, more suffocating. Let's go. Back. Nothing more to see. Li Weiguo gritted out each word laced with suppressed pain. He had seen the wind and sand of the border, the raging floods, but never the city he had sworn to protect reduced. He had seen enough. Now all he wanted was to fulfill his vow and return to the primal mission of a soldier's soul: fight, protect. All right, let's go. Li Yao offered no superfluous comfort. Words were futile in this moment. The spatial power surged silently once more, and the 3 vanished from the rooftop as if they had never been. At the foot of Mount Meng, inside the armory, the air rippled slightly, and the 3 figures solidified again. Barely half an hour had passed since their departure. The 50-plus soldiers were still standing at attention, waiting. As the 3 appeared, every gaze converged on them. Li Weiguo took a deep breath, his eyes sweeping across those resolute faces before he bellowed, fall in. Schwat. Footsteps rushed in orderly haste. In an instant, 51 men had formed 5 squads standing tall and rigid as pines. Attention! Count off. 1, 2, 3. The count was sharp and forceful, yet tinged with a deeper somberness than Instructor Shun, when stepped forward, briskly halted in front of Li Weiguo, stood at attention and saluted. Every motion flawlessly precise, but carrying a solemn, almost tragic formality. Reporting Battalion Commander. 3rd Battalion. Strength, 510. Present, 51. Awaiting orders. His voice was loud, but trembled slightly, in uncontrollable grief for the countless fallen comrades. Li Weiguo's chest heaved. He gazed at the last seeds of the 3rd Battalion, took a deep breath to suppress the bitterness in his throat, and said in a low, heavy voice, "Dismissed." He turned to face the entire unit, his voice filled with pain, yet brimming with strength. "Comrades, just now I and your instructor went to the city to see for ourselves. The situation matches Comrade Li Yao's account, almost exactly, even worse. And just now, we have sealed the pact with a handshake with Comrade Li Yao. Now is the time to fulfill our oath. From this moment on, Comrade Li Yao is our leader. Does anyone have objections?" "No, no, no." The roaring response seemed to lift the armory roof. Li Weiguo spoke again, his voice like a great bell. "Good. Then let our leader say a few words." Everyone applauded. Thunderous applause erupted, filled with near fanatical anticipation. Li Yao stepped forward steadily, his bearing calm and majestic as a mountain. His gaze slowly swept over every face, his eyes tranquil as still water. "Comrades," he began, his voice not loud, but piercing into every ear. "The old order has collapsed, but the burning military spirit never dies. This is not an apocalypse. It is a crucible, an age to forge heroes. Before you guarded borders, fought floods, rescued from disasters. Now follow me to save the people from the abyss, rescue the masses from ruin, and reshape these mountains and rivers. Your achievements will be monuments in the annals of history, built by the gratitude of millions. What I promise you is not merely 3 meals a day. What I promise is to let you break through the limits of mortals, the mysteries of superpowers, the possibility of evolution." He paused, leaving a heartbeat skipping space for imagination. But Li Yao's tone suddenly turned icy and sharp, as if the air itself had congealed slightly. "Power, only when bound by absolute discipline, can become a sharp blade, not a disaster. The 3 main rules of discipline and the 8 points of attention remain our foundation from now on. Whoever commits a mistake will face military justice as unyielding as a mountain. Don't blame me, Li Yao, for being ruthless. We are a bastion of civilization, not thugs who trample on rules. Do you understand?" The last sentence burst forth like a thunderclap. His figure stood straight, a formidable aura soaring into the sky. His square face was full of imposing dignity, as different from his previous affability as clouds from mud. Everyone watching their leader, who seemed to have become a different person, felt a tremor in their hearts. They straightened their backs, involuntarily, adrenaline surging, filled with absolute awe and obedience. "Understood, understood, understood." The responses grew louder and more unified. "All right, that's all I have to say. Wait, with the rest is up to you. Shun, when you continue to pay attention to the comrades' mental health. After dismissal, have everyone immediately pack all movable supplies, especially mechanical watches and military maps. Not a single item can be left behind. We'll head to Longlin residence first. The mountain foothills are too dangerous to stay any longer. Ming Mountain can serve as a training ground for actual combat later, but for now it's still too early." Li Yao turned to look at Li Weiguo, giving meticulous instructions. Li Weiguo stood rigidly straight and immediately replied loudly, "Yes. I guarantee the mission will be completed." After finishing his orders, Li Yao's form flickered, and he vanished into thin air once again before the crowd. With the powerful oppressive aura gone, everyone unconsciously relaxed a little, only to realize that their palms had been pressed with deep marks from their nails, and a layer of cold sweat had broken out on their backs. "Attention! At ease!" Li Weiguo's voice pulled everyone's attention back. "You all heard the leader's orders clearly just now. I won't repeat them. Now immediately go back and pack all personal items and public supplies. Gather here in half an hour, waiting for the leader's return. Stand at attention." Dismissed. Standing before Ming Mountain, Li Yao looked up. This small hill, which in his past life was barely 200 meters tall, had now swelled to more than double its size. The terrain was rugged and steep, exuding a primal and dangerous aura. The cypress trees on the mountain had grown wildly to over 20 meters tall, their dark green canopies merging into a deep ocean that engulfed the entire range. Only now did he understand why he had never heard of this base in his past life. It had long been silently swallowed and buried by this wildly evolving nature, becoming part of the mountain range. Flickering into the heart of the base inside the mountain, he found a stark contrast to the savage scene outside. It was as if returning to the time before the apocalypse. Mountain-like piles of various grains were still neatly stacked in the enormous warehouse. rice, wheat, corn, and other raw grains piled high, emitting the dry fragrance of cereal. Large quantities of processed grains like rice and flour were vacuum sealed. In the bottommost cold storage, the ice had just melted, but the large batches of frozen pork had not yet spoiled. In addition, there were large quantities of seeds and fertilizers preserved in special containers more precious than gold. With a thought from Li Yao, the power of chaos space surged forth like an invisible tide, gently enveloping the entire base. A miracle descended. The mountain-like supplies disappeared batch after batch, area after area, silently and neatly, perfectly transferred into his boundless storage space, categorized without the slightest error. In less than half a stick of incense's time, the entire interior of the base was completely emptied. The floor was mirror clean, eerily pristine, as if nothing had ever existed here. After glancing at the hideous cracks spreading through the rock ceiling above, he flickered and disappeared. Returning to the foot of Meng Mountain, he looked at the cypress trees over 10 meters tall with thick trunks and beautiful grain, a glint of satisfaction flashing in Li Yao's eyes. Huo Su wanted a wooden cabin, and these were the finest materials. With a slight ripple in space, he blinked and teleported to the edge of the forest. His perception instantly expanded. This seemingly tranquil mountain forest was fraught with dangers, enacting a new law of the jungle. Ants the size of fists marched in lines, dragging insects larger than themselves. 7 or 8 meter long rat snakes glided through the grass, their scales rustling against the blades. Giant rabbits, nearly a meter long, nibbled on grass, ears standing straight. There were also half-meter centipedes and basin-sized scorpions hiding in rock crevices, occasionally revealing a pair of venomous pincers. Perched on the treetops, birds that had multiplied several times in size had sharp eyes. There were also some gray-skinned, beast-turned creatures lurking in the forest shadows, emitting low, guttural sounds. Plenty of ingredients. A hint of a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. With a thought, countless fine, nearly invisible spatial cracks swept across the roots of the selected 50-odd cypress trees at intervals. Crack, crack, crack. A series of low, crisp, snapping sounds rang out. Over 50 giant trees were severed at the roots, and their enormous crowns began to tilt, groaning with a teeth-grinding sound. This sudden roar instantly tore through the forest's feigned tranquility. A beast-turned creature that was about to pounce on a giant rabbit watched its prey vanish into thin air, flew into a rage, and let out a roar that shook the woods. The entire forest erupted in chaos. The panicked flutter of birds soaring skyward, the frantic footsteps of beasts fleeing, and the threatening growls of disturbed predators interwove into a chaotic symphony of the apocalypse. But this had nothing to do with Li Yao. The thrill of the hunt could wait. Phase shift. The 50-odd giant cypress trees were collectively moved to an open area at the mountain's foot, suspended in midair. Spatial imprisonment activated, firmly fixing all the trees in place without a hint of movement. Chaos fire precisely regulated the temperature, rapidly and uniformly evaporating the moisture from within the trees without damaging their structure in the slightest. Then 30 of them had their crowns cut off and were sent into the small world for later use. The remaining 20-odd were instantly decomposed into uniform firewood blocks piled up like a mountain. Having done all this, Li Yao flickered into the small world. Inside, Huo Su was still busy in her garden, her silver trowel flitting up and down as if engaged in exquisite artistic creation. The big cat was lazily dozing beside her, the tip of its tail occasionally swaying contentedly. Several large umbrellas floated above her head by telekinesis, casting a comfortable shade, forming a tranquil and beautiful picture. Su, Li Yao walked over, seeing the fine sweat on her forehead. He crouched down and reached out to wipe it for her. Why don't you use telekinesis to transplant? This way is so tiring. Huo Su looked up, squinting as she let her husband wipe her sweat. Would there be any pleasure in gardening that way? I enjoy the joy of digging holes, filling soil, and watering one shovel at a time. If I use telekinesis directly, wouldn't most of that joy be lost? Are you done with your work, husband? She asked, then lowered her head again to tend to her plants, her profile glowing soft. Li Yao watched Huo Su's busy figure, his gaze tender. Not yet. Didn't you need tree trunks for a cabin? I cut down some for you, all dried. See if it's enough. With a wave of his hand, he moved over 30 tree trunks, exuding a woody fragrance. Huo Su looked up, examined them carefully, gestured with her hands, tilted her head in thought, and said, Not quite enough. Cut down another 30, husband. All right, coming right up. Li Yao nodded and vanished instantly. Exiting the small world, he directly flickered over the summit of Meng Mountain. Before him, the sprawling Time Mountain range lay like a waking primordial beast crouching upon the earth. Dark green vegetation covered everything, mists coiled among the peaks, serene and deep, exuding an unknown danger that made one's heart tremble. He moved swiftly, following the same method, and cut down another 70 or 80 trees of superior quality. After drying them, he sent 30 into the small world and stored the rest. Then with a teleportation, he appeared beside a giant rabbit like a ghost. Before it could react, he precisely snapped its neck and stored it in his space. Afterward, he hunted 5 more fat rabbits, 3 giant rat snakes, and several robust pheasants large enough to rival ostriches. The harvest was bountiful. After completing everything, he teleported back to the now empty military camp. All the soldiers had packed up, backpacks and bags were piled like mountains on the training ground. Especially the 510 gleaming small yellow basins arranged neatly. Not one more, not one less. Glimmering faintly in the dim light. Liao said nothing more. With a wave of his hand, he swept all the supplies into his dimensional space. This miraculous feat left the soldiers dazzled and awestruck, deepening their reverence. He detoured to the armory, clearing out every last bullet and shell, leaving nothing behind. In a matter of moments, the entire camp became utterly empty, with only the hollow shells of buildings sobbing in the wind. 3 soldiers jogged to the flagpole, their expressions solemn and dignified. Slowly they lowered the still bright national flag, carefully folding it into a neat square, and stored it with utmost reverence. Liao nodded with satisfaction at the 52 soldiers assembled before him. With a thought, he retrieved 53 bicycles from his space, varying in style, but all in good condition. 1 bike each, let's go. On a wide country road comparable to a 6-lane highway, 53 bicycles formed a peculiar and silent convoy speeding forward. The wheels rolled over the cracked and fractured asphalt, producing a steady, monotonous rustling. Occasionally spotting a few beast transformers wandering in the fields, the team would silently halt, dispatch a soldier, and take turns engaging in combat. Finally, a soldier named Feng Bing stepped forward. The spiked club in his hand swung wildly left and right, whistling through the air with tremendous force. But the beast transformer's speed was astonishing. Most of his attacks only futilely tore through empty air. Occasionally 1 or 2 blows landed, but they only left shallow, bloody gashes on its gray hide and muscles, instead fully awakening its primal ferocity. Relying on its ghostly speed, the beast transformer circled and lunged repeatedly, its blade-sharp claws leaving several shocking gashes on Feng Bing's combat suit, from which blood slowly oozed. Roar! The beast transformer seized a moment of rigidity after an attack, letting out a bloodthirsty howl. Its claws tore through the air with afterimages aiming straight for his throat. The gleaming claws were mere centimeters from his neck. Feng Bing could already smell the stench emanating from its arm, and his pupils contracted sharply. Just then the space rippled faintly, and the beast transformer's movements were, as if pressed a pause button. It froze in place, motionless. Feng Bing blinked, then realized that their leader had intervened. Liao looked at the pale and somewhat dejected Feng Bing. There was no trace of displeasure in his eyes, only encouragement. He waved his hand lightly, and the beast transformer was teleported 100 meters away by an invisible force, crashing heavily to the ground. The next moment, a soft emerald glow emanated from his palm, enveloping the wounds on Feng Bing. The deep claw marks healed at a visible speed, leaving only faint scars. It's all right, Liao's voice was calm and soothing. Its speed, endurance, and strength were far beyond your current limits. This time I brought you out not to demand victory, but to let you personally experience the attack patterns of these beast transformers. Look at Zhao Yuanxing and the others. Aren't they all taller and stronger than you? Su Yubin has been practicing internal martial arts since childhood. His foundation is deeper than all of yours. Losing is not shameful. Recognize the gap, and then you can catch up step by step. He patted Feng Bing's shoulder with trust in his eyes, then beckoned Li Weiguo over. He took the statistical table recording the combat performance of all the soldiers just now and carefully studied it. 52 people. Only 7, including Li Weiguo himself, could kill a beast transformer with their weapons without sustaining. Another 15 could eventually kill the target after a hard fight. The remaining 30, when facing a single beast transformer, all faced fatal risks and required timely rescue from comrades. Liao, however, was quite satisfied. Strength can be improved, but fearless courage is extremely rare. He put the notes into his space, agilely mounted his bicycle, and with a push of his feet the bike shot out like an arrow from a bow. Follow me. At his command, the team of 52 bicycles behind him strove to keep up, their wheels grinding over the desolate road, kicking up clouds of dust. At the main gate of the Longlin D Villa, the convoy came to a halt. The soldiers looked at the large patches of blue bloodstains on the ground, and the dozens of beast transformer corpses with their heads precisely severed from their bodies. When they turned their gaze to Li Yao, the fervor in their eyes was almost tangible. Someone couldn't help muttering, "The leader is too formidable. If we had to deal with so many beast transformers, at least half of us would be dead or wounded. Exactly, just now I barely survived a fight with one beast transformer, yet the leader can take on so many alone." Only those who had truly fought these monsters unknown could deeply appreciate the terrifying power required to slaughter dozens of such horrific beast transformers. Li Yao merely smiled upon hearing their comments. He led the group to the villa where Huo Su was staying, gestured for them to wait, and then vanished into thin air. Inside the small world, Huo Su had finished planting her beloved flowers along the fisheye pond. The various blossoms were arranged in a pleasing disorder, yet they only occupied a tiny corner of the pond. At that moment, with her sleeves rolled up, she was using her telekinetic power to manipulate cypress timber, laying the foundation for a log cabin. Her expression focused. Hearing Li Yao's footsteps, she looked up and instinctively wiped her smooth forehead with the back of her hand, though there was no sweat. She put down the log in her hands and stood up. "Husband, is something the matter?" Her voice was sweet, tinged with curiosity. "Indeed, I have a favor to ask of you, my lady," Li Yao said with a smile as he approached. "I've just brought back dozens of soldiers, all promising talents. Come out with me to meet them. Later, I'm afraid I'll need you to lead them in clearing out all the beast transformers in the entire Longland." He paused, then added, "Remember to protect them well. These people will be the backbone of our base's forces." As he spoke as if recalling something, he took out a jade bracelet that he had personally polished at noon, and taking Huo Su's hand, slipped it onto her wrist. "I found a nice jade bracelet that can nourish the body and accelerate your cultivation speed." Huo Su looked down at the bracelet, gently touching it with her fingertips, unable to hide the joy in her eyes. "All right, go wash your face by the pond and change into some neat clothes. We'll head out now." With that, he turned to look at the lazy big cat. "Mimi, go out with your mistress, and remember to protect her." Outside the villa, the crowd was waiting quietly when the leader's figure appeared again, and this time beside him was a woman and an unimaginably large tabby cat. The woman was dressed simply and elegantly, with a stunningly beautiful face and an ethereal, otherworldly aura, as if a celestial maiden untouched by mortal dust, utterly incongruous with this polluted apocalypse. Merely standing there, she exuded a tranquil, yet powerful presence that inspired awe and forbade any desecration. The big cat beside her was over 2 meters in length, with sleek muscles and sharp eyes. It scanned the crowd with an almost human-like intelligence, carrying an obvious scrutinizing gaze. "Su, come," Li Yao introduced. "This is Battalion Commander Li Weiguo, and this is Political Instructor Xinwen. Weiguo Xunwen, this is Huo Su, my wife. The task of clearing the compound will be led by her. Weiguo, you will assist in command." Li Weiguo and Xunwen quickly hid the admiration in their eyes, nodded solemnly, and said, "Madam, we will trouble you shortly." They were respectful not only because she was the leader's wife, but also because of the unfathomable aura she exuded. A gentle smile bloomed at the corners of Huo Su's lips, her voice soft yet clear. "No need to be polite. Since my husband has accepted you, you are one of us. From now on, let us strive together." Seeing that they had briefly acquainted, Li Yao raised his hand and retrieved weapons and anti-riot shields from the army camp, distributing them among the group. "It's a pity there are no compound bows or crossbows," he said with slight regret. "You'll need to keep an eye out for someone skilled in those later." The thought flickered past in an instant, and he turned his gaze back to Huo Su. "My lady, in a moment, please arrange their accommodation first before moving on to clearing the villa area. The few villas next to ours are vacant, so we can settle them there for now." "Understood. My husband, if you have other matters to attend to, please go ahead." Huo Su nodded to indicate her comprehension. "Then I'll be off." Li Yao cast a glance at the soldiers, then said to Huo Su, "Stay safe," and in a flicker his figure vanished from the spot. The Gai City Zoo before the apocalypse was the largest zoo in H province, with the most diverse species, once housing over 200 kinds and more than 3,000 animals. On the rooftop of the zoo service area, Li Yao's figure appeared silently. Looking down, the scene within the park was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Dense throngs of mutated beasts gathered in the open space below, neither fighting each other nor wandering aimlessly. Instead, they pressed forward with extreme agitation, crowding and roaring toward the depths of the zoo, as if irresistibly drawn by something. Such organized agitation. There must be a primal mutated beast king inside summoning them. Li Yao made the judgment instantly. His spatial perception spread rapidly, and the layout of the park became vividly clear in his mind. Mutated giant trees towered even higher than the rooftop, their branches and leaves interwoven to shroud most areas in dense shadow. The primate house petting zoo herbivore zone. Most areas had already fallen, leaving only scattered bones and mottled bloodstains. The waterfowl area, due to its terrain, remained temporarily untouched. Inside the lion enclosure, only the massive skeleton of an African lion remained gnawed clean. Blue blood had soaked into the soil, and even the reinforced concrete walls had been smashed open into a terrifying gap by immense force. Inside the elephant enclosure, the 3-meter-high fence had been violently rammed open, creating a huge hole. The space was empty, clearly indicating that the elephants had long since broken out. A colossal hippopotamus 4 to 5 meters in length cowered in the turbid center of the pool. Dozens of mutated beasts gathered on the shore, roaring and attempting to enter the water to hunt. The hippopotamus let out deep, rumbling threats to intimidate them, and the two sides remained locked in a stalemate. But the true epicenter of the storm lay in the tiger enclosure. The 4 to 5 meter high walls of the Tiger Mountain enclosure had also been smashed open to form a massive breach. Mutated beasts surged in endlessly like a tide pouring through the opening. In the center of the arena, a scene both tragic and magnificent unfolded. A Siberian tiger over 7 meters long and with a dull coat was guarding a weak golden tiger cub lying prone on the ground. Around it, the corpses of mutated beasts had piled up like a mountain with pools of blue blood collecting in small depressions. Its own body was already riddled with wounds. Red and blue blood mingled together, staining its once splendid fur into a mess. This Siberian tiger was clearly at its last gasp, breathing heavily and staggering in its steps. Yet the ferocity in its amber eyes and its will to protect remained undiminished. It mechanically swung its massive paws, smashing and tearing apart any mutated beast that dared enter its attack range. From time to time, it lowered its head to gulp down chunks of flesh to replenish its nearly depleted strength. At the perimeter of the battle circle, a mutated beast king over 8 meters tall, with fiery red fur, prowled restlessly among the horde, like the most cunning hunter searching for the moment when the Siberian tiger would be at its weakest. Suddenly it moved. Its speed was so great that only a gray-blue afterimage remained. It brutally crashed through all the ordinary mutated beasts, blocking its path, sending limbs and viscera flying wherever it passed. It lunged straight for the core of the Siberian tiger's defense, the weak little cub. The Siberian tiger had already taken note of this greatest threat. Letting out a deafening roar, it swung its massive paw with all its might, colliding forcefully with the mutated beast king's claws. Bang! A dull impact sounded. The mutated beast king was knocked stumbling backward by the tremendous force, but the Siberian tiger gained several new deep bone-exposing wounds from which blood gushed profusely. It tried to pursue, but countless mutated beasts surged in again like relentless maggots. It had no choice but to sink back into the endless slaughter. As time passed, its strength was rapidly draining away. It cast a reluctant glance at its weak cub behind it, then at another small white tiger cub that was standing at its feet, yapping shrilly at the horde in a babyish attempt to help. A flicker of sadness passed through its eyes. It prepared to abandon the golden cub, pick up the white cub in its mouth, and force a breakout. Even if it meant its own death, it would send this child away to a safe place. Just then, a figure appeared out of nowhere before its massive body, blocking the tide of attacks. Instinctively, it retreated with the white cub in its mouth, distancing itself from the figure. The two-legged creature simply waved a hand casually. In an instant, all the ferocious mutated beasts within a radius of 6 or 7 meters froze in place. The next moment, a series of thuds sounded. The heads of several dozen mutated beasts shot up into the air at the same time. Blue blood spouted like bizarre, instantaneous fountains. An invisible barrier of space suddenly rose, completely isolating the crazed mutated beasts that had become even more frenzied at the sight of a human. They clawed and slammed against the unseen barrier, letting out furious roars of impotence, but could no longer advance an inch. Suddenly, a strange silence descended upon the center of the battlefield. "Can you understand me?" Liao turned around, his gaze calm as he looked at the wary and suspicious Siberian tiger testing the waters. The Siberian tiger unconsciously recoiled, its massive head, its amber pupils fixed on the two-legged creature, whose aura was unfathomable. Its nostrils flared as if trying to discern his scent. After a moment, a glint of human-like intelligence flickered in its eyes. Surprisingly, it nodded in a very human manner. "Become my battle beast, and I will save all 3 of you, and let you stay together forever." Liao wasted no words. He knew the tiger wouldn't understand what battle beast meant, but stay together forever, it would surely comprehend. Indeed, the tiger's eyes lit up, a glimmer of hope replacing the previous wariness. It promptly nodded, set down the small white cub, and lowered its head to Liao. Without further ado, Liao circulated energy within his body, pressed his fingers together like a sword, and a wisp of chaotic aura gathered at his fingertips. He lightly tapped the brows of the Siberian tiger, and the 2 cubs, extracting 3 drops of blood from between their brows, suspending them in the air. Then he forced out a drop of blood from his own heart. The character control formed around the 3 drops, and the beast-taming talisman took shape, instantly sinking into his brow and merging deep within the chaotic sea of consciousness. A sense of shared consciousness was established instantly. The pact was complete. The Siberian tiger shook its massive head violently as a cool, clear sensation flooded its awareness. Many previously vague and unclear thoughts suddenly became sharp and distinct. An unbreakable closeness emerged between it and the two-legged creature before it. A clear concept imprinted itself in its mind master. On the other side, the little white tiger cub, which had been feisty and fierce, first froze, then seemed to understand something. Excitedly, it staggered over to Liao's feet. It nuzzled his pant leg affectionately with its tiny head, then pointed one front paw at the mutated beast still roaring beyond the barrier, whining both pitifully and indignantly. Through the beast-taming talisman, Liao instantly understood its meaning. Master, it's those bad things outside. They bullied Mom and me. And my sister too. Liao bent down, easily scooping up the fluffy white cub in his arms. It felt heavy in his hands. He gently stroked its soft fur. So cute.